Yeah, we said 10. I said we should do 10:45. You
I
said
wanted
10:40.
10:40, yeah.
We're a little late. Is that gonna be a problem?
Well, as long as Horsehead doesn't chastise us for being late, I'll be good. Oh, wait.
Wait, well, Horsehead hasn't been around for a while, so
Oh, yes.
let's see here. What's going on? 1 minute late. Yes. Oh, it's Horsehead. Speak of the devil.
I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight.
Unbelievable.
How dare we?
To answer your first question, yes, I'm in the bath currently. Oh
wow, that's kind
oh
of
my
wow.
God. The one person we don't want to be late for, who's hardly ever here, happens to be here.
He's in the bath thinking about us.
Yes.
How dare we?
Yes, you're the first 5 minutes of your bath was ruined because we weren't here to.
But now we are to fulfill your moment.
Yes. Anyway, we don't want to stream too long, but Brother Click is off tomorrow.
I am.
We got stuff. You had a personal day on Tuesday.
I did.
Which was like your catch-up, your fun day. You got drunk Monday night, had some fun, went to sleep, slept in. Tuesday was your rest day.
Yes.
Tomorrow, you're off, but it's not a rest day.
No, it's not.
What is our goal for tomorrow? What is our goal?
We got to go down to the impound lot to find his battered car and get whatever's in it.
Get the plates off. Plates are mine. Get the plates off. Get anything out that we can salvage. And then if I were to have it towed back here, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars, which I don't have. And if I did, it wouldn't be worth it. They told me if you give us $155 and the title, we'll just take it off your hands. So I'm going to do that. I remember to bring the debit card. Yes. I'll give him $155, give him the title, and say, "Fuck it." But before we do that, we got to salvage it. We got to like.
Yes, we do.
By salvage, I'm not talking about the metal. I'm talking about anything that's in it. I got shit in it. We got some in the trunk. We got charcoal. Yeah, you guys keep asking about grill videos.
Exactly. Yes.
I got charcoal in the trunk. We got some. I'll take pictures. Maybe do a video. It's been 6 months, half a year since I've seen this car. Last time I saw this car, they were taking me away in an ambulance because I spent hours in it freezing. No power, no battery, cell phone destroyed. Couldn't walk anywhere because my legs were destroyed. Legs were destroyed, cars destroyed, cell phone, everything was destroyed. I was in the car.
Yes,
that was the last time I was in this fucking car. So we'll see if I have some traumatic. But we gotta settle because they were telling me. I called them, and this impound lot told me, yeah, police departments have it towed here. We service several towns in the area, and some departments, I don't know how it works, even though this is a private lot, it's not owned by the police, it's under contract. If a car is abandoned for X amount of whatever, some police departments will begin the process of reacquiring the title. And he was telling me, yeah, you're lucky it happened in this town because they dragged their feet. Had it happened the next town over, within 90 days they'd be contacting the state. The police department would contact the state to repossess the car. And I said, shit, better get down there before the police station that towed my car, that drags its feet. And I even said, because I called them back on like Monday or Tuesday, I'm like, he goes, one day won't make a difference. I'm like, what if with my luck, Thursday, Friday is the day they start the reacquisition process. Yeah. So I got to get to this car and settle this before the police department decides, abandoned car, it's ours now. They would sell it to the lot for scrap, but they would collect it. So before the police department, and the guy was telling me some police departments, 90 days, that's it. But you're lucky because the town that towed your car, they dragged their feet, and so far no one said anything about it. It's been sitting here. I said, fine. So we got to get down there tomorrow with some tools. There's some stuff I want to get. Pry open, see if we get the trunk open, get the shit. We know where the key is, right?
We do.
Get the shit out. My original key is still stuck in the ignition. I got my backup key. So we got to do that. That's tomorrow's goal.
Yes, it is.
Tomorrow sometime in the afternoon.
Yes.
No. People want us to do grill streams. Back in September, they were dumping charcoal at a pharmacy, this one little local pharmacy that sells trinkets and shit.
I know.
For like not even like $1.75 a bag. I bought a bunch of bags of charcoal and I just left them in the trunk. I said, as we need them, it'll be started. So I got a bunch of charcoal in the trunk that I want to get out so we can do grilling. It was cheap charcoal. You're not paying attention, Horsehead. You must be underwater in the bath.
He's got water in his ears.
Water in your ears. Okay. I agree. Cut the beard. It's way too thick. Look at that. He cut his. He even said, I said, if we stream tonight, Totem might be there. Make sure you're
look pretty for the starlings.
As I click on it, it gets gray.
Yeah, I know.
December 15th. And tomorrow is May 15th. So December, January, February, March, April, May. It's been 5 months. Exactly. It was the middle of December 15th. Now it's going to be May 15th.
Yes.
And they were telling me some towns, 3 months, that's it. They'll start, the police department calls the state to repossess the car. You're lucky. The town you were in, they don't give a fuck. We still have cars here from like a year ago sitting here. Eventually, it'll be considered abandoned. But I don't know why the police department tries to do. I wouldn't the tow yard, the salvage yard, because I don't know how it works. I'm curious. I'm gonna ask him. But it was still good as of Monday. So hopefully the fucking police didn't decide this is the week to repossess. So it should still be in my name, and I'm going to pay them to take it, $155, because otherwise I have to pay them to get it back, which would be thousands and thousands of dollars for a piece of shit car. $155. Here's the title. Sign it over. Go for, and they'll scrap it. It'll become theirs. They can do what they want with it. But I got to get the license plates. Whenever, for those of you who don't drive, or if they do things in different countries differently, in these United States, or at least here in New Jersey, if you buy a car, whether it be a new car or a used car or whatever, you got to go to the DMV or MVC, Department of Motor Vehicle Commission, and get brand new license plates. You can't drive a car. If you buy a car used, you can't drive it with the last owner's license plates. Those are in their names. You got to, in theory, the owner has to remove their plates. Sometimes they don't. I've heard stories where people buy a used car and start driving it with the old owner's plates. You can't do that. You transfer title. Owner gets the title, which is, the deed to the car. They sign it, you sign it. You go to the DMV, get a new title and brand new plates. You go back. Owner takes the old plates, you put the new plates on. I want those. This car isn't going to be sold. It's going to be scrapped, but I want to get my license plates. Yes. And I can turn it back. I guess in theory, if I left them on, it wouldn't be the end of the world because they would just salvage them too. But I want to get those license plates are tied to me, not just the car, specifically that car in my name. So I get the license plates, get the charcoal out of the trunk, get whatever loose. I might have loose shit like ice scrapers and shit. If I have a couple CDs, I checked. I don't even know what's in there anymore. It's nothing. I'm not missing anything super important. It's not like my family jewels were in there. No, my family jewels were injured during the. The point is, there's no
Picasso in the
right.
trunk.
There's no but the Renoir. But it's there's stuff. Get the charcoal. I paid. It was cheap charcoal. It was on sale. We're gonna do some grilling for him about. So I want to get the charcoal and anything else of value that might be in that car
that we can use.
Yes. So I got to get and get the plates, and then I can say, here's the title, $155. It's yours. Finally put that to. And I told the guy, I said, listen, man. I was in a wheelchair. I wasn't trying to avoid you. I was in a wheelchair. I knew it was impossible. I've never been to this place, but I'm assuming it's just a typical salvage. It's probably not even paved. It's just gravel and shit. Yes. And the guy's like, oh, I understand. No problem for us, but you're lucky. Your town drags its feet. Other police departments within, 90 days, they start, trying to acquire the title for abandonment. So I said, thank God I got lucky. Okay. So that's our plan for tomorrow.
That's where we are.
Sleep in. We don't have to get bright and early, but we got to leave some time in the afternoon and get that done. Okay. Take a piss. Okay, good. And while you're up, I'm going to grab a Corona and open it up. We went to the liquor store, got a little alcohol, got some vape. Yeah. Totem, I couldn't not be in love with you. Totem asks if I'm still in love with him. I couldn't, as so hard I try. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. You're a broken clock troll. You say nasty things about me. You hate my guts. But damn it, I can change you. I know it. So as of yet, for all your horrible, horrendous behavior, I've yet to fall out of love with you. So rest assured, lover boy. That's the next. Another thing. I found a couple apartments I like, and I called. No one called me back. So the answer is we don't know. But now time is of the essence. I might have to take some of the settlement money and buy a used car. And there's other stuff I want to talk about with Social Security. That's part of the reason why I wanted to stream. The Social Security Administration contacted me. Remember, I applied on May 6th. I did a stream about it. So it was last Wednesday, over a week ago, Wednesday of last week, May 6th. I applied Social Security. I got a text message the other day. And the text message, hold on, reads, "This is Social Security Administration. Confirmation of your telephone appointment with the local office on Tuesday, July 7th at 11 a.m. Do not reply." I'm like, is this a scam? So I logged on to Social Security, and sure enough, there's a letter that was generated saying, I'm going to share it with you in a moment when my brother gets down. They want to have a phone interview with me July 7th. And the letter says, please have your bank account and a bank statement handy. So I said to my brother, I should spend my settlement money now, buy a car so I have one. Social Security lets you have one car. Do that now in the month of May. And in the month of June, make no transactions. or do very little, very minimum. So I have very minimal cash in my bank account. But I don't have enough quite. There's one used car I was looking at. I forgot. We were going to look to see if it was still there. A week ago, we were looking at it. Looks like a nice car. It's not quite a station wagon. It's like a hatchback thing, but it's got plenty of room in the back. And I'm like, we got a bunch of stuff to move. If I can hobble, when you're at work, I was telling my brother, I can like take stuff to the storage facility to start the ball rolling. I forget what it was. When my brother comes down, we'll see if it's still there. Yes, he'll be right back. He's got to take a piss and get a beer. Patience, Rafterman. Can you hear me okay? Patience. Yeah, I was talking about the transactions, the bank. Maybe I should buy a car, but I've got like $2,000. The car is probably closer to $4,000. So I'm going to have to make payments on it, probably put on a credit card, but we should do that now in May or early June before Social Security asks for my bank statement. And it's weird because Social Security gave me the option to go paperless, and I said no. I said, I can always go paperless later. I want paper statements in the mail just to confirm. I don't know why, but maybe because it was just yesterday. I should get something in the mail confirm, because when I got that text, I'm like, is this legit? The Social Security website says, yes, it is. I'm hoping in the next couple of days we'll get something in the mail saying, confirming the the phone appointment on July 7th. We were talking about, and I'll share the statement. Okay, getting a new car now as opposed to, what was that car we were looking at? Let's see if it's still there.
It was an Outback.
I don't think it was an Outback. I can't remember what it was now. It looked nice.
Or a Subaru.
Was it a Subaru?
Yeah, I think so.
Really? It might have sold.
Yeah.
The place has another fucking Sebring, an Odd 8 Sebring, like the one I crashed.
A coupe.
And it's cheap, but I'm like, I don't know if I want another Sebring.
I know.
This one we saw, it was affordable, and if it rides okay, it's got a really nice trunk to put shit in, exactly, and the middle seats go down. So I'm thinking like practically, I'm gonna need a car, and we're going to move stuff around. You know what I mean?
I know. Yes.
But I don't think was it a Subaru? No, I thought it was okay. What was it?
I think it was,
maybe. Where do we see the cars? I'm on the website now.
I don't know. Click on vehicles or something.
Yeah, you can tell them you're tired and drunk because you were off Tuesday. And that wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't.
Did I do? Okay, where was it? Do we do by price or how do we do this?
Just keep scrolling down until you see it.
What if it's gone? I'm looking right now.
Yes.
So where I go by price, Chrysler, $5,000, forget it.
Well, there's the Chrysler you saw, like
right. They got
1,800,
2008 Chrysler for $1,800, which is affordable, but it's like, what's wrong with it? Where's the one we liked? We should have jumped on it. Well, now basically, it's a good thing I applied for Social Security because they're effectively forcing me to spend. Oh, and I'll tell them in a minute. I finally got my government, my federal rebate, which was like $1,200. And I got my state rebate check, which is only like $2 and change. So I got $1,400 there, plus the MetLife temporary disability settlement. Yes. So I got this. Maybe now is the time to empty my bank account and get a car. 2 birds, 1 stone. Was it sold? What was it? I'll know. You'll know when you see it. Tell me if you see it.
Yes.
This isn't too bad. An 01 Lexus RX for $4,000, expensive, but that could be that. Might.
Yeah, I know.
Lexus is a nice car.
The insurance on it might be high. Because
where's the one we liked? There's also this Pathfinder, but that's going to be too much of a gas guzzler for $3,000. Yes. Where was the one? Is this the Subaru? Oh, it was a Subaru. The 03 Legacy? Was this it?
Yeah,
for $3,000?
That might be it. Yes.
Is this it? Did it go down in price? I thought it was 4. It's only 3. I can afford that.
No, I think it was always 3.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can bring this up.
No, don't bring this up.
Hold on. I can bring this up. Hold on. I can share the stats. Give me a minute. Was this the one?
I think so. Look at the pictures. Yeah.
Well, I want to save a copy of it just so I know when we go there.
Yes.
The Lexus isn't too bad. It's an one, but it's older. Plus Lexus. Okay. Not yet. Not till July at least. I get my last TD. What do you call it? I get my TDI payments last year in June. If I go back to work, I forfeit them. And I should get my last. I'm up for review for food stamps, but that's not till July. So I'll probably get a job. Plus, I really can't. I'm not fit yet. And I keep asking the physical therapist. I know I've made improvement, but is it going to plateau at some point? Where's the cutoff? Is the best? Because my brother, he's walking. I'm like, today,
yeah.
You look behind you. I'm hobbling. I'm like, I'm an old man. I'm turning to my fucking father. Do they sell Yaris's here in America? Yaris is
It's a Toyota Yaris.
They might start.
I don't know if they're still produced. I mean, maybe.
A used Yaris. You don't see. They're not very common here.
I do recall the name. I don't know if it failed in this country.
Let's see what we can do here. Hold on. I'll save a copy. Give me a sec. Image, because there's a bunch of crap here. Hold on. Well, see, I don't want to share this and then we don't buy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Give me a minute. Oh, what the hell? We're sharing with the Starlings. It makes us
exactly.
But this is looking good. We can go. We'll keep the. You know, I'd like to go, but this place is in the opposite direction of where we got to go tomorrow. Tomorrow is take care, settle the old car, and maybe this place is open on weekends. We can go on the weekend. I don't know.
Perhaps.
All right, where is it? Hold on. Let me show you. Car. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this up if anyone wants to see it. Does anyone want to see it? Who wants to see it? Yeah, so Social Security, if they want my bank statement, but that's not till July, I should have like a little money in there for if I do it now. Hopefully they won't see the May transactions. They'll only look at the June transaction. But I don't know when the statement cutoff. When is it? Is it in May or the middle of June? There's got to be a date in June where I stop making any substantial transactions. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where is this? That look right?
Yes, it does.
But I got to go. I've also got to go to an insurance place and get insurance. You got to have insurance before you buy the vehicle. But here's what I was looking at. Let's see. I got to test drive it first. But here, let's take a look. There we go. I'm looking at this Legacy, an 03. There was also an 01 Lexus, which isn't bad. It's like a Lexus minivan thing.
Yeah, I know.
But this Legacy, $3,000. If I'm scrolling a bit. How do I scroll in?
No idea.
I can't scroll in. Oh, here. $3,000. I think the interior is cloth, which is fine.
Yes.
It's only 4 cylinders. Like the one thing about the car I told it was 6 cylinders, so it did decently. As 4 cylinders going to be too slow. We'll check out the Lexus too while we're there.
183,000 miles, pretty high.
High, but not. I think my last car had like close to not quite two. It was like one. It was like 160 something. So I mean, we'll check it out. What do you guys think? Maybe we won't go with it. 4-cylinder, 16 valve. I mean, the car is over 20 years old, but it should have plenty of trunk space, and I can put down the middle seats to put shit in. We got garbage to get rid of. I mean, I'm asking the fucking Starlings here. If you're poo-pooing it, which car do you prefer?
I think this is an option.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I shared the VIN number. They can look up where the car is. I don't care. Who cares? But this is just one. There are several places to go to. This place I like because what I like about them is they actually help you with the title. Instead of other places you buy the car, you got to go to the DMV. This place will get you the title. But I'm liking this. It's close to 200. But actually, the car is over 20 years old. Yes. 03 to 23 is 20 years. 23-year-old car. Yes. Yet less than 200,000 miles.
Okay.
Was it not driven too far, or the miles set back?
I don't know.
That's actually for a car that's over 20 years old. It was driven less than 200,000. That's rare.
Yeah, I know.
Usually you break 200,000 if you're driving regularly.
What's 183,000 divided by 23?
Let's do the math right now. What do you call it? It's called 183, 140 divided by 23 years.
23, yes.
That's about 8,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
Okay. So, which isn't a lot of miles per year.
Yeah.
So I think it might be a good investment, but I'll look at other cars. Okay. So, Subaru's a Nissan, right? No? What's a Subaru?
No, Subaru's its own thing.
Subaru's something he's talking about is Nissan.
Yes, I know.
It's confusing.
You mentioned the Nissan you were looking at. Yeah.
Yes, I know what the two are. Yes. But no, Horse, you're mistaken. SSI is the one where you got to have no more than $1,999.90 a year. SSDI, you can have as much as you want, but there's still earning thresholds, and we're not even at that stage yet. That's once you're approved. If you're approved for SSI, you can get kicked off if you have too much in assets. We're not even there yet. SSDI has the same requirements for approval as SSI, which is your assets and income and what you have. So all these things come into it. You can't own multiple cars even on SSDI. So you're right, but we're not there yet. And basically, I explained in my last stream, you don't apply separately. There's only one application called the disability application. They might say, we don't approve you for SSDI, but we'll give you SSI. I do have the work credits. It told me when I applied, I had over 40 work credits because I know I've been working for the past 25 years. But now that I've applied, it says, oh, we can't tell you what your estimated credits are because you've applied. They don't want to be bound to a number. So now I'm not sure what the number is, but I should be eligible for SSDI. But they might say, we'll get like Todd. Todd doesn't know why, but what I've learned, there's only one application for both. And they determine if you're eligible for either. And they approve you. So they might say, we'll give you SSI, but not SSDI. So either way, but we're not even there yet. For the application process, they want to know how much money I have in my bank account. So, or maybe this sucks. Maybe if I have more money, they'll give me SSDI. If I don't have any money, they'll say, we'll give you SSI because you have no money, which is the cheaper one. I don't know. What do you, yeah.
We don't know.
That's okay. You brought up a good point. They might say, well, I'm going to be honest. I have no resources. If it gets me on SSI, because what if SSDI lets you have more money, but they reject me for SSDI, whereas they might approve me for SSI if I have low funds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Didn't our sister have an Altima? I can't remember. She have a Nissan, or am I mistaken?
Maxima.
A Maxima.
It was a Maxima.
Our sister had it was a nice car. She wrecked that. When she
Yeah.
got to it was a rainy day, light rain on the highway. She went too fast. She didn't understand you can't. So she went too fast. She got like an oil slick and she spun out of control and crashed her. It was a nice car. It was a used but nice Nissan Maxima.
Yeah.
That's bad. You're going to need an oil change or something at some point. I doubt you do it yourself, Gogo. And maybe you don't drive it too much, but I don't know. You should don't run a car into the ground. It says it hasn't been in the shop in 6 years. Hasn't broken down in 6 years. Do you still get oil change?
Yeah, that
and
doesn't
tune-ups?
make sense. No, there's minimal maintenance. Yeah.
Not yet. I'm going to press them right now. There. I pressed the buttons.
Huh.
Horsehead feels that this is 11 out of 10. This Subaru Legacy
Well,
wagon.
all right then.
Also, I was noticing, not that I'm overly paranoid, my Sebring, there wasn't much space between me and the tree. This has a much bigger trunk in the back, much bigger. Well, there's no trunk. It's back. It's got storage in the back. Instead of a trunk, it's got that third. I know it's a hood. Let me finish. What I'm trying to say is in the back, it's got, I don't know if the seats come up. It's not a trunk, but it's, what do you call it? Like a flat, you can put shit in there.
Yeah.
So it's got more back storage space, and the hood of the car, this has more between the driver and not a whole lot, but more than the obstacle. But I was even thinking about, like, in my trunk in the car we got to get rid of, the Sebring.
Yes.
I got the charcoal. That's a small trunk. Can't fit much. This, in theory, especially when we put the middle seats down, I should be able to fit a lot more shit in this car. And it's not even in a trunk that I have to open up. I can just open the back door. So I like the back space, but I also like that there with the hood, there's space between me and a tree.
Yes.
But that's not my primary concern. Speak of Satan. I actually heard from James recently, and I want to share. He sent me a little cutesy message, and I replied, I'm going to share, because I don't think it's anything overly personal. I'll share that in a moment. We're talking about Social Security. You're right, I just thought about it. What if they say, okay, if you had a lot of money, we'd give you SSDI, which is the better one, because SSDI, they don't care how much you have in your account. You can have thousands in your account. It just sits there, and you can work a job under the SGA. Okay. With SSI, that's the cheapo one. You have no income, we'll give you SSI. But if you go back to work after 65 or 85, whatever it is, every $2 you make, we take out $1. That bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I'm going to share those too. Remind me, I got to share those screenshots. So do we share? Okay. Well, that's Rafterman. That's what I was saying to my brother. We can use it to help move the shit. You know what I mean?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Can't fit huge furniture in it, but I can move a lot of these little things for taking over storage, especially if you're at work or whatever. Yes. Where's the key to storage? That's my keys over. I've been in the storage facility since like the accident. Was it 6 months? 5 months. No, 5 months ago. Can't afford an electric car. Can't afford one, Totem. Todd is on SSI, the cheaper one. Hence why he's always like, I don't have more than $1,999.99. He's on the cheaper one. That's what I'm saying. The SSDI might be better. They might put me on. They might say, all right, we'll approve him for disability. Let's put him on the cheaper SSI one. And he's got to watch his finances. But then at the same time, maybe I'm more likely to get approved for SSI, where getting SSDI might be a denial.
Exactly.
I want to remind me in a minute. I'm going to share the SS Social Security screenshots. What does Flying Solo say? Hello, Flying Solo 12. You can still make passive income on SSDI with stocks and other investments, right? Oh, is this complex CPTSD Spurg?
This might be.
Yeah.
Yes.
As far as SSDI would be better for not having to worry about your finances. If you go over 2,000, who cares? I'm not going to have a lot of money, but if I've didn't make any withdrawals, didn't make any payments, I got a few grand in the account, who cares? And if I go back to work, as long as you keep your monthly earnings pre-tax below a threshold, they don't take anything for SSDI. SSI, the cheaper one, you can't have more than 2,000 in the account. And if you go back to work, for every $2 you make, they take out $1 of SSI.
Yes.
He says you can still make pay SSDI. Yeah. Flying Solo, are you complex PTSD Spurg? Is this you? This is the guy in the Midwest. He wouldn't tell me the state. He was working for a shipping company. Right.
Yeah.
Not Michigan. He said close to Michigan, but he could have been lying. He was working for a shipping company, but we don't think he was working on the docks or in the warehouse. He was probably working in the office. Yeah. Is that you? He's 24. His mother, she was in HR. Something. She got disability for MS. She makes like the top amount, close to $4,000.
Yeah, I know.
On SSDI.
Wow.
Is this you, complex PTSD Spurg?
Yes. Oh, wow.
Well, he never knew why. And I don't know if let's say you get approved for SSI, you get approved for SSI, but in theory, you could be eligible for SSDI because you've worked and paid into it. Obviously, if you're young or you've never worked, SSI is your only option. If you could get SSDI, and they only give you SSI, can you try to fight that at some point? Todd probably wouldn't want to. And Todd even pointed out, with SSI, even though it's a cheaper one, you might get things you wouldn't get in SSDI. Yes, SSDI, you can have as much in the account as you want. SSDI, you can go back to work under the amount and they don't take anything out. Your SSDI amount remains the same.
You don't get help with rent, or you.
But right, with SSI, even though there's a you get help with rent, help with the heating bill, and you get Medicaid. So it could be the trade-off. Even though it's less money, you get more access to these programs. So if I were Todd, I wouldn't change a thing. With me, it's going to be a different story. We'll see where it goes. Because you said I might have to get a job not just for money, but so we have something to put down for rent. Because then we have to apply for affordable income housing, but we might have to get a place in the meantime. If the landlord said we could stay here for another year and you had the money, we might consider. But no, the money. First of all, it's bleeding you dry.
It is. Yes.
And then the landlord wants to kick us out, so we got to find a place quick and then take the time to apply the next year for affordable housing. So I might have to go back to work, which means if I get SSI, they might start taking from it. I don't. Well, did you get approved? Yeah, it's called the SGA, the substantial gainful amount. The SGA is like 16 something. To play it safe, they probably told you 1,500. That's cool. Yeah, it's called SGA. You can still work, and if you work under that amount, they don't touch your SSDI payment. You still get the same payment, and they don't care how much you have in your bank account. That's the benefit to SSDI. But you probably won't get Medicaid. You might get Medicare for old people. You have to buy a supplemental. But yes, you can still work under SSDI under a threshold, the SGA threshold, without them touching a penny. SSI has all the crazy requirements, but might have easier access to these programs that Todd benefits from. So what you don't make in cash, in income, in payments, you make up for in the programs. So trade-off. We'll see but it's not up to me. It's up to Social Security. Because it was only, I'm going to repeat it again, you were there, doggo, one application. So by default, you apply for SSI and SSDI concurrently because it's only one fucking application called the disability application. You can't pick, sign up for SSI, sign up for SSDI. It doesn't work that way. If you can learn anything from me, because Todd didn't help me with that, if you can learn anything from me, and you don't care because you got a lawyer, if you can learn anything from me, whether you're eligible for either or, it's only one application, a disability application, and Social Security determines if you're eligible for SSI or SSDI or neither. Did I not make that clear during my last fucking stream? Okay. Well, yes, he was saying even though SSI is the cheaper one, he might not have been eligible if he still had SSDI. They would have said SSDI, you still have too high a deposit, too much in your bank account. SSI might have actually helped him. That's what we're saying. Even though you get less payment, you're eligible for more of these programs because you're on the cheaper SSI. Well, it changes year to year. Currently, it's 16 and change. It's called the SGA. But, honestly, even if I went back to work, I would keep it under whatever, because there's not only if you go over the SGA, they put you in a trial work period. X amount of months, they'll kick you off. I wouldn't go towards that maximum amount because there's a lower amount, which is the trigger amount. So SGA equals max. And what I call the trigger amount, where they start watching you, is the min. So I wouldn't even worry about the SGA. I would try to figure out what the lesser trigger amount is and keep it under that. I wouldn't even go to 1,500 because that's too close to the SGA. You might be triggered to that point. I would keep it at like 1,200. Doggo, if you're listening, have you been approved or you're still in limbo? So there's the SGA. If you go over the SGA, they start questioning your disability payments. But even before you get to that SGA, that 1,500, 1,600, even before you get there, there's a lesser, like if you're working 1 day a week, it's a minimum wage job, making a few hundred a week, they don't care. There's a trigger amount, 1,200 maybe. It's that trigger amount, that lesser trigger amount, stay away from, because once you go over that, then they start watching you. And Doggo is still in limbo. I'm going to take a quick piss. You can take a look at the comments. And
All right, yes. What
you
are
can pour some more
we
beer
talking about? What's going on?
Well, when I get back, I'll share what the Social Security sent me. Top that off. Just like another beer while we're up, or is it tea time? We're not doing tea tonight, or
go do what you gotta do. We'll see. All right, I've poured the beer. What are the starlings saying? No, I'm not going to do that. Come on, starlings, what do you have to ask or say? Let's get something real here. I mean, we got a whole lot of nothing. Oh, yeah, you're very right with that. Yeah, we're kind of stuck with each other. And I'm going to have to be the fucking workhorse. If this all fails and crumbles down, I don't know how he's going to take it or what his mental health is going to be. He's probably going to crash and break, and I'm going to have to find a better job or like a second job. It varies. Sometimes I get 30, sometimes I get 42. Here and there. That Dave Ramsey is just a piece of shit. He shouldn't do that. Yes, I've been thinking about a second job for some time.
Ramsey?
He's some boomer asshole. Talks about savings.
I was thinking about Gordon Ramsay. I was thinking
No, I don't.
Read the. I understand. People who are listening audio. It's good to read out what you're saying. Good. They were saying we're stuck with each other. All the same friends.
I got pissed too.
All the same friends and the same address. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. I'm so happy to be stuck with you. Because I can see that you're happy to be stuck with me. All right, I want to share some stuff from Social Security, and I want to share a lovely message from our boy down under. Hold on. Well, I might work part-times even if I do get dibs under the SGA, and under that trigger amount. There's the SGA, the top number. You go over that, you're fucked. But don't even get close to that. Keep it somewhere substantially lower than the SGA, that trial work period trigger amount. Can I share this? I would work up to the minimum trigger amount. If I had SSDI, it wouldn't affect my payment at all. If I had SSI, they'd start taking shit out. But if I quit my job, I'd go back to the regular amount. So, yes, as I was trying to tell you, I wouldn't go anywhere near the SGA, that maximum amount. Doggo's lucky. He's really the beneficiary here. He's learning. I had to do all the work my fucking self. Don't get anywhere near the SGA. Find the lower amount and be careful. You make a few $100, doesn't matter. But if you're making like 12, 13, if you're getting too close to that 16, you got to find out what that number is where it gets triggered so they don't keep an eye on you. Keep it below the trigger amount, the minimum trigger amount. So either way, I could still work if I have to for extra income as long as I have the guarantee of the Social Security. And I've said this many times. By the way, you didn't tell us, is this complex? You sound like complex PTSD Spurg. Is that you? No, there's no money in that. It was a total waste of time. You know, you can do 1 or 2 here for pin money. Complete. So I got a lot back from the feds because of all the gas and mileage I put on my car for very little income. Well, no, SSI, okay. The payment might vary state to state, but it's less than $1,000. I think it's currently $994, $996. And they subtract either 65 or 85. I can't get a straight answer. And then we did the math. Every $2 you make, they take out $1. So we'll look up in a minute. So you can't get 12. First of all, you don't get 1,200 in SSI. SSI is currently at $994 for New Jersey.
Yes, it is.
And then after $65, or some say 65, some say 85. 65 is what I forget what it's called. And people can talk about it. After the 60 or 85 out of the 994, then they take out for every $1 you make, they take every 2, they take out 1.
Yeah.
But in theory, if you quit your job, you go back to the regular amount.
Yes.
Now, there's no such thing as 1,200 SSI. No, you're talking about SSDI. If you said SSDI, yeah, I can make 12, 13 in SSDI, the higher amount, and then work for 1,000 or change, 3 days a week at some grocery store for extra. And it wouldn't trigger a trial work period. I'd be below that minimum threshold and I have that extra pin money. But then SSI, the cheaper one with all the requirements, might help with programs. But then I'm living with you. So
yes.
Better yet, is gay marriage legal in Norway? I'll come to Norway, marry you, and I'll move into your little apartment there. We'll do Dugnad together. You can you be my sugar daddy. How's that sound, Totem? I'll prove I still love you. The stupid cup has a hole in it. I gotta get rid of it. It's spilling over.
Double up, yeah.
Anyway, well, first I want to show the Social Security stuff, but should we play? I want to play a message that Dumb sent me because that was a nice little message. Yeah. The other day, Dumb sent me a message. I think it's okay to share. It was a nice little message. Don't know what prompted this message, but
never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
So he said, never argue with a fool.
Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
It was almost like a Confucius say sort of thing. Where he's reading a fortune cookie. One more time.
Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
So I responded to him. I replied. I said, yes, it is very deep. Here, one more time.
Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Well, I'm
not sure what the message was in reference to, Bob. It was Millennial Tune, Bob said. He just sent me out of the blue. So one more time.
Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
And here was my response. I'm also worried. I don't know how well the volume comes out. That's what I'm.
With a fool.
Oh, sounds pretty good.
Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
Okay, so that was his message, and I thought quickly, and I gave my response. See if you can figure out my humor.
Case, you and I should never ever.
Right.
Well, that's the case. You and I should never ever argue ever again. At least not in front of others.
So in other words,
well, that's the case. You and I should never ever argue ever again. At least not in front of others.
hey, never argue with a fool. Fuel. Give me fuel. Never argue with a fool. So hey, that's the case. We shouldn't argue with each other, at least not in front of others, like you said. Yeah. Which one of us is the fool? That's for the fool to determine.
Yes, very true. We should not. That quote is from Mark Twain. I thought it was funny. All right. See ya. Can't wait for your next stream.
He can't wait for our next stream, and it's 11:30 here in New Jersey, which means it must be, if I got the math right, is it 1:30 in the afternoon in New South Wales? So
Yes.
if he's driving around, it's a Friday for him.
Yes.
Yeah, he can't wait for our next stream. Here
He
it is.
should
Yeah.
be home, yes.
I looked it up. The quote is attributed to Mark Twain, but there's no proof he actually wrote that. So who knows where it comes from? But it's never argue with the fool. It kind of Abe Lincoln said something similar. I could look it up, but I'm going to paraphrase. Abraham Lincoln said, "Sometimes it's better to keep your mouth shut to not appear like a fool, rather than open your mouth and remove all doubt," or something like that.
No, see, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's the bigger fool? The fool who follows the fool. Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of, but then again, I look at people. Some people I've met on this, this online community, who it's almost like a cope. He's a fool, so I don't have to listen to him. What a moron! So sometimes calling others fools just because is itself a cope. Yes, you don't want to suffer fools, and when someone's being foolish, eyebrow raise. But I think there's some foolish people themselves who are quick to call others fools. You're a fool. I'm not. I'm smart. You're a fool. Because that's what a fool thinks. So you don't want to fall into that trap either. So that was a nice message from James. Okay, back to what? Social Security talk.
Yes.
Confucius said something like, "He who get SSI might not get as much money, but get benefits that SSDI do not have. But he who gets SSDI has his own benefits. In other words, live off government dole." For someone who didn't believe in material possessions, he was sure a fat fuck, wasn't he? So, or I'm thinking of Buddha. Maybe, Confucius.
Maybe Confucius was heavy too.
Yes, or they're fat fucks. That always disgusted me. These in these poor, shitty rice paddy gook countries where they're Buddhist, the monks come and they beg for their food, and the poor farmers have to give them rice. And people think, "Oh, it's so nice that the monks are so humble; they beg for food." No, they're using fear. We come down, we don't do any work, we just pray all day, give us rice. And these poor peasants who have nothing have to superstitiously give the fucking monks rice. It's actually kind of disgusting.
That's why communism took over so heavily in those bug-like insect countries.
Yes. Okay. So I want to share a couple things here, if I can. All right. I just wanted to share what I got from. We shared the car. I can always share that again. And the same address. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. I am happy to be stuck with you. I can see that you're happy to be stuck with me. Am I not allowed to sing Mr. Huey L. and the news? All right, where are we? Okay, here we go. All right, so I want to bring this up. All right, so I logged in, or I applied a little over a week and a day ago. 8 days ago, I applied. I was drunk, and I had a bunch of methylphenidate, and I went up, and I just went into go mode. I was going to save it and come back for it, but I went into go mode, and I applied for Social Security, the disability application. I didn't apply specifically for SSI or SSDI because it's just one application. Have we established this yet? Should I cover call max? Should I cover call max on my penny stock and take 2.5 cash now? Are you CPTSD spurred?
Yes.
Why aren't you answering the fucking question? You might get a 20-minute timeout because you're pissing me off now. You can at least answer the question. I don't care if you have another name, but is this you? Answer. You haven't said yes or nay. Yay or nay.
I know.
What do you mean, been there, done that? You've been on SSI or SSDI? What are you talking about? Is this complex CPTSD Spurg? Yes or no?
It could be.
Yes, I'm Spurg. I didn't answer earlier, and you did. I missed it. I'm sorry. So, okay, why the different account? Why just come under the name I know you as? So, like, oh, it's complex CPTSD Spurg or whatever.
It's confusing.
That's Flying Solo Complex. Or you changed your name. I know. Well, you probably can't get SS. You were talking about SSDI, but he's only 24. He's 20 years younger.
Yeah, wow.
You're only 24, but you could probably get SSI, and you have all those stocks and shit. Well, that would probably affect your SSI, but not, But you live in a different world. I'm not knocking you. You're from a different. Your parents are a different cut than mine. Stocks and bonds. Yeah. My peasant, idiot, retard parents. I mean, they wouldn't know anything about that. Yes. Where are you from, Flying Solo? Which state? Horsehead has a question. Which state?
Yes.
Wait. Last time I spoke to you, you hadn't applied or you're looking into it. Your mother gets SSDI. Is that correct? She was an HR lady with muscular sclerosis. Why can't you get SSI? Oh, you're not diagnosed yet?
No.
Then why would you even apply? How do you know you can get it or not? You shouldn't have applied until you got a diagnosis. Right, but you applied for SSI because you told me, were you diagnosed? I can't remember now. You do go to a place. You told me he goes to a place. His last job was one day at an Amazon fulfillment center. Yeah. But do you have what's your diagnosis again? And what they denied you SSI? But I'm glad you're here because I'm gonna have some questions. We're gonna bring up the next.
See what's what. Yeah.
Right. I'm glad we streamed. I know you're a bit tired. Sometimes drunk and tired is the best way.
Yes.
I always say. Sometimes drunk. You hear me slurring my words. Sometimes drunk and tired is the best way.
Yes, this is.
If you can't finish, I'll take it.
Okay.
We don't want to stream too long.
No,
come on.
Just a little bit.
I'm glad we did. We shared about the car. We're talking SSI, SSDI, Social Security.
Unorthodox.
Yes, these are the streams I live for. Not all this other shit. This is what I live for.
Yes.
Yes, Horse. Horse says he thinks we need UBI, Universal Basic Income. Okay. I agree with you.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
I'm with you.
Thank you.
$1,200 for everyone. Just trying to get $1,200 or $1,300 on SSDI for me is like a nightmare. If they just give it to us, it's like, yeah. Well, Flying Soul says he makes too much money, but I thought you were out of work. How do you, with your stocks and shit, you make too much money? You're not even working right now. Makes too much money. He's not retarded. Well, see, that's a matter of opinion.
Debatable, yeah.
Todd claims he got an SSI just due to an autism diagnosis. What is your diagnosis? He was diagnosed with autism. You're working on more diagnosis now. Okay, yeah. I'll share my diagnosis again in a minute.
Yes.
I was denied the first time after talking to Nig Woman. Well, did you get a phone call? Was it because that's what I'm about to talk about? The Social Security Administration call you. Second time had autism. Well, if you apply too many times, they're more likely to say, he's ready to apply 3 or 4 times, reject him. Well, this is what I'm going to talk about because I'm not sure who you're talking to. No, Totem. Totem says, just give people money every morning. No, just give them your money. You make too much money sitting around playing video games all day in your programming job. We need to tax you higher. You'll still have plenty of money, and we'll just take more of the taxes and give to people like me who really deserve it.
Yes.
What's your new job? You get a new job? Well, hold on. This makes no sense. SSA took forever to get back to you. But so they didn't actually deny you. Yes, if you go back to work while applying, we'll deny you. You didn't even, it's not like SSA, Social Security Administration said, you're denied. So you went back to work. You went back to work before you even got a ruling. So you didn't wait up for the ruling. And by the time, they caught up with you, you were back to work. So they said, well, if you're working again, no. Okay. So if I understand correctly, you didn't even wait for a determination. You went back to work before, while in limbo waiting for determination. He lives in a different world. He's 24 years old. He's all about stock. I admire that. Our parents didn't know anything about that. They were fucking idiot peasant white trash garbage with no concept of any of that shit.
No, they did not.
Oh, you appealed, and by the time you were denied, you appealed. By the time your appeal came through, you were back to work. Or are you working again since the Amazon job? Have you started a new job? You're already. Here's the thing, Complex. We're already, you especially with your, because you got to pay income tax on your earnings and dividends and whatnot, stocks and bonds. You're already paying for women getting knocked up with chads. You're already paying for that.
Yeah.
So don't you worry. If you're paying taxes, you're already paying for that. So please. Exactly. People like me who need it. Exactly. Don't give it to the lazy fucks who could work. Don't give it to the chads. Give it to the spurg retards like me. And you next.
Exactly. Spurg adjacent.
Well, in a way, Horsehead, I hate to say it, you're describing Complex or Flying Solo. He's a rich kid. His mother was in HR. She gets top dollar on SSDI. She gets like $4,000 a month, which is like the top dollar. And he has all these stocks and bonds. Even without working, he makes too much money for Social Security. He's what you're talking about. A rich fuck who probably, it's not a competition, but in theory, someone like me deserves it more than a rich kid with, who's still in his 20s.
Yes.
I'm a poor peasant who's paid my dues for the past 45 years. You're only 24. I commend you for knowing where you stand in life, but you can still pay your dues, work some more. But he was denied because he was working during the appeal. Yeah. Made $50K a year.
Wow.
How did you make $50K? First of all, how did you have $500K at 24 years old?
Yeah,
how are you making it at work, or you're making $50K from your stocks? Did your parents set you up with these stocks when you were a kid? Like, how do you make that kind of money from this is incredible.
Yeah, wow.
I'm not even asking for trading tips. I'm just asking like how do you make all this money? Because if you're already you don't need disability. If you're making $50,000 a year, you don't even fucking need disability. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh my, what the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I'm a little drunk. But that if is a real, that will never be an if for me. That will never, ever be an if for me. I don't even have an if to dream about. And I'm not knocking you. I'm saying if you're 24 years old, you're still young, still physically healthy, haven't had too much trauma yet, and you've got all these connections. If you have that potential, or if you have that theoretical possibility, take it. I'm a middle-aged man. I always wonder why these kids are here in the first place. If you have that potential, keep this in mind for the future, but you're still young enough and have the financial and potential. If you have that potential, utilize it, or at least try before worrying about fucking Social Security. And then if it fails, when you're a bit older in your 30s or 40s, then you can reapply for SSI, SSDI and say, hey, I tried, I failed, but I have more work credits now. If. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying you're putting the horse before the cart in a way. If that's No, I jump ahead. When I get behind, just jump ahead. Repeat. If you said something important, repeat. Could be an if for me if I wage you for 10 years. Well, you're only 24. You'll be, believe me, next thing you know, you're 34. Yeah. Next thing you know, you're 44. Like nothing. I would work another 10 years, get some credits, and if things fall apart, then you have more of a backing when you apply for Social Security. I'm not knocking your trauma. I'm not. I have even more trauma. That's why one of these kids, they have stories that are similar to mine. Yeah, I was there when I was in my 20s. I had that trauma then, plus the trauma in my 30s, and the current trauma. Just wait till you get to where I am. I'm not saying accumulate a bunch of trauma. I'm just saying I have all that. I'm with you. I have all that, and then some. Plus, I'm assuming they're kind of talking amongst themselves. Horses getting political, which is fine.
Yes,
but I'm not going to read every. If you're talking about UBI, talk amongst yourselves. I'm not going to read every fucking comment. If there's something important, do the @occupational click, and I'll see it. Like, see, Totem, broken clock, @Horsehead. He's talking to Horsehead. You can do that. Do @occupational click. I'll just for now, because you guys are talking politics, which is fine. I'm glad to encourage dialogue, but I'm not going to read every aspect of the UBI conversation. Have that with yourselves. I want to pull up my, first 10 years working, and you and Bro C can save 10 to 15 in markets. No, we seem to waste a lot of money on like car wrecks and beer and
Yes.
Well, I might have to work because apparently 50 is the magic number. So it's almost like I can apply again. I might have to wait till I'm 50 years old and have a better statistical odds of getting approved if it comes to that, which would be another 6 or 7 years. You know what I mean? Or 8 years by the time I apply and get approved. But I'm at least closer to it. I feel for you, Complex. I'm just saying you're still a young man. I don't mean that in like I just mean you could still hopefully find a decent-ish job, your parents' connections, even if you have trauma. Maybe it'll be a better job where people don't try to run you over or strangle you like they did with me, or threaten to break your jaw in front of everybody, and the boss goes after you for it. Maybe you'll have at least bet nicer, because when you're working in the shipping job, were you on the docks or in the warehouse, or be honest, were you working?
Office,
You're working in white collar, bureaucratic office jobs. Be honest, because you can maybe get decentish jobs with less hostile work environments. They're like Todd. They can be traumatic, but not my level trauma. If you're in a white collar environment, the woman was a bitch with me. Well, at least nigger bitch and try to run you over. So it's like, you actually, if I were in your shoes, I try to work more at better jobs, not work these shit jobs. Try to at least work at more credit. Maybe I won't work to retirement age and have more credits for SSI or SSDI. The workers would pay more taxes.
I gotta go to bed.
You're that out of it?
Yeah.
You're that? I want you to wait to share my. Okay. Well, that's good because you stayed up late the other. Okay, I'll go to bed too. We'll sleep in. Don't worry about getting up. Sometime tomorrow afternoon, we'll get the tools. We'll head out to get the car. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
You have water?
Yes, I do.
You sure? Okay. I didn't expect him. I thought he'd make it till midnight because it's his night off. I guess. Okay, he's tired. Well, I guess I'm finishing his beer, so I'll finish these beers and call it. Okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you got to see brother. Everyone's always like, "Where's Brother Click? Where's Bro C?" Oh, there he is. Can you hear me? All right. I'm going to ignore the chat for a bit. I'll get back to it. I want to share something. Okay. So. Okay. So I went on Social Security. And what would happen if we look here? I don't know if you can read this or not. On May 6th. Can you see this? May 6th. That's the date I applied. So that was the Wednesday before last, a week ago from yesterday. May 6th, I applied online application. And it tells me nationally, it takes 200 to 230 days for a complete decision. In New Jersey, the average is 150. Okay, that's good, I guess. So it doesn't mean shit, but apparently Jersey is a quicker approval or denial time than other states. So instead of 2 to 230 days, I should expect to wait on average 150 days. Okay, in New Jersey. Okay, they received my application. Cool. Then apparently yesterday, today's the 14th, on the 13th, Social Security conducted a non-medical review of my That's basically where I guess they look over my application. They look over what information they have about me from the IRS, because Social Security keeps track of your earnings per year. They looked over my IRS application. It's funny. When I applied, I had yet to receive my tax refund. So I don't know if the IRS posted my most recent taxes, which would have been last year, 2025. Social Security definitely had 2024 and years back. They didn't have 2025. Maybe it's posted, maybe it hasn't, but it all happened together. The IRS got back to me after May 6th. I applied May 6th. They got back to IRS, did my deposit. I think it was May 11th. And Social Security did their review May 13th. So maybe if IRS had been a little faster, if I'd waited another month, but hopefully the Social Security Administration will get my 2025 tax information. So they conducted a non-medical. So this is nothing to do with my diagnosis or the shrinks or any of that shit. They did a non-medical, which is all like financial and, do you have credits? Yes. I've been working since I was a teenager. I'm in my mid 40s. Yes. Okay. So on May 13th, that's the day they sent me that text. And then it says the next step right here, the DDS, Disability Determination Service, received your application from your local Social Security office on May 13th, same day. The DDS received your application on the 13th after Social Security did their preliminary non-medical review. DDS is now, so apparently it's not Social Security who approves or disapproves you. It's the DDS. And I believe DDS goes by state. So State of New Jersey Disability Determination Service. First step is you apply. Second step is Social Security Administration looks it over and says, is this guy eligible? Is he working? Currently, no. Does he have work credits for SSDI? Yes. Is he poor enough for SSI? Yes. Okay. So financially, he's a contender. We're not determining if he's disabled or not. We're just seeing, because if he had too much money or if he was working or if he didn't have the work credits or whatever, we would just dismiss it. But he's passed our test. He financially, he might qualify. He's in the running. So now they give it to DDS. It's DDS who's going to determine medical eligibility, not Social Security. They have this third party, DDS, Disability Determination Service, determine if I'm disabled. So they sent it off to them. And it says in New Jersey, the average review takes from the DDS 97 days. Okay, that's about three and a half months. Okay, that's not terrible. They're just estimates. Well, then if that, we'll see what happens there. A representative completes a final review application. I'm assuming that's a Social Security representative. We will send you a notice with detailed explanation of our final decision. So as of right now, it's in the hands of the DDS. The DDS. Okay. And then if you want to know about the DDS, I want to share that one too. There's a thing to expand to get more information on the DDS. So let me tell you about the DDS. Okay, this is the DDS. This is step three. Step three. This is the step I'm on. Social Security has said I'm a contender, non-medically. Financially, I'm a contender. They sent it off to this third party DDS. I expanded this. Here's what the DDS does. Remember, 97 days. The DDS is a state agency. Every state has their own DDS. So Social Security is a federal program, but they allow the state's disability service to determine if you're disabled. So it's up to New Jersey to determine if I'm actually disabled. DDS is a state agency that will decide whether you are medically disabled or blind under Social Security. So the state has to determine if I'm disabled under the federal law. DDS will make a medical determination on my application. Remember, I provided all my shrinks, my different peoples, my neuropsych, and even my physical, damage to my ankles. DDS will make a medical determination on your application. Now, I did not upload any medical information. And that's why things are confusing. If the Social Security sent it off to the DDS, then why do I have to talk to the Social Security on July 7th? In theory, it should now be up to the DDS. So Social Security said you're a contender. They gave it to DDS, this third party, goes to DDS, but I'm still going to talk to Social Security on July 7th. I don't get that. That's what I want to ask Complex or whatever is it, Flying Away, whatever his name is. I'm not reading the chat. I'm reading this. So we'll talk about that. So I have a phone call in July with Social Security, the federal, but Social Security, the federal, has already given it to the state DDS to determine if I'm disabled or not. So I don't get that. DDS will make a medical determination. This is not the final decision. Even that's not the final decision. So if DDS says you're not disabled, that's the end of it. If DDS, the third party, says, yes, you are disabled, then it goes back to Social Security. So it's like a video game. I'm on the next. I gotta beat the DDS level. If I fail there, that's the end of the game. If I pass the DDS third party level, that's not the end of the video game. I go to the next board where I gotta fight the Social Security again. But anyway, this is not the final decision on your claim. No benefits will be awarded. at the completion of the medical. Yeah, it's just a medical determination. So now Social Security says you're financially eligible. Now goes to DDS. DDS might say no, and that ends it. Ends the video game. DDS might say yes, you're medically approved, but then I go back to Social Security. Additional technical factors. Additional technical factors must be reviewed before any benefits can be awarded. I'm assuming they should clarify. I'm assuming they mean reviewed by Social Security. Technical factors. That's if I get through the DDS disability determination. If I get through the third party level, the next level is technical factors. Once assigned for medical review, a disability examiner or DDS representative may contact you if additional information is needed or if we need to schedule a medical exam. But who's we? If we, Social Security needs an exam or DDS, it's very vague. DDS representative might contact me, or if we, Social Security, needs to schedule an exam. I don't know how that works. If DDS is determining my medical eligibility, what if DDS says we're not sure, Social Security will order an exam? I don't know. But I do know Social Security wants to talk to me on July 7th, unrelated to this DDS. I don't know why. If Social Security sent it off to DDS, then why does Social Security want to talk to me in July when I'm still under review by DDS, which could take, on average, 97 days in New Jersey, probably longer, but they claim, if it's going to take me, May, June, July, sometime in like September before I hear back from the DDS, why am I talking to Social Security in July? I don't know. Please respond timely to any requests. But yeah, they requested a phone. I'm going to have that phone interview on July 7th, which I believe is a Tuesday. Let me check here. Yes, it's a Tuesday, like a month and a half from now. So, okay. Oh, did I not share that? Did I fail to share screen? My stupidity. Well, you heard all that. Here's what I was talking about. DDS received application May 13th. May 6th, I uploaded to SSA, Social Security Administration. May 13th, they requested a phone call in July, and they sent this to the third-party DDS. In New Jersey, the average review takes 97 days. Can you see this all now? 97 days. I didn't realize I wasn't on. Timeframes or estimates. DDS is a state agency, not Social Security, which is federal. State agency that will decide whether you're medically disabled or blind. DDS will make a determination. If they say no, that ends it. If they say yes, you're disabled, that's not necessarily that. If DDS says no, game over. DDS says yes, off to the next level, the next board in the video game, which is back to Social Security. Because this is not the final decision on your claim. No benefits will be awarded at completion of DDS. There might be technical factors. Yeah, so if I get through the DDS level, if I pass, the next level afterwards is back to Social Security for technical factors. Technical factors. And I might get contacted by a DDS medical examiner, or we, presumably Social Security, might want me to go for a medical exam. Do we see all that? Makes sense? It's all right. Oh. $97 days. You got to pass the DDS exam. If you don't, it's game over. If you do, well, you come back to Social Security and there may be can you see this? Do you see my mouse, my cursor? Technical factors. So we'll go from there. Technical factors. Technical. But I wanted to share that with y'all because no one ever else shared it. You're welcome, doggo. Your lawyers won't tell you that. Todd, I don't fully blame him. It's been 10 or 12 years, or whatever the fuck it is, 10, 11 years. I don't fully blame him, but no one actually spelled things out. I'm a Spurg who likes things spelled out. Am I spelling it out? I know a fucking asshole in Sweden or Norway is not going to care, or a guy who's, working a nice cush job, getting paid six figures to sit around and stream on the job isn't going to care. But for the few of you who might care, now I haven't been reading chat. I'm not going to go back and read chat. So starting here, if there's anything you want to tell me, I'm not going back and reading anything. Tell me here on if there's anything you want to talk about. Flying solo, complex CPTSD Spurg. I hope you gained something from that. Horse said, I'm not going to read you can talk to each other, but I'm not going to read all that. So no, I'm not going to read every bit of chat. There's something important, say it. Possibly. Bob, you're asking it would be a medical exam, would be a psych evaluation, possibly, but I also threw in the limited mobility, so they might want to. Who knows? They might want both. You never know. Ah, yes, horse. If only I knew how busy you were. Ah, yes, working like a dog, stocking shelves for minimum wage, hoping you get run over. Lift, lug. Yes, it's challenging. Working men like us. Yes. Oh, communications director. Why didn't you say so? That's one of the hardest jobs in the world. You poor man. The broken clock. Yes, Totem. Horsehead is busy sending useless emails, quote unquote, touching base. You are a broken clock. That's why I love having you around. I do still love you. Every now and then, no offense, Horse, but that's well said. Yes, sending useless emails, quote unquote, touching base. Well said, Totem. Well, I'm not, but that's probably what we'll be back to soon enough if I have to get a job again. I'll be back to it. And now I'm even more physically limited. I'll probably still have the same social problems because they don't go away. So don't you worry, Horse, in due time. Unless you want to get me a job, I'll move to Washington. If you get me a cush job, you can be my boss. I won't make as much as you, but I'll make more than I do now. Just sit in an office, and when people get a little mean or nasty, I'll say, Horse, this lady's being mean to me. And you'll say, don't worry, OC. I got your back. You're fired, Agnes. Yeah, we can do that if you want. I'm open to that. I'll move for that. If you get me a nice living wage, my brother and I will move out to Washington State. Why the fuck not? I'll give up on neat bucks. I'll take your offer. Find me a job. Pull those strings. Yes, Chad always wins. Chad cannot stop winning. The flying solo, did you learn anything? Yeah, we don't seem to last. Well, we suffer in hostile shit job. My shrink calls them Joe Everyman environments. We don't make it in corporate. Yeah, you're correct. I'm unfit to work. Not because I'm lazy, because I'm chased out every fucking job I do. But Rafterman, if I had Horsehead as my social protector, then it could work. So it's up to Horsehead to offer me this job. You know, I'm not picky. It would be 6 figures. Give me a nice living wage. And if something goes wrong, you know, people say he's a fucking asshole, this OC guy. Horse can just fire them flat out. Correct, Millennial Tomb. It never begins from any spurge. You're absolutely right. Horsehead says, I'm not going to deny that it's a Chad job, but it's definitely not cush. Well, it's cusher than any non-Chad shit minimum wage job, physical labor. And, you know, if you got it because you're a Chad, you can get me as Chad, you can get me an in. Even though I'm an ugly spurg who wouldn't get it otherwise, you can use your Chad powers to get me in. I notice you're not addressing this. Okay. Well, I'm getting kind of hungry. The other day, I got a ride to physical therapy by this medical company. They never came to pick me up. They told me 1 hour, 2 hours went by to call my brother. I was like, fuck this. Last time, because it's through the car insurance, they got me a lift, you know, LYFT. It was great. I don't know why this fucking company showed up. And it was my brother picked me up. I called, I politely complained. They said, okay. I said, next time, get me a lift. And then we went to the diner. But I was kind of full. So I'm going to get I got a BLT club. I'm going to eat something. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and we'll see if I still got a lot of beer to drink, or I can just end it now. You guys figure out what you're doing. Yeah, we each got an order of mozzarella sticks. So I filled it. My brother and I, we had mozzarella sticks. Which, appetizer was filling. Then I think he got a turkey club. I got a BLT club, and I ate half of it. This is the other half, and I ate the French fries. This is the remainder. The fries I might throw in the air fryer, fry them up, but they look like they were delicious yesterday. They're never good the second day. They're all soggy. I could try to save them, but they're probably garbage. But I'm kind of hungry, so now it's time for me to eat some BLT club. I felt not enough bacon, too much tomato and bread. But want to watch me eat? What are we talking about? No, I'm glad I shared. I showed you the car I want to buy. Maybe. It's kind of good. I applied for SSDI or SSI. I applied for Social Security Disability when I did because now they're going to want bank statements. So if I spend this money on a car, which I need and which can help us move, by the time I have this phone call in July, I'll have very little money in my bank. So maybe it works out. Maybe it's the universe is pointing me to buy a car. Here, I'll mute so you don't hear my obnoxious chewing. It's a little cold and soggy. Let's see how long it takes. It's a BLT club sandwich. Do you have these in Australia? It's called the club sandwich, and they cut it triangularly. And this is I had half the French fries. I think you call them chips. French fries, and half of this plus mozzarella sticks. This is the remainder we brought home. This is my dinner tonight. Yeah, several streams ago, this isn't a secret. I've been walking. I find I can't walk the way I used to. Hopefully, I improve more. Maybe not 100%, but I want to get better. I keep asking the physical therapist, have I plateaued or will I at least get, I know I'm never going to be 100%, but like my brother, he's walking normally. I'm like, 10 paces behind, 20 paces behind. 30. He's walking normally. And the more he walks, the farther behind I fall. I ever be able to walk around normally again. But yes, I've been walking now. I've shared it on stream. You others can vouch. You've seen me walk. No? It's good, but it's too bready. Too much bread. They should put more bacon. It's too bready. Okay, so, well, if that's the case, Social Security Administration, flying solo, complex PTSD Spurg says, Social Security Administration wanted bank statements a whole year in advance prior to the exam. I understand, but I could try to explain I was working. Now I'm not, because imagine, let's say you're applying for something like a physical disability. I was fine. Then all of a sudden I had an aneurysm. Well, for 8 or 9 months of the year before my aneurysm, I was fine. Of course I had income, but now I'm fucked up and can never work again. So I'm not worried about that. What they said they wanted, according to the letter, was they wanted a bank statement or a checkbook. But if they want more, I got to imagine, because if someone becomes disabled suddenly, their earnings earlier that year would be pre-disability. So. Yeah, but hold on. A couple problems. Flying solo, you're 24 years old. So how much earnings did you have? But I guess you also had your stocks and bonds. Plus, if you sent them in, if you mailed them in to your local office, because I know on the internet it says you can upload. So, but either way, if you mail them, how would they know what you look like? If you're mailing them into your local office, how would they even know what you look like? You're saying you were denied because you were ugly. How would they even fucking know what you look like if you're mailing them in? I'm dead serious. I wobble, I hobble, and it's kind of depressing because even though I suck, like today, I'm good. I can hobble along, okay? I'll pay for it tomorrow. I'm worried now because I did a lot of walking today, poorly, but walked. It seems like the next day I pay for it. It's like I can hobble around one day, the next day I'm in super pain. Then like the day after I can hobble around. It's like I need like day on, day off. But we got to go settle this car tomorrow. I don't know if you were paying attention earlier. We got to go down to this impound lot and settle the car situation. So I got no choice. I'll be walking. Yeah, I hobble and I wobble. And it seems I can hobble around one day. Day number 2, I'm laid out. And then day 3, I can hobble again. It takes me a full day. 1 day walking equals 1 day recovery. I am a Forest Finn. Me and dog pill supremacy. Yes, I belong. I'm like one of these quasi Finn, quasi Karelian, quasi Laplander, quasi Scandinavian. Mixed mutt garbage people living in the hinterlands of Scandinavia or thereabouts. Yes, I look it. I know. I look the part, don't I? Okay, but the shrink lady, was she with your DDS, your state's DDS? Was she with Social Security? Was she your personal shrink? Who was this? Was this an appointment? And if it was an appointment, who sent you there? Social Security or the DDS? Or did you not get to the DDS? Because I got to imagine what I've just explained. You apply to Social Security. You must have gotten past the eligibility part, non-medical eligibility part to be in the running, and they sent you off to your DDS. So was this a DDS shrink, or maybe more specific? Who was this MILF shrink who denied you? Bob Smith, Millennial Tomb. You didn't answer my question. Or if you did, I didn't see it. Do you have club sandwiches in Australia? And do you call them club sandwiches? I was curious. I know what we call French fries. You call chips, I believe. Chips. We call these French fries. Do you have club sandwiches? And do you call them club sandwiches? You never answered. But your question to Complex is, do you have any clues as to why she denied you? He said because he's ugly, which might play into it. But was there any more explanation given? You think, okay, maybe it was an SSA, or maybe SSA is the one who contacts you on behalf of the DDS. But did you see what I brought up? I'll bring it up again. They seem to be implying that after SS says you're in the running, it goes to DDS, a state agency that will decide whether you're medically disabled. DDS will make a medical determination. Once assigned for medical review, a disability examiner or DDS representative may contact you, which seems to imply that the person you go to is with the DDS, and then they provide that information back to Social Security. Additional information is needed, or if we, who's we? Social Security. So they say you might hear from DDS, or if we need to schedule a medical exam. So I'll have to ask them, is it the DDS or Social Security when I do this phone call with SSA? Fries taste like shit. I'm going to throw them in the air fryer. I'll throw them in the air fryer. They're soggy. They're shitty. I said to my brother, I was going to fold. I'm like, I really want to finish these yesterday. I said, I really want to finish these tonight because it'll taste like shit tomorrow. They were really good last night. You do have club sandwiches in the okay. So yeah, BLT club. Yeah, it's delicious. Yeah, a little too. That was too bready. I feel like they didn't fill it up enough. They could have had more bacon, maybe a little more lettuce. Could put some mayonnaise on it. Tomato was okay. It was a little too bready, but yeah. I guess that's I'm hoping Jersey. Although I looked online, according to AI, Internet AI, Jersey is not one of the easier states to get approved in, but it is a blue state, and it looks like the Turner, if they're correct, says determination time is shorter in Jersey than it is in other places. So I'm going to throw these in the air fryer. You talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I'm walking on sunshine. Hey, doesn't it feel good? Hey, I can't really hop. And we do this balancing act in therapy. I'm supposed to do this on both. Go like this, keep one leg up. I'm supposed to I can use it. So see how long I can go without falling. And I'm better on the left than I am the right. But even here, I'm kind of wobbling. My left foot right now, my left foot is wobbly. I'm supposed to do this for 30 seconds. And then I switch to the right. I'm supposed to do 3 or 4 rounds, 30 seconds, rest, 30 seconds. And the more I do it, the harder it gets. And the right is almost impossible. If I stand on the right, I'm lifting my left leg, standing on the right foot. So to let go. I have this here like a table to grab onto. Let go. See how I can't make it? I'm falling over. I can't balance on the right for more than a couple seconds. And I still, the therapist said to me, throw away your wheelchair. And she's probably right. It's just, I don't use the wheelchair on the house anymore. I hobble. I got my cane. This is basically my captain's chair at the computer. I told her it's so comfy because, it's big, it's wide, you feel protected. And my brother said, yeah, plus it's a heavy thing. You're not afraid it's going to fall over. If you lean back, it's not going to, it's just, I know it sounds silly. It's nice to have a wheelchair just as a sitting down chair. I've gotten used to, it's almost like an office chair. It doesn't swivel, but it's nice and wide. I got plenty of ass space. There's still plenty of room, but you're, so I like it. Okay. Where was I? I still have my old insurance from work that expires in, I think, July, which is the secondary for what isn't covered by car insurance. But yeah, even though I don't have the car anymore and the plan has expired, the accident happened while I was still covered. So yes, and there's going to come a point where they cut off. They're only going to pay up to a certain amount. There'll be a cutoff date. Hopefully it's after I finish my physical therapy. So it will cut off eventually. But yes, it's mostly the car insurance and any secondary from my last job's insurance. And then I'm going to have insurance on either. But yes. Yeah, it wasn't full coverage with the car. It was a liability. In New Jersey, it's mandatory. You must. I don't have a choice. So I guess it was good. I was forced. I had to buy liability insurance. You had no choice. In New Jersey, you have to. Now I'm worried if I do buy a car, before I buy it, I've got to get insured. I got to go. Like I said, I'm insured in this car. Let me come back with it. This is how it works. You go to the fucking agent or you go online. You buy a plan, pay for it. You go back. I'm insured. Now you can buy the car. If the car sells in the meantime, or you change your mind, you don't want the car, then you gotta go back and cancel the plan. You gotta buy insurance before you buy the car. But you gotta know what car you're buying so they can insure you for it. So it's a back and forth. So if I say if I tell them, yes, I want this Subaru Legacy wagon. I want this thing. I gotta get the information for it. Then go to the insurance agent, get a quote, buy a plan, then go back and buy the car. Anything can happen in the meantime. They could sell the car in the interim. I might change my mind and not want it. I might get denied insurance now that I've been in this accident. I don't know. So I can't even buy this car. Oh, my fries are done already. I only put them for about 10 minutes. So I'll leave this up. You can look at it. Tell me what you think. There we go. I got some ketchup. What is this? A lot of beer. My brother poured a lot of beer. If he was that out of it, that's the thing with my brother. He doesn't speak up. It's like an onion layer. He could have said, "Oh, I'm feeling a little tired." He'll do that. He won't say anything. He'll try to act. He's like my mother in that regard. He should have said, "I'm getting a little tired. Just pour half or don't pour a whole." He gave me no warning. But I'm glad we stream because streaming seems to tire him out. So I'm glad. I said because his last day off, Monday night into Tuesday, he was up to like 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, buddy, enjoy your time off. I get it, but you worked all day. Why are you still awake? I can't sleep. When we stream, it makes him tired. Good. We can fall asleep. I air fried these, the remainder of the French fries. Not bad. I couldn't find the ketchup. Like, where do you put the fucking ketchup? It was buried in the back of the fridge. Dig out the ketchup. Tastes a little. I don't like this air fryer. I bought a little cheapo air fryer. It tastes like plastic and shit. I saw one I really like. It's glass. I want to use that, but it's like this tastes like plastic. It tastes like they're cooked okay, but it's like the plastic. Well, timing belts can be changed. That's not a problem. I need a vehicle. That one looks like it's roomy enough to move shit, like garbage and shit. Carfax, yes, doggo, Carfax. Well, usually these places that sell them, a private citizen, you got your own Carfax. A lot of these places, these car lots and shit, they will provide a Carfax. They'll give it to you. Oh, Bob, I forgot. How do I see that? I forgot. How do I see that video of you and Dumb meeting up? You and James? How do I see that? These aren't bad. We're okay. Bob Smith asked you a question. I'll look it up now. How do I see that video of your meetup with James and Donna? You know, I walk away and you guys are chatting away. I come back and it's silent. Bob, I asked you a question. Millennial Tomb, wake up. You're actually worse than flying solo or CPTS. I'll ask a question. It takes you don't answer. I got asked it 5 times. I asked a simple question. You're trying to post a link. Just what is it? It's on your. Is it on? I can go to your. Is it on your channel, or we can find it through your channel? You answer slowly, and I appreciate your answers. But the last time I had to ask several times, and you said you were away taking a bath or whatever. Well, he can just describe how to find it. Is it on, do I go to his YouTube channel? He can be a bit more, you know. Yeah, I think it's a decent price, $3,000. I'll have to see. It's going to be a shit car. I'm not going to get like some brand new car. I can't afford it. This is within my range. Whenever I eat a greasy meal, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm a slob, but even if I like my forehead and my cheeks, especially I feel I'm gonna just put alcohol in it. It comes through my pores. I've always had. It's probably why I look so youthful. I've always had very greasy skin. I can feel it. It's because that bad acne, which added to my ugliness from the time I was a fucking child. I had childhood acne into my early 20s. I think growing a beard cured my acne. I still get very greasy. Doesn't have to, French fries doesn't have to touch my face. Just eating it, digesting it, it's like it comes out the pores. Anyone else relate? Or is that just me? Odyssey. Okay. We're about on Odyssey. Give us a, on Odyssey. If I go to Odyssey right now, is how you spell it? I think it's this channel. Hold on. Okay. Odyssey. And where do I go from here? We don't have to watch. I'm not going to watch the whole thing on stream, but let's see if we can locate it. I'm on Odyssey. How do I find you on Odyssey? Oh, good. Maybe it's a Spurg thing. Maybe the greasy, eating greasy food, greasy pores is tied with the Spurg gene. You never know. Or maybe just something we have in common. Hey, I remember about, okay, let's go back in time. If we go back in time, circa 2001, 2002, I was out in the Midwest, and I fooled around with this older lady who was like an HR bitch, and she told me she wanted to have a kid, but her husband shot blanks, and I don't remember much of it, but who knows? You never know. Stranger things have happened. Brisbane River Fire. Well, that can leave a lot of things. Brisbane. Am I spelling it right? Briz 1A, 1E. Okay. Oh, look at this. I see Bob Smith.
Now we're at the Afterglow. So
now this is an hour long, so I'll peruse it at my leisure. We're not going to watch it now, but yes, now I found it. I found it. For those who want it, Is it okay if I share the link? I'll share the link. I can share a link, I think. I think I can share a link. Odyssey.com/@BobSmith:8/ Brisbane River Fire. Okay, that doesn't matter. Is your account @BobSmith:8, or is the :8 specific to this video? I don't know. Wait, why does it say part 2? Why are we missing parts 1, 3, and 5? 4, I know, was just a bunch of blackness. You got drunk. There's part 1, not here. This is part 2. Part 3, I know part 4 was a bust, and there's a part 5, so we're missing several parts. But yes, there it is. There it is. Odyssey, odyssee.com/@BobSmith:8. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. If I were to get rid of all of this. Okay, so this is okay. So your channel is @BobSmith:8. You need that :8, I think. Let's find out. Yep, because if you just do okay. Oh, see, I did @BobSmith. It added a :F. Look at that. Okay, it adds. So we need. There are several Bob Smiths. You're @BobSmith:8. There we go. So there we go. Let me share that. Here is Bob Smith's Odyssey. You go to Odyssey, odysse.com/ not just Bob Smith, @BobSmith:8. And there you will find, for those who are interested in seeing it, I will watch it. I'm not going to watch it now because it'll tie up an hour, but I'm definitely want to peruse that. So thank you for re-uploading. Thank you for sharing. I'd like to see that. We're part of a special club, you and me and my brother. You, me, my brother, Todd, McHenry Cruiser, Molasses Cookies, and Donna. We're part of that special club. Internet people who got to meet James in real life. Doesn't it feel special, Bob? You know, once you've met him in real life, it changes your perspective. You can know who he is online. Meeting him in the flesh, breathing him in, feeling him, touching him, it changes your whole life. It does. Donna agrees. My brother agrees. Even McHenry Cruiser was saying, "Whoa, I can't believe it! I met Tom and everything." So yeah, it changes your life forever, for better or worse, to be determined. Yes. Hey, is that because I remember when I went to go see him, we were gonna have KFC, and he was fumbling around. I said, "Just get a fucking cheeseburger." Is that why you picked KFC, or is that just a coincidence? Did you say, "Oh, you and OC didn't go to KFC, so we'll go," or is that just pure coincidence? Because he and I were going to go to the KFC, and it was a bust. He said, "Fuck it," and we went to the diner. I'm curious, was that just pure coincidence, or that was, let's go to KFC? You got to accomplish what I never did. Kudos. We all got, if anyone wants to watch it, we all got Bob Smith's odyssey.com/@BobSmith:8. Ah, yes. Maybe he really went. No, see, when I went to go see him, he hadn't eaten for 2 days, he said, any real food, just Dollar General pizzas. I said, all right, fuck KFC. Let's just go to a goddamn sit-down diner, get a fucking cheeseburger. I'm glad, in the long run, I'm glad we did. But, KFC's nice too. But no, it's not quicker. I haven't said whether we sit in the KFC or we just go. That's part of it too. I said we can order from this kiosk and sit here. It's going to take just as long. We went to the diner. Yes, no, it's not. It's never going to be quicker. Even it's true in any country. Yeah, you will wait for your food. Yes, the Colonel told me himself. Actually, I'm sorry, I lost. Here it is. At Bob Smith. I'll bring up him. I just want to see where's Bob Smith himself. Now, Odyssey doesn't load as quickly as YouTube does. Are you in the video? Wait, did you take it down? I'm jumping ahead. It's not. Let me jump ahead. Do we get to actually see you, or are you behind the camera the whole time? Do we get to actually see you, Robert?
Oh, that's fine. That's yours, and me. Okay.
How come James seems a lot happier to be with you than he was with me? And don't say it's because Donda was with him. I know the truth.
Let's try a Dutch pancake.
Is this you? I'm jumping ahead. This thing is slow. I'm jumping ahead. A Dutch pancake. This seems interesting. I'll have to watch it, find the parts. Maybe I'll upload it on my channel with your permission, so people can see it on YouTube. Because I don't think Dumb re-uploaded
Andrew Tate.
Well, that's pretty popular these days.
Well, like Andrew Tate. That's
Well, you got the blue pill, the red pill.
yeah, that's what you do.
Never heard of the green pill?
I see someone, this blonde guy. Is this you in the leather jacket? How did I get this?
That's
Well, you got. But anyway, yeah, he'll move it. And now.
Gen Z women that are pink pill.
Ben Zed. Oh, you really are
Let's get a
Australian.
head
You guys.
tattoo. Tim says.
That's
Can I
you.
get a head tattoo of hair?
And I can't really see you, but I'm getting like a Billy Idol look.
Never heard of the green pill?
That's
In the midnight hour, cried more, more.
Yeah.
With a rebel
Never heard
yell,
all the
dumb
rape,
scream, more,
personally.
more. Ow! In the midnight hour, James,
God pill.
more. With a rebel
Hey, chat,
yell.
all on the forest.
All right, we'll look into this later. I'll look into that later. Yes, he is. He's gaining weight. Yes, he is. Oh, you've seen it already. You knew where this was. You didn't share it with me, or you saw it back when it was on. I'll watch it at my own leisure, and maybe I'll re-upload it on my channel so we can have this magical moment shared forever. Was it like my visit where it was all lovey-dovey and I was putting my hands all over him and smelling him? And should I be jealous? Well, I'll watch it later. Okay. Have we accomplished all there is to accomplish? I still got, look at all this beer. Had my brother told me I'm feeling tired, I want to go to bed the next day, I would have said, fine. He doesn't do that. He waits. He doesn't tell me shit. In fact, I said to him, I said, hey, buddy, with your new insurance with this job through the union, you're going to need another dental appointment. You had one, back last October. He's like, I don't know. Was it April? I'm like, I said, well, you must be due. It's been about 6 months. Well, they called me a few days. I'm like, why didn't you tell me? So I looked it up. I typed it in the note. He saw the dentist back in October. He's good every 6 months. And I said to him, if it were me, I would have said, when was I there last? They have it on the computer. You heard. I would say, okay, so it's every 6 months with insurance. I wouldn't think to ask that. It's like a fucking onion layer with my brother. He should have told me he was too tired for all this. So now I don't want to waste it. I'm going to drink it. Do I drink it in front of y'all or do I just get off and drink it? I don't know. You tell me. I still got mine. I'm sipping slowly. I'm not going to waste this. You can't refrigerate beer. It'll go flat. I wish he had said something, but it's okay. It's okay. He's like that. Brother Click needs me, even though I'm a fucking leech in a drain. Part of him needs me, not because of codependency, because some things, I hate to say it, there's some things he like just come natural to me. Like, when was my last dentist appointment? Okay, insurance is every 6 months. I think of these things. So I had to do it with my fucking father, and I took over my mother's bullshit. He doesn't think like that because I'm the oldest. It fell on me. So I understand, but I'm trying to teach him. But yeah, and he didn't tell me I'm getting too fucking tired. Don't pour another beer. He's like, sure, another beer. Hey, oh, I gotta go to bed now. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I thought he'd be good till like midnight-ish. He went to bed before. I was like, oh. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Which is strange because James, to his credit, and this coming from a Spurg who's bad with people, James never struck me as hostile or threatening. It's one of the few reasons I actually liked him when Todd suggested him and I started watching him. He never struck me as, he might be like, oh, this OC weirdo guy, but he never actually showed it outright. He was very much a good host. You really have no reason to be scared around him or afraid or ashamed or anything. He's very much, Hey, how old are you again? You're about 40, right? You're not that young. How old are you, Bob? I can understand maybe if you're in your 20s, you're intimidated by this middle-aged man or creeped out by a middle, but you're around our age. He's nothing dumb as, and maybe it's an American Australian thing. Dumb is nothing to be. I mean, this is a compliment. He's a genuinely decent person. You don't have to be afraid around him. I like meeting him. Even if he secretly hated me, he didn't show it. So no, I don't want to be. We all have our faults. I'm just like, if you knew you wanted to go to bed within 10 minutes, why did you ask me to pour a fucking jug of beer? It's little things. I'm a total fuck up. The few things, that's why I'm hard on him. The few things I get right, I'm amazed he doesn't. It's like, I'm a fuck up. You're higher than I am. Therefore, anything you can do, anything I can do as a fuck up, you should be able to do. In reality, I'm a fuck up. He does most things right. But the few things I get right, and that's why I'm amazed. I'm like, I'm not even a criticism of him, just like, I'm a fuck up. How is it that I'm getting this aspect right and you're not? That's what surprises me. I figure I wouldn't have to go through, I'm the fuck up. I shouldn't have to have fuck up. Yes, that's what I was saying, Bob, which is why I'm curious why you were so nervous around him. Was it because you're 40? Yeah. Was it because Donna was there? Were you really nervous about Donna, or because the man was with his woman? What made you nervous when meeting Dumb? That's true. The tiredness probably comes on all at once. Yes. And I've noticed with him, and that's why when Todd came on, Todd was like, I see more similarities between, Todd sees between himself and Bro C. And it's true. I get tired streaming, but I can go for a few hours. My brother, an hour, even if he feels awake, about an hour or so of streaming, he starts yawning. He's like Todd in that regard. He's only good for about an hour. So when people are like, where's Bro C? It's like, well, he and I can't really stream for hours on end because he gets tired. So I think that's why when he was off last Tuesday for a personal day, he was up really late Monday. And I said, listen, I know I'm home every day. You need your off time. I get it. But you got up at 5. They had him going in earlier. I said, on Monday, you got up at like 5 in the morning because they wanted you there early. You got up early Monday morning. Now it's Monday night into Tuesday. You're off, but it's fucking 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning. You come down for 2 more beers. You can drink, but what time are you going to bed? 4 or 5? You're going to be up for 24 hours? What the fuck? Oh, I can't sleep. As soon as we stream, within an hour, he's falling asleep. So maybe I should have said, I should have streamed Monday night so he'd fall asleep quicker. James is NT. He's a failed normie. He's not normal, but I agree. I don't think he's a spurg or any kind of neurodivergent. Correct. He's a failed normie who finally found his woman later in life. James is neurotypical, says Flying Solo. I agree. Of course, he talks normal around people. NT men who cry get sex. Autistic men don't cry when sad or lonely. And women hate that more than... Yeah, I don't cry. And I don't know if it's because my father, when I was a little boy, would scream, don't cry, don't cry. If it was that, or if it just, I get sad and depressed, but I've lost maybe I could tear up if I'm really sad, but I've lost it's not even about shame. I've lost the ability to cry like a little child. I can't do it anymore. Oh, you're like that with everyone. I see, Robert. Oh, well, I can answer this. Bob Smith recently got a diagnosis, and I believe they gave him, was it autism? And you want to go for other things? He was recently diagnosed. Flying, what were you diagnosed with? I'll pull up my diagnosis. Let's all share our diagnoses because I forget. Let's share our diagnoses. Hold on, let me find my diagnosis. Here's me's. Okay. And Bob, you left a comment on my last video. Did I get like a world health diagnosis? The answer is I don't believe so. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know what these numbers mean. You see these numbers, 299.0, parentheses F8 4.0. I don't know what the hell these number means. I thought it was, what's that book called? Whatever that exam book. I can't remember what it's called now. Whatever. I thought these were somehow like, or U.S. government number. I don't know what these numbers mean. If anyone knows, please share. I don't think I got a World Health Organization diagnosis, but I'm not sure. I don't know. This is what they gave me. I don't know what these numbers mean. It's not praxis. What do they call it? What is that medical book diagnostic, the DS3 or whatever? And I know they're slightly different in different countries. The American DS3 were autism, Asperger's, PDD-NOS, high functioning, we're all rolled into one. I assume these numbers, these axis numbers, I should research it more, had to do with the DS3 manual. If they are World Health Organization numbers, I wouldn't know. Nothing specifically said World Health diagnosis. So this is what I have. Autism, ADHD. This one I'm not sure of. The alcohol use disorder, mild, maybe. I would say very, very light, almost non-existent. They say mild. That one, maybe it's not accurate. All right, and then PTSD, GA, and avoidant. That's what I have. What do you guys have again? Were you officially diagnosed? You've probably told me. I've forgotten. We'll get it straightened out now. Okay. Neurodiverse level 2 autism. Is that what it says? Neurodiverse? It tells you you're neurodiverse and it calls it. See, I didn't get any levels. I didn't think they use levels in the USA. Maybe they do. I don't know what these levels are. Is one better than, like the higher the level, the less functioning, and where's your World Health Organization score? Did you get one? So you're neurodiverse. Does it actually say neurodiverse? And your level 2 autism, do you have a World Health score? Because you were asking me about that. Okay, so complex PTSD spurt, aka Flying Solo 12. You don't know yet. You have, is that autism spectrum disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and major depressive disorder. You've actually, no, you have, or you've been diagnosed. Don't just say I have. You've been diagnosed with those things, or you suspect you have those things. That's what I'm asking. Have you been officially diagnosed by a priest or priestess in the what I call the Church of Modern Medicine? It's like a church. The Church of Modern Medicine, the priest or priestess give you that special holy piece of paper. Do you have that? You're supposed to know everything today, but your doctor was sick, so it got moved back 2 weeks. Okay, so do you know anything yet, or you're just speculating you have those things? Did the priest give you, DSM-5, whatever it is? Those are the reference numbers. I don't know, what's parentheses F? I don't get it, but yeah, I didn't get a WHO World Health number. Did you get a World Health number? And what's the difference between level 1, 2, 3? What am I? What would you guess I am? Am I level 1? If I got diagnosed in Australia, would I be level 1, level 2, level 3? You had sex, Chads don't. No, answer my question. You can talk to each other, but do you have any official piece of paper or none whatsoever? Flying Solo. You're not answering my question. Solo, you're pissing me off. They hate ugly males. You didn't answer my damn question. You said you're waiting for your doctor, but were you previously diagnosed officially, or you have no diagnosis whatsoever? Because if you've been previously diagnosed, why are you seeking a second diagnosis? Because sometimes a second diagnosis can undo the first. If the first said you have ASD, the second might say, no, he doesn't. It can undo it. Or do you not have a diagnosis? You just think you have these things. You haven't answered my question. Will this asshole please answer my question? I've just shared my fucking diagnosis for the fucking 15th time. And we know that now that Millennial Tomb / Bob Smith has neurodiverse. Did it say neurodivergent or neurodiverse? Does it actually say that in Australia? He is level 2. He didn't answer my question with his WHO score. He asked me in the comments last stream, I'm curious, did you get a World Health Organization score? The answer is, I don't believe so. Did you? Why is no one answering me? Why am I looking at a fucking horse head? Well, answer it again. I'm asking again. Now I'm paying attention. You can't answer when I'm going through this and reading this. I'm not paying attention to chat. Now I'm paying attention to chat. You can repeat. Repeat. Repitan, por favor. Repitan, por favor. Por favor. Por favor. I said por favor. In the midnight hour, she cried, mo, mo, mo. With a rebel yell. I didn't really get a good look at you, Bob, but you kind of look like, all I saw was a black leather jacket and some like dyed yellow hair. I got a Billy Idol vibe. You look like, people tell you look like Billy Idol. Now I'm going to picture you like Billy Idol. Hot in the city tonight, hot in the city, hot shit. I just closed it. I want to pull up a picture of Billy Idol. There it is. New York, I'm hot in the city tonight. Is this what you look? This is from the glimpse I caught. This is what Bob Smith kind of looks like to me. I saw like a black or leather jacket with like dyed yellow hair. Okay, so Bob, it gave you, what did your diagnosis say? I just shared mine. What did it say? Does it actually say he's neurodiverse or neurodivergent? It says that. It actually uses that ND term. And it gives you a level of autism. Does it give you a DSM or whatever your equivalent is number? And then it gives you a HUDAS 2.0 score, mild, moderate, severe, extreme. I scored severe. Well, what was your score with the HUDAS? I don't think I got a HUDAS. Tell me more about your Australian diagnosis. Okay, I'm looking. Flying Solo, you haven't answered my fucking question. I answered it before. If you could take the time to write, I answered it before. You can take the time to type it again, you piece of shit. Now you're pissing me off. You didn't answer my goddamn question. Were you ever diagnosed with anything before? Yes or no? Any official diagnoses beforehand? Or is this your first official go-round? You didn't answer my fucking question. If you did, I didn't see it, which means you didn't answer it. Hot in the city tonight. Yeah, this is now how I picture you, Bob. I picture if I met you in real life, you'd look like Billy Idol. You'd be like a shy Billy Idol. See, that's a good question. Complex is asking Little Tomb, has he ever worked or were you permanent neat forever? Level 2 seems acceptable. Okay, that's a good question, but my question was good too, and you didn't answer it. You took the time to say, I answered already without answering. Enough. You're pissing me off. Hey, now you're starting to piss me off. Seem like a nice enough guy, but I don't know what fucking game you're playing. This is why I said, you guys, like, I ask you a question, you don't fucking answer. Now you're going to watch me spurg out. It takes a lot. This kind of stuff, this causes a spurg out. People say, man, you were so rude. I'm a fucking spurg. I've been watching this channel. Now you're starting to piss me off, man. What the fuck? So Bob Smith has been single for 3 years. So at the age of 37, he had a steady chick. Not just sex. He had love and romance and going out to, whatever, the Brisbane festivals and shit. He actually had a romantic partner, a life partner. And yes, he worked. He used to be really good at masking. Yes, that's another thing, Bob. I'm noticing that with me too. I don't know if it's just partly due to trauma, the trauma buildup, like a snowball of trauma, but also just getting older. I read online, people say, I've always been a spurg. I was never that great at masking, but however good I was, I've gotten worse. I'm noticing it too. As I get into my 40s, mid 40s, it's getting harder. I can't put up the charade the way I used to. It gets harder to mask the older we get. Yes, it gets harder with age. I don't know if I could. That's why I'm telling Complex, Flying Solo, he's still 24. He still has some ability that I've since lost and you're losing. We're losing it. Like I told my brother at the diner, we used to come to the diner, order all kinds of shit, devour it, pay, still feel hungry. Now I feel hungry. I order the same stuff and halfway through, oh, I'm fucking full. We got to bring this home. I can't eat like I used to and I can't mask like I used to. Part of aging. Nigger, I answered it twice. My only official is ASD. That is your official. You said I have. You were actually officially diagnosed. Are you afraid you might negate that by accident with your new diagnosis? You said I have, which could mean I think I have, or I did an online test. You never said I was. Now I've spelled it out. I'm a Spurg man. You might not know what it's like. Thank you for spelling it out and articulating. My official is your official diagnosis. Thank you. Now you've confirmed, nigga. Thank you. Because you're pissing me off. From a Spurg to an alleged Spurg. You're pissing me off and you should know better. I have this to say I was diagnosed with. Really. Yes, I will call you out for that, son. Or maybe you're still masking. Give another 20 years. Yes, listen to me, especially when you're in the bath. Especially when you're in the bath, Horse said, listening to OC is a very cozy evening indeed. Yes. And what, it's going on 10 o'clock there on the West Coast? Because I'm about 10. It's 10 o'clock. It's 12:50. 10 minutes to 1 a.m. for me. 12. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. You're 9:50 in the Pacific Northwest. Especially, Horse, when sex and bathing and taking having a movement. And when you listen to me, the others will tell you, when you listen to me while doing any of those three things, it makes it extra, extra, extra good. Timothy Leary talked about sex while on acid is like the best sex ever on LSD. And was it Eminem who said, getting drunk and taking a dump is like the most creative thing? No. Doing those things while listening to, or taking a bath too, you get cleaner. Doing those things while listening to me makes it extra, extra, extra good. So make sure you always got me on. Go back and download my old streams and videos. So you never run out of hearing my beautiful voice while you're doing these very essential things. It'll improve them, make them better. In the midnight hour, Bob Smith cried more, more, more. With a rebel yell, Horsehead's wife yelled, OC more. Turn up the OC in the midnight hour, babe. All right. OC needs to get another monitor or something. Well, when I go to visit Todd, he can show me how to set that up. I'll come into his apartment and say, show me how you set it up. He's got 3 monitors now. I'll take notes. I'll record a video. Then I'll know how to do it. Todd will show me that when I get up to Buffalo. How's that sound? Yeah, I said I have. I don't want to hear the word have. I got people online saying, I have ASD. I'm not diagnosed, but I think I have it. I have this because, well, my shrink kind of said, but he never officially. I don't like the word have. Tell me, I like the word diagnosed. I was, past tense, was diagnosed, ED, past tense. That's what I want to hear, nigga. I've spelled that out for you. I just said this all but a minute or two ago. I'm not spelling it out again. I said I have. Yeah, and that's the fucking problem. You quote unquote have. Were you diagnosed? Took forever. Like my brother, like my mother, like a fucking onion layer. And you claim you're a Spurg. Because oftentimes people say I have. In your case, you meant diagnosed. You got to spell it out. Some people say I have, which really means I think I have. I suspect I have. My neighbor lady's a nurse and she says I might. So have, the word have, ain't cutting it with me. Okay? And that's the last time I'm going to explain that. Jesus Christ. Well, you're still in your 30s. You're getting to the point where it's getting harder. You're not quite there yet. Believe me. And who knows? My mask is slipping. When I'm 55, it might be even harder. I don't know. I can only go where I am in life, but I can look back. I know what I was like as a kid, a teenager, 20s, 30s. Don't try to say, yeah, we're too old. You're still at that point where it's going to start to slip. But then again, you're not a Spurg. You're like my brother. You claim to be Spurg adjacent. You and my brother are Spurg adjacent. So your mask isn't quite the same as a Spurg mask. And you're still in your 30s, you're 32. So you're not quite there. You're a early 30s Spurg adjacent. Your mask slipping isn't the same as an actual Spurg in his mid 40s. That's all I'm saying. But yes, Rafterman. Well, tell me, what more diagnoses? If you already have autism, general anxiety, what else do you think you'll get on top? What other diagnoses are you hoping for? think I'm behind in chat. 9:50. Well, now it's not. It's 12:53, so I'm 3 minutes behind. Okay. Who cares? If I fall behind, I fall behind. Endymion, thank you. This stream is turning into a I shared the car I want to buy. I shared my notes from Social Security. I shared Billy Idol. I've shared all kinds of things. I'm not going to go back and repeat it all. Safe to say, my Social Security claim has been processed by Social Security for the non-medical portion. They say I'm a contender. Now it's going to the DDS, was Division of Disability Services, whatever the fuck. And now it's up to them to decide. If they say no, I'm fucked. If they say yes, it's not over yet. It goes back to Social Security for potential technical problems. It's all been spelled out. But I have a phone call with Social Security Administration July 7th. I don't mind recapping that. Repetition is par for the course. But I'm not going to bring up all those visuals again. Well, maybe I will. I'm sorry. I wasn't even reading your comment. You had to cancel your Game Pass. Oh. Yeah, well, are you collecting unemployment? Doggo says he can't because he's an independent contractor. Have you filed for California state unemployment or whatever you guys call it out there? Have you applied for that? Andy is, correct me if I'm wrong, are you 50 or you're pushing 50, late 40s, early 50s, lives alone? You can answer your questions. Works in some kind of computer programming. Did I get that right? Originally reared in Mississippi, lives in Southern California. I forget exactly what his job was. You can refresh our memory. But no, he lives alone in a studio apartment in Los Angeles, and he recently lost his job. Yes, he lives alone in a studio apartment. I really am behind. All right, I'm going to jump to the end. I've jumped to the end. If you're in Cali, yeah, have you applied? And if you already answered, answer again, because I'm not reading anything above this. Actually, I see it here. I filed for unemployment, haven't heard back yet. Okay. Give it time. That's a good question. Did he answer your question? Was CPSD Spurg, because, yeah, what's his name? Flying solo is complex it's PTSD, CPTSD Spurg. Or do you have other names before? That's a good question. Horse has a legitimate question. And don't tell me you answered that already, 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. I don't hear that fucking excuse. Well, Andy, that doesn't answer the question. It's a bit crude, but he's asking if you have relations, presumably with women. Maybe bussy. You say, I hope so. What does that mean? It's a yes or a no, unless your dick ain't working or you can't get a woman or a guy. But you can always get a guy. Unless plumbing's not working or you can't get a woman, hoping isn't an answer. Just like I had to chastise Complex for not answering, not being straight. I told you I have. Doesn't mean shit to me. Were you diagnosed? Same thing here. I hope. Have, hope. It's like claiming to answer a question without directly answering it. Pisses off as Spurg. Are you taking notes, Complex? Yes, what, Horse said. What were your other accounts? We want to know your other names. Your Flying Solo, your Complex PTSD Spurg. Who the fuck else are you? Well, I'm behind in chat. I said I gave the cutoff here, and then I looked one above. I saw that. So y'all pissing me off now. I agree, Horse said, because you just turned 40 recently. You and my brother are 40. Bob Smith Little Tomb is 40. I'm 44. This kid's only 24. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm just saying you're not as bad off as you may think if you're only 24. Yes, I will. What was what extra diagnoses were you hoping to get? Let's scroll up. Scroll up. Andy, that mogs me. This doesn't answer my fucking question. I'm not scrolling up anymore. You got to repeat it. I'm not scrolling up anymore. Where am I now? I've said before, I rarely get behind in chat because there's hardly anyone here. But when I do, if I'm going on about a point or I'm staring at Billy Idol, a.k.a. Bob Smith, a.k.a. Tomb, I might miss things. I'm not going to go back and start rereading. I've told you guys, you know who I am by now. What fucking stream are you fucking watching? I'm sorry. That's it. What's that? CPTSD, Spurg, and Flying Solo. You just have two? Just two accounts? Or was the third I missed? I don't want to scroll up. Guys, what did he say? He just had those two, Flying and Complex? Or was there Flying, Complex, and Happy Dappy Boy? And he's going to say scroll up again. He's about to get a 20-minute timeout. We're getting to that point. Yeah. But I agree. I wouldn't yet give up 24. I wish I had more knowledge at 24. I'd start preparing for these things. I'd say, I'm 24. Let me see if I can hold a job. But I know I'm a Spurg. I get my diagnosis. If things go south, that's a good move. If things go south, get another job. Understand I'm not going to have a normal life. Build up my Social Security credits, or what do they call them? So as the credits, I would start doing it that way. But see, maybe I get lucky and find a decent-ish job where they're not trying to kill me, and I can handle it for a while, and maybe get some decent pay to have some savings. I admire Complex for having this knowledge now in his 20s. And I think the internet helps. We didn't have this 20 years ago to this extent, but I wouldn't be doing the give up process yet. And in fact, you probably would get denied because at 24 with very little work history, they'd say, no, he's able-bodied. I'm not rooting against you. I'm just saying, I agree with Horsehead. And this comes with age. I would definitely use strategize. But I don't think you're quite at the give up point yet. That's correct. If I'm not reading, it's because I'm behind. I'm doing something else. You got to type it again. If I ask, retype, and hope I read. Oh, what comment did I read that was meant for someone else? If I misread something, say, oh, that comment meant that. Okay. I've got those. Well, I don't know if I didn't get a Complex. I just got PTSD. Let's show it again. While I'm bringing this up, I'm not going to be reading comments. Oh, where's the diagnosis? Okay. I've got just I don't think they even diagnose. Maybe they do. I didn't get a diagnosis of Complex, just post-traumatic. I got avoidant, but I don't think I put it on when I applied for Social Security. I put that down. I don't think avoidant. Maybe I'm wrong. I put it down. I didn't put down alcohol use disorder because I know they're not going to count that. But I put down autism, ADHD, PTSD, GA, and avoidant. It helps, but I don't know if avoidant, because it's on Access 2. I don't know if avoidant actually. Maybe it does. So avoidant. I like this comment. It's all spelled out nicely, nice big caps. I can read it. I can go down the list. Okay. Complex PTSD, regular PTSD. I've got that. Avoidant. I've got that. And any other. The one thing I wish she had given me was OCD, because I feel I've got what's called pure O, purely obsessive compulsive. And she said, because you don't have any rituals like the hand washing or the stepping on the cracks, because there are no, and I don't do, I mean, I might have rituals like, if you want to consider this a ritual, because I don't have any time-consuming, disabling rituals, she said, I can't give you OCD despite your obsessive thoughts. I think that's bullshit. I should have gotten OCD. Maybe I'll go back to another neuropsych. I should have gotten OCD. Pure O, the mental. But she said, I told her, don't be shy. Whatever I have, diagnose me with. Whatever I don't. Just give me everything. And she said, the one she was torn on was OCD, because she said, you don't have any rituals that limit you or hinder you. So because you have no rituals, I can't diagnose OCD, which I think OCD should have been on there. Why did the fox ride the frog? I can't believe OC would deny. What did I deny? Fox and frog? What are we talking about? You have to type. Why did the fox ride the frog? To get to the other side of the lily pad? I don't get it. No, you said I have no other accounts, but you might have said something earlier that I missed, like a third or fourth account. That's why I asked again. Don't tell me to read. You're going to get a 20-minute timeout in a minute. A great real class in high school for young men. Teach them the bullshit of life and how nothing is guaranteed and stop feeling wise. Yeah, but in some ways, you got to wonder: are they too young for it? Are you going to like really fuck up a 15-year-old? At least they have. I mean, being naive is bad, but if they get too much knowledge too quickly, they might totally burn out. And at the age of 16, 17, will want to lay down and rot. They won't even have a chance to naively work a job to build up those credits in the first place. Yeah, it sucks, all the bad things that happen. But at least I can say at the age of 44, I've worked since I was fucking 15, 16. I paid into Social Security. People would just give up if they knew all this shit earlier. And yes, that's a good question. Horse asked a good question, I'm at the bottom of chat now. Horse asks, Complex, do you feel more like it's over because of your autism or because of your looks? Which one? Bob Smith, Millennial Tomb, asks, did you get a full report? Yes, I did. I got a full report, and then I called her back, and I asked for a truncated report. So I got both. Yes, I have a full report. Yes. And there were some tests some tests I took in office. I took pictures of them. I kept the pictures. Others I took home. I scanned those. So I have some of the home tests. I took pictures of the office tests, and I got a full report and a truncated report. Yes, I have all that. Seahorse, I think education is good, but it's not just educating the fuck-ups. If we lived in a society where, okay, people are assholes, but at least it's kind of like with retards or people in wheelchairs. You're fucked up, but people say, okay, he's a retard, we get it. He's in a wheelchair, we get it. It sucks, we get it. If we lived in a world where normies understood, oh, okay, he's a spurg, or okay, he's really ugly. Okay, we get it. We'll go easy on him. His life is just like a retard, Down syndrome, hey, or someone in a wheelchair, or someone with a burned up face, all acid. If normies understood, okay, this ugly fuck or this spurg or whatever is going through this because of who they are, we feel sorry for them, we get it. That's what it really would take, not just educating the fuck ups about the truth, because that's part of the problem. It's not just school, it's our own parents lie to us. I think partly because they're hoping for the best, also because they themselves are naive. I think it needs to be a societal education, not just for the fuck ups, but for the normies to say, hey, this guy's fucked up too. Can't just say you're not trying hard enough. You didn't apply yourself. Take another shower, bro. That kind of bullshit. They should be able to say, you would never tell a Down syndrome retard, study harder. You know he's retarded. Wouldn't tell a guy in a wheelchair, hey, just try harder to walk or run. He's in a wheelchair. If society understood, then they wouldn't be as hard on us. Our lives would still suck, but suck less. What do you think of that, horse? And this is where, by the way, what I'm reading right now is where I am. So if you say anything thereafter, I may or may not get to it. Flying Solo, a.k.a. Complex PTSD Spurg, a.k.a. I'm not sure if he said it a third or a fourth. I'm not scrolling up. He said, those are the ones I had. What is those? Too ambiguous. Those 2, those 3, those 4, those what? I don't know how many of those is. It's a very vague number. He blames his looks first. Bad looks make me treated worse, make me spurg more, and that leads to worse life, low self-esteem, and massive fear. But if you were an ugly fuck, but you were neurotypical, you think your life would be a little bit better. You'd still be treated like shit, but you think you'd be able to sort of compensate had you been neurotypical. You think the spurgness makes it even harder to be ugly. Autism is the blueprint, but I wouldn't be this way if I was big. So you're small, yeah. Exactly. Go to college. Yes. Try harder. Take another shower. It's you. It's your fault. You're a weirdo fuck up, but you're still a normie weirdo fuck up, so it's your fault. We can pick on you. We won't pick on the retard or the cripple. We'll pick on you instead of saying, no, they're clearly fucked up. Get them out of regular class, put them in the special spur class where it's still regular academics, but there's no pressure to be the best at sports or to have a girlfriend or whatever. Put them in the, they should have their own special classes that are still, because, the retard class is like academically behind. We still take regular academics, but there's none of that social pressure that the normies go through, because school is really for normies. And they treat us like we're fuck ups and weirdos and stupid morons and pieces of shit. But they still say, but you're normie, so it's your fault. No one does that with the kids in the short bus class. Short bus. Usually retards ride the short bus for those who don't get the reference. You say you shouldn't have to work hard for women who don't work or do shit. Yeah, I agree with you, but it's not just about the women. You know, you're lucky you come from money. I had no choice but to work. It's not even about the way. It's about for your own. Like now, I'm bleeding my brother dry. I'm gonna have. That's why he's like, go back to work. It's not just about women. Yeah, it sucks paying into this fucking fucked up system, but just for your own ability to live. And if you tell me, well, I don't really need to work because I have all this money, well, then you really don't need neat bucks either. You effectively are a neat of sorts. You try your hand at working, but, and I'm not making fun of you. It sounds like you're financially secure, financially sound with your stocks and your bonds and the way your parents set you up. So even though you're an ugly autistic retard, like I am, at least you had decent parents who were knowledgeable, who knew how to make money and manage money more, white collar. That's your blessing in life, which is why it's a little insulting to some extent. I'm only 24, but I should be a neat too. You haven't paid your dues and you come from a loving and prosperous family. So you have blessings that some of us ugly spurgs don't. You know what I mean? You got your youth, you got your parents and all their help and assistance and their money. You're only 24. Even though you're not working, you still have to pay. It's like you're doing okay. You're doing better than a lot of ugly spurgs who've had to work all their fucking lives. Yes, how tall are you or small are you? Complex. Yes, Brosy's 5'4". You're his height, bigger, smaller. I'm 5'9". Although, dumb and that really good-looking chick on Staten Island and my shrink and the one nerd, they all say I'm more like 5'11". I don't know. I'm under 6 feet tall. I'm 5'9", maybe 5'11". Someone will call me 5'10", which isn't particularly tall. Not man. My brother's a manlet at 5'4". How tall are you, Complex? And Horse, you're 5'11". I'd like to meet you in real life. Like I met Dumb, and I thought he'd be. Here we are standing next to each other. I'd love to meet you in real life. We'll see if we're eye to eye, or if I'm sure. I'd love to meet you in real life. That'd be because I just claim 5'9", and I'm looking Dumb in the eye. I claim 5'9". Let's see if we look each other in the eye because you say you're 5'11". But yeah, we don't. We didn't break the 6 foot mark. Brother Click is a manlet. That sucks too. But you probably wouldn't have the social problems with men if you were working in an all male environment. And you're just ugly. It wouldn't be as big a deal if there's no female competition. They just see you as some dude. But yeah, and I think it would be easier to navigate the social shit of life. But did you answer the question? I think lots of men should honestly try to make good money and use escorts if they really are fixated on sex and have trouble with women. Well, in my case, and maybe what I'm hearing from him, it's not just about women. He's gone on about women quite a bit. He's 24. I'm talking about being able to socially function. I need a job to live, and if I can't make it in the social environment that is a job, my channel has never been about women suck, woe is me. That's never been my gripe. Have you been watching me? I always wonder, what are you people watching? You're all here. What are you watching? What channel are you watching? Jasmine asked for my legs. They're better-ish. I was saying earlier, I can walk poorly, but then the next day I pay for it. If I do a lot of walking one day, like I did today, poorly, but I can still walk. Tomorrow, I'm going to be like, I don't want to get up. Just standing is going to hurt. So it's like I can kind of walk one day, then every odd number day, every even number day, I'm in pain. And let's see. Complex asks, OC, have you thought of the fact that if Brosy was like Horse said, you would be completely fucked? I would be. I can't live off $35,000 forever. That has to grow, and I need more cash before I can even think. Well, you should no. If you're only making $35K, you should look into your states. We don't even know what state are you in. You didn't tell us what state. You should look into whatever their affordable housing, whatever they call it, is. You should look into that for sure. But you're still youngish and living with your parents. Your family had money, but was abused. But I was abused horrendously by my brother and father. I know Spurgs in way worse positions. Some of them are Spurgs trying to be normie. Okay, you're 5'11". You're taller than I am. Well, I think you are. I think I'm 5'9". Like a lot of men lie about their height. They make themselves a few inches taller. I've been accused of making myself a few inches shorter. I always thought I was 5'9". A couple videos I uploaded where I went to doctors and stuff. One bitch, very good looking girl. Oh, it's too hot to be working in some stupid clinic. She measured me in centimeters and she didn't even know what it meant. And I think someone did the math. It was about 5'11". I don't know how tall I am, but yeah. So you're not a manlet. I'll put it that way. You're not a manlet. Well, I look. You can't tell how tall I am on camera. You can't tell exactly. You have to be like. I can never tell how tall Dumb was until I met him in real life. you can't really judge height that. I mean, you can tell I'm bigger than Bro C. You can try to, but you're not going to know if I'm 5'8", 5'9", 5'10". You're not going to know exactly. Well, I mean, we're kind of similar in that regard. I got a better hairline. You still got good hair. I got better. You and I do have the, or is yours even bigger? That's that brain. That it's not just that you're, a normie who's 5'11". You're probably 6'2". You shave off. You got that giant, juicy, beautiful brain. So you're really smart. You got everything, man. You got the looks. You got the brains. You got the music. You magus. Damn you. Damn you. Yes, thank you, Jasmine. I'll take it day by day. Hopefully it does get better soon. Yes, having both. Thank God the left wasn't as bad as the right. The left it gets sore, but it's healing okay. It's really the right that's hell. Thank God the damage wasn't, it was bad on the left. It was worse on the right. Had they both been equally bad, had the left been like the right, I'd still be in a fight. I might be wheelchair bound for life or it would take me a year to recover. So I got to count my blessings. Knock wood that the left wasn't as bad. Had the right had the same as the left, I'd be walking normally. The left is sore, but it's basically back to normal. It's the right that's the problem. It took the extent with the subtalar fusion, the fusion of the calcaneus and the talus bone. Yeah. I think it's both. Maybe I'm an inch or two taller. He's an inch or two shorter. He might technically be taller. He was kind of hunched, but he's not. You saw us. He's not. I'm not trying to knock dumb. I'm thinking I'm 5'9". He says he's 6'2", right? It's 9, 10, 11, 6 feet. 1. So he's almost half a foot taller, so he claims. So I was expecting a noticeable, and he wasn't. So maybe we're both wrong. All I can say is, however tall I am, however tall he is, he and I are much more similar in height than I was led to believe based on the internet. So that's why I'm telling Horse, you can't judge based on the internet. Real life is like eye-opening. Oh, I should ask, is Bob Smith, who was taller, Bob Smith or James? Is Bob Smith still here? He went bye-bye. Yes, you and me both, brother. If we was balding, we'd be fucked. You, me, and Bro C got to count our blessings. Hope my hair's still healthy. Well, my old man, he's in the 70s. His hair is like this. It's more gray and white now. He's still got, it was darker than mine. He's almost black. He's still got that salt and pepper. He's got a full head of hair. So hopefully I got his genetics. And my mother, I've said, she's in her 70s. Her hair is still like my color. She's got some gray. And women her age can't believe she doesn't dye it. She does not. I know my mother, because when I moved back in here, my mother does not dye her hair. She's got some gray. So for most women her age are white or gray. She still has her natural color. My father is grayer, white, sandy, powdery-er, but he still has a full head of hair. So, for all the shit genetics they gave me, if they gave me and my brother anything positive, let it be the hair genes, because both my parents, for their age, have great hair. And I hope we keep that. And again, other factors can get involved, like anxiety, depression, exposure to radiation, nuclear waste. You do have a weird shaped head. Yes, you do. You do. Your wife's settled. She's like, this guy's, he's only 5'11". All of my other boyfriends have been over 6 feet, even though I'm only 5'5". I've never dated. I have my 6 feet plus rule. My last boyfriend was 6'2", and I thought he was short. Well, I'm getting older now. So, all right, I'll go with this guy who's only 5'11". And he's got that weird forehead, but all right, I'll settle because I'm an old maid now and he's 5 years younger. Fine, I'll settle. Yes, yes. Your wife wouldn't have dated you had you met her like 5 or 10 years earlier. You know that. Had she met you 5 years, even a mere 5 years earlier, she probably would have just turned you away. So you're lucky. You robbed the grave, or she robbed the cradle. We are. I make the sign of the cross. Thank you. Thank you, Christ. Yes, we're grateful for that. Oh, interesting. Dumb Heitmog Bob Smith. Well, then I'd probably Heitmog you too. No offense. Because dumb, I was expecting dumb to Heitmog me. And here we are looking eye to eye. We're like, we tried to measure each other. It was an exercise in futility. he was about my height. Maybe he was technically, it was nothing dramatic. So I guess if he mogged you, I'd mog you too. I was surprised. I was expecting to get height mogged by Dumb, and I wasn't. I'm like, and his excuse, oh, you're taller than you think. You're probably 6'1". I'm like, no, dude, I think you're shorter than you think. Yeah, so. Yes. Short and bald. There are it's rare. There are some women who go bald. I'm not talking about cancer patients. I'm talking about it's rare. I've seen women. I feel bad for the older ladies, and I usually wear hats to cover it up. When you see a woman balding, so no, it's not just testosterone. It's genetics and stuff like that. There are multiple factors. There are women who go bald. I remember this one when I was a teenager. This one librarian who's probably in her 50s, maybe 60 at the time. She would always wear a hat indoors, which is rare because librarians aren't supposed to wear hats. And one day she took her hat off, and it was like, it was terrible. It wasn't cancer. She was just balding. So I was like, oh wow, I can understand why she wears that hat. That's rare, but again, I don't think she had. So testosterone. I hear what you're saying, but it's not just you're saying a short manlet has less testosterone, so you shouldn't have to worry about balding. That should be an ultra masculine alpha Chad thing. No, but even women go bald sometimes, so it's not. Yeah. Oh, others might, but I do, Horse. Believe me, Horse. I actually admire your honesty. I'm joking. I could be a bit of an asshole, but I'm not picking on you. Like your buddy Dev Pike never understood. Any criticism or teasing doesn't mean punch down. Punch down has maliciousness behind it. I like you. I get along with you. But I do point these things out kind of sarcastically, just to food for thought. Because, it's true. We got to focus reality, that which is. So I'm not knocking you. I'm like, these are things to point out. Yes, because if I were in your shoes, I guess I'd be happy, but knowing who I am, I'd have those same insecurities. So I get it. That I get. You know what I mean? And I say it jokingly and kind of condescendingly, but I honestly, if I were in your shoes, I'd be happy. Love my wife, love my daughter, got my nice job, but I'd be thinking the same things. I'd be thinking the same things even if I were in your shoes. Yes. So I point them out jokingly because I'm not. Yes, you did marry up. Although you had to settle for an older woman. Another thing, 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have dated you. And if you were the same age as her, she wouldn't have accepted you. It was probably your youth that said, well, okay, she was getting to be an old maid. So she made the concessions about your height, even though you're 5'11", which isn't short. You're under 6 foot and you got that weird forehead. She made the concessions because, well, he's 5 years younger and I'm getting to be an old maid. That probably played into it. Yes. Yep. Some people get, all kinds of genetic diseases. So where does the Spurg come from? Was my father a Spurg? My mother a Spurg? Neither were Spurgs, but they were carriers. Or was it like, my mother was a Spurgette, but because women aren't as affected, it wasn't as obvious, especially for her generation. Is my father, like my brother, is my father a Spurg adjacent? Are both of my parents carriers? Neither is a Spurg, but they both had the gene. And when the two genes come together, you get a Spurg or a Spurg adjacent. Or, I often wonder, because my parents weren't normal, but socially inside the house, there were nutcases. I always said I got their bad genes and I had to be raised, nature and nurture. I had to be raised by these fuck ups, but they never had social problems. People always thought my father was great. My mother was so caring and loving. They never had problems ingratiating themselves socially in the outside world, the way I did and the way my brother did to a lesser extent. They never had those problems, which is why I don't think either of them are true Spurgs, but I wonder if it's genetic or if there's a genetic component. He showed his wife before, and he's shown a painting of her. Who is Cornfield? Horse said show wife for Cornfield. I don't get that. Cornfield. Oh, Coomfield. No, he's already. You know what? If you want to see his wife, you go back. Trek through all my different videos and shit. There's a painting of her that Alicia Pisha. I'm not going to say anything negative. The lovely Alicia Pisha did. He commissioned her to do a painting, and you can go see Horsehead's wife. It's somewhere in the annals of my channel. He's not going to share it now. Well, doggo, you're just plain fucked when it comes to hair. It's okay. You got that Mr. Clean vibe going. He is bragging, but I think there's truth when he says, because even if I had all his luck and his good fortune, I'd probably, maybe that's part of the reason why he comes here. I would still have that self-doubt and those insecurities. I would. So I do believe him when he says the thoughts go through his head, because I feel that way too. If I woke up as Chad tomorrow, but I still remember how my life has been, I'm not going to forget how normies are and how the world works just because I'm now a Chad. Correct. It's something like I think, what's his name? Danny, Dev Pike, doesn't understand punch down. It's the intent behind it, that maliciousness. If I say something teasingly, that's not the same as "fuck you, I hate you, horse, your fucking wife's." That would be, it's that malicious. It's the intent behind it. Well, how much older can I go, horse? I'm older than you. So you're 40, your wife's 45. I'm 44. You want me to get what? A woman who's in her 50s? Well, it worked for James, but James was never a spurg, and you're not a spurg. You know, if I were a failed normie, an ugly failed normie, then maybe I would do what James does and try to get an older lady, an older mature lady. But I'm a spurg, and getting a woman isn't my top priority. My top priority is getting neat bucks, because I can't function in the social world just holding a fucking job. Forget friends, forget a girlfriend, forget being liked or popular. Just holding a job and being able to be a weirdo. I said once, I'm a weirdo. I can accept that. I just wish I could be a weirdo in peace. The world won't even let me be a weirdo in peace. Oh, you found the picture? You found it of horse? Or are you talking about James and Donna flying solo? Well, who were those guys, horse? Were they your age, bigger, taller, balder, older, younger? You got to be more specific when you talk about the guys. Maybe of all the guys gunning for her, you were the youngest and the tallest and had the fullest head of hair. You're not giving us enough information. I got to start scolding you like I scold Complex. 5 years, about 5 years, 5.5 years, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. See, I pay attention somewhat. I forget, but I pay attention. That's why repetition is good. Horsehead's wife is 45 or 46. 45 or 46. Actually, no, 45. 45, and he's 40. Well, no. She might be. She's 45 or 40. She was born in 1980. He was born in 1985. His birthday isn't till like October, November, later. So he's 45. He'll be 46 later. Wait, I'm getting this wrong. I'm fucking the math. He's 40. All right, let me do this. Did I get this right? Wife equals 1980. Horse equals 1985. Horse will be 41. Horse will be 41 this year, but his birthday, he's younger than my brother. My brother's birthday is October. Horse is like late 85. So he's 41 going on 40 going on 40. Jesus Christ. Horse, tell us. You're 40, your wife is 45 or 46. Did I get that right? She's about 5 and change years older. See, I'm trying to test my memory. Part of it too is because I'm a drunk on pills and I'm getting older. I want to see if I still can keep up. Yes, I remember Horse's wife is older than I am by a couple years. She's like 2 years older. That's how I remember. The wife is 80. My brother and Horse are 85, late 85. I forget when. October, November. Horse, October, November. Late 85. So you're 40. Your wife is 45, 46, right? Well, which is it? 45 or 46? When's her birthday? You can tell us that. Yeah, James is 45. Donna is 50 going on 51. Wait, you didn't tell us. Your wife is 46 or she'll be 46. And when's your birthday? Is it October? You're younger than my brother, but you're also October, or you November? So I remember you and my brother and Doggo were all born in like late 85. You were all 85, but you were later in the year. We talked about that. I was grilling that night. My brother's birthday, and you guys said your birthdays were coming up. You were last year was 25. You were all going to be 40. I remember you were born October, November of 85, because like Brother Click, you're around his age. Okay, so she's okay. Okay, so she's September, you're November, so you're later in the year. Okay, so she's 45. She'll be 46 before year's end. 45 will turn 46 later this year. You're 40, like my brother, 40, and you, my brother, and Doggo will be 41 at the end of this year. So you're 40 and 45 will be 41 and 46 respectively, like my brother and like Doggo. You'll be 41 in the fall later. Yes, she will turn 46 in September. She'll be 46. And then for September and all of October, and then into November, she'll be 46, you'll be 40, and then you'll turn 41. Yes, that's correct. So all the month of October, you'll be a 40-year-old married to a 46-year-old. Ew, dog. Or is she the dog yet? I skipped ahead because I was behind. Me and Totem will, this is flying solo. You'll kidnap Cassandra and Island Max. You'll pay for it all. She's engaged. I like the dude. Seymour. Why would you, well, I guess you would have to kidnap her. Why would you want, I hate to say this, Cassandra. Jesus Christ. Any girl who shows up, you guys follow, go gaga for. I'm not even knocking Cassandra. I like it. She's nice. I tolerate her. She comes around. But I mean, that's, you're going to risk kidnapping a chick. That's the one you go for. Yes, imposter. Yes, that's been brought up by other people, not just you. Others have mentioned that before. Imposter syndrome. I think I would have that, even if I were more successful socially in life in general. That I understand, Horsehead. I don't think when people say, "Oh, he's lying," he's just here to show off, punch down on us. No, I think there's definitely. I do believe there's some truth to that feeling of imposter. Maybe you look at us and you see, "Oh, look at these losers. I don't have it as bad as I think, or I shouldn't feel as guilty as I think." Maybe our failure makes you feel better, maybe. But I do think that you're being sincere when you talk about that imposter syndrome, those self-doubts that run through your head. Yes. That's a good question. I'm going back now. I'm scrolling up. Here's scroll down. That's a fair question. Has your wife ever cheated on you that you know of, Horse? Or Horse, be honest, just between us, have you ever cheated on your wife that you know of? Has there been any infidelity on either one's part that either one knows of? What can you tell us, Horse? If you answer again, because I didn't read it. So that was in 2008, because it was summertime. I'm doing the math. 85 to 95 is 10. 95 to 05 is 20. You and my brother turned 20 in 05. 3 years later, 5, 6, 7, 8. In 08, you guys turned 23. But your birthday is not till later. So if it was that summer, you were 22 going on 23. 22 going on 23. So you were 23 in 08. This was that summer before your 23rd birthday. So it was the summer of 08. And yes, she would have still been, wait a minute. Yes, she would have been 27. That's right. She was 27. You were 22. That September, she turned 28. And that November, you turned 22. So this would be 2008, which was 18 years ago. So not quite 2 decades. I got the math right, but enough of that. Oh, listen to this. This is complex. Your father and his father. I wonder if my father is some kind of bipolar. He's definitely a fucking narcissist. Your father and your grandfather were bipolar, and you think your mother has something, but well, she has MS, but that's a health thing. And I was talking about me. Like I was asking you guys, well, you don't know my parents, but did I get the genes from my mom? My mom, was she a spurget? Did I get from my pops? Was it some some sleeper gene that one was a carrier, or maybe they were both carriers, both came together. It was like dormant in them. But where was I? She does. Is it because you look old for your age, or she's just that good, that good looking for her age? What about the morning sun? Honestly. The morning sun, when it's in your face, really shows your age. But that don't worry me none. In my eyes, you're everything. What does she look like in the morning sun? Yeah, I think so too. A few people have said Horse sucks. I think they feel insecure about him. I don't get a negative, malicious vibe off of Horse for the most part. Hey, Horse, is my microphone working? You'll be honest with me, won't you? Did I tell you I want to fuck your wife? Did I ever mention that yet? No, Donna is, I want to say 50 going on 51. I think she'll be 51 this year. She was born in 1975. I believe. If I'm wrong, she can leave a comment. I forget when her birthday is. I can ask them. She was born, I think she's 50 going on 51. Don't patronize. Horse says, oh, look at these dudes who are more interesting than the normies might. Don't try to patronize us. We're the freak show. I always said about my shrink. The reason he still talks to me, he's not going to help me. He just wants to know what's going on in the freak show that is my life. Oh, good. I'm a normie. It's my break from reality. I get to look at people and then go back to my normal life. What's going on with the freak show? Look at the popcorn. I think there's that element, whether you admit that or not, Horse. There's definitely that element. It's like a freak show to you. And he claims no infidelity that he knows of. But then again, if you were unfaithful, you're afraid that Lisha Pisha might be watching and she'll tell your wife. So you wouldn't tell us the truth, would you? And maybe you wouldn't want to admit if your wife had an affair. So I'm going to ask you again, any infidelity on either of your parts that either of you know of? I'm going to ask you again. "18 years of monogamy. Tomorrow is what? The day you met or the day you married? Tomorrow is your anniversary, the day you met? Because we're still in springtime. You said you met in the summer. You met in the spring of '08? Yeah, so you met, it was springtime in South Dakota? Okay, they met May 15th. There we go. Now we know his. The day if my brother gets up and I get up and we take care of this car as planned, that's exactly 5 months since my accident and exactly 18 years since Horsehead met. What's her name? You never told us her name. What's her name? Horsehead met. Nick, what's your wife's name? Granddad almost killed his family. This is flying solo. Complex. And dad is ill. Are your parents still together? Or you live with your mother? Is your father there too? You live with both, or do they separate or divorce? Your mom has MS, gets top dollar, about $4,000 a month from SSDI. Are they still together? You live with your mother, or you live with both? His mom was scared of him all the time. Scared of and her ex. Okay. Your grandmother was terrified of your father, her son, and your grandfather, her husband. Okay, but is your father, does he live with you or your parents divorced? Mike's working, so you say. And now Horse does suck, says Flying Solo. Complex PTSD spurred. He's here to feel better about himself. Yeah, there's, I don't think I'm not hostile to his horse. There's probably, like I said with my shrink, there's that eat the popcorn, see how the other half lives. That's definitely part of it. He also doesn't seem to dunk too. Yeah, he doesn't seem malicious. I'm going to play the long game and date Horse's daughter in 10 years. Yeah, she's with 6 or she just turned 7. Yeah, she'll be, I don't know what the age of consent is in Washington State, but yeah, she'll be, I'd say another 11 years, she'll be 18-ish. Yeah. He can be your father-in-law because you're only 24. So you'll be what? 30? You'll be in your 30s? Yeah, that could work. She's 18, you're 34. That could work. And yeah, maturity-wise, you'll be in your 30s, but you'll be like a teenager. So yeah, that's a good plan. I condone. I approve. JT is a troll who doesn't want to pay his dues. Who gives a shit? No, I'm sure men hit on her. That's not what we're asking, Horse. She told you like, ew, an ugly creep hit on me. Ew, this guy gave me a wink. He was only 5'10". Ew. That's not what we're talking about. If she finds a guy unattractive, of course she'll tell you an ugly, short, 5'10", a whole inch shorter than you, and I bear that 5'10". Ew, she'll tell you that. But will she tell you if, hey, 6'6" Chad blew me a kiss? Even if she didn't do anything, would she tell you? Oh, did she ever tell you the positive ones? Nothing happened, but there's this really tall, cute guy who gave me a wink. I was so flattered. Did she tell you that? Or she just tells you about the creeps, Horse. But does she tell you about, the good-looking Chads and Chad Lights and high-tier normies who make her a little wet, give her a special feeling down there? Wait, you use the ugly guys as a kink? Wait, you get down on your knees and put on a bald cap. You use the ugly guys as a kink? She's probably thinking about the good-looking guys that she doesn't tell you about, horse. Princess is your daughter? Okay, so start calling her Princess. Yes, I know. I asked what your wife's name was. I know that's what you're responding to, but I'm taking a different direction. His daughter is called Princess. So, flying solo / PTSD Spurg, get ready. Another decade or so, when she's 16, 17, and you're in your 30s, you can make that move on Princess. Princess horse. Do I? Yes, I do. Well, it's hard to answer this. I've got family members who I think have mental disorders, but if they've ever been officially diagnosed with anything, that's another question. No one I know in my family has been diagnosed Spurg. No one immediately. Like my father's sister's a total fuck up weirdo bitch. She's very lucky to have her husband, my uncle by marriage. He's Mr. Normie. Let's go to the baseball game. He's Mr. Normie, and he's her fucking crutch in life. And she, like my sister, my idiot sister, thinks hard work is what got her where she is. No, it's corporate communism. They gave you a job because they wanted white females. You're making 6 figures because you checked the box, which I don't blame you for, but don't act like you earned it all yourself. My stupid aunt, my father's sister, thinks, she should give me lectures when I was younger. You got to do this. I'm like, if it wasn't for your husband, Mr. fucking Normie, you'd be fucked. But I'm not sure if she's a Spurgette or not. So I suspect some family, and my parents are clearly fuck ups, but I don't know what they have. No one's been officially diagnosed with anything. Okay, I'm behind in chat. Okay, so you live with your mother. You don't have to worry about your fucking bipolar nutjob father. Like the guy who threatened to break my jaw in front of everybody, he was bipolar. And the son of a cop who never got punished for anything. And the boss hated me. Yeah, bipolar. I think the nigger bitch trying me over was bipolar. I suspect I think as a Spurg, we really bring out the amplification of the bipolars, more so than normies would. Also with drug addicts. I used to work some of these jobs. I'd work with these heroin junkies because the union didn't do drug testing. And they'd get super angry with me over nothing. I think drug addicts / bipolar are even more turned off by Spurgs than they are by normies. And whereas normies might think we're weird, not like us, these bipolar and druggy types hate us even more. So normies don't like us, but they don't hate us to the extent that the fuck-ups do. And the fuck-ups don't go after the normies, the hostiles, I call them, don't go after the normies to the extent they do with us. Our Spurgness really brings out the hatred in the bipolars and the junkies. Definitely. Lived with my mom, lived with both in early adulthood. I don't understand. What does that mean? Lived with her in early. You're still living with her. You're 24 years old. You're still in early adulthood. Stop talking like you're immortal. Yeah, you're 24. You're still in early adulthood. You're getting into later 20s territory. You moved out, then moved back in. What does that mean? Live with mom, lived with both. Oh, you lived with both your parents, with both parents. So when did your parents split? They were still together a few short years ago, I'd imagine, because you're only 24. When did your parents stop living together? And you stayed with mom, I'm guessing. Well, you graduated college when you were 22? It was that you finished college, I'm assuming, just before you met your wife. If you met her, were you still in college when you met your wife? You met her at age 22 in May 15th of 2008. Do you have another year of college? Or I'm confused. A bunch of moving in your early 20s. They split when you were 10. What? This is why you got to articulate more. They were already, by age of 10, they split. But you lived with both of them, not all three of you. You lived with your mother and your father. You moved back and forth between both. I think you should have said, parents divorced or separated when I was 10. I went back and forth, lived with both of them. Wow. So you got your shit together after you graduated college. You met your wife 10 days. So you graduated college. The next day you got your shit together, or was meeting your wife 10 days later what really got you. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is you graduated college, within 10 days got your shit together and met your wife? Or was it not had nothing to do with college? You were just lucky to meet your wife, and basically meeting her is what helped you get your shit together. College happened to be incidental. It wasn't graduating college. It was meeting your wife, which coincided with your graduation 10 days later. Was it graduating college, or you got your shit together when you met your wife, which just happened to be 10 days after graduating? You know what I mean? Was it college graduate, or you got your shit together when you met your wife? Oh, should I go charge this? Don't worry, I still got some of my brother's beer to drink. I'll take a piss, charge this. I'll finish this beer. You keep 3 hours. See, I can go 3-4 hours, then I get tired. My brother, he's like Todd, an hour and change, he starts yawning, and you can see he went from being awake-ish to burned out. So yes, in that regard, Todd is right. My brother's like Todd. I used to think Todd was faking it, but I guess 1 hour he's done. 1 hour or so, my brother's done. And I'm back. Ooh. Remember, I'm hobbling around, so it's going to take me 2 minutes to charge up a vape and take a piss. Now, I took that one vape to go charge. This isn't the same one. This is my old one, which is dying. It's got a little bit of juice left. It's not just that I'm a Jew. It's that I'm crippled. I can't just go buy vape whenever. Plus, I have no money. So this is my old one I had charging. It's dying juice-wise. Here's another one that's old and dying. But instead of opening up a new one, because my brother, we went out today and I bought a couple vapes. And that was a new one that's charging. I don't want to open up a new one. I'll just puff on these shit ones. And I'll probably become garbage tomorrow. I want to try to use them good to the last drop. All right, where are we? I'm 7 comments behind. I'm not going to read them all. Where are we? I'll go back. Black Hills Playhouse, South Dakota. Yeah, this cup is garbage. It's leaking. It's got a hole in it. Oh, yeah. See, I have the second cup. See all this beer leaking? Yeah, see, this is leaking. This cup is garbage. I'll recycle it because it's aluminum. This cup, Jesus Christ. Cup is garbage. Even doubling it up doesn't help. Doubling it up. Actually, maybe it's good. You can't see this. The old comments that I've clicked on are grayed. So I can see the last comment I clicked on, it's gray. Graduate. And I was asking about, you didn't get your shit together until you graduated college, which coincided with meeting your wife 10 days later. Gonna puke and die alone. Well, you still... I'm not trying to be like, oh, it's okay. I'm just saying it could be a lot worse. As bad as you are at 24, it'll be worse when you're 44. Believe me. So make plans, but realize the positives you have. Your parents set you up with stocks and bonds. You've never had to work you never answer my question. That shipping job, you weren't on the docks or in the warehouse or whatever. You were in the office. So you had like white collar jobs most of your life. Count your blood, and you're still young, and you can build up your Social Security credits. You can maybe learn from the mistakes of us older guys. Well, hold on. You went there with your did your mother go back to Texas without you? She left you there, or did your mother stay with you in South Dakota for that summer? You both went there together, and she drove back to Texas, or you were with your mother when you went to South Dakota? Right, you live with both separately. Okay. Meeting her would help you get your shit together. Was your mother still around, or she leave? Because I was going to ask. My next question was, if your mother hung out in South Dakota that summer, did you introduce her to your mother right away, or what happened here? This might be dead. Like, not power-wise, juice-wise. Tastes like plastic. Air fryer, plastic French fries, and now plastic vape. Microplastics. Oh, if you're a good-looking Chad, they want you in that lead role. He was Hamlet. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it's his nobler mind to suffer the slings and arrows. I forget how the rest of that goes. He can come on and do the soliloquy. So you graduated college in May. 10 days later, you and your mother drove to South Dakota. I guess she dropped you off and she went back to Texas because she's in Pennsylvania now. She's in Western Pennsylvania. Didn't your mother move back to Pennsylvania? Anyway, so your mother left you in South Dakota. So you could work at this. This is your summer job. And you were there May to September. And you were there from May to September. And you got involved in a May to September romance. Or is that May, December, whatever it is. Okay. And May, June, July, August, or 4 months. You're in South Dakota. Love blossoms between you and your current wife. Okay. I'm assuming your mother, you took a road trip together, but she went home solo, I'm assuming. Show business kids making movies of themselves. You know, they don't give a fuck about anybody else. You know, you go to Lost Wages. You go to Lost Wages. You know, that's actually weird. Theater is a big deal in South Dakota. I find that amazing. South Dakota, in that region, theater in South Dakota. Even I find that hard to believe. Horse. World War II Civilian Conservation Corps thing. Okay. I was there when I was a teenager. We took a road trip. We went to Yellowstone. We stopped in Black Hills. Black Hills are beautiful. North Dakota and most of South Dakota are just barren, prairie, nothing. That southwestern corner, the Black Hills, and they kind of go into Wyoming a little bit. Then you get to the high desert. Black Hills, what's it called? Lead, Deadwood, that area. Beautiful. Mount Rushmore. No, it would not be better at 44 if you don't start planning now. I'm telling you, use strategy now at 24 so you don't end up like me at 44. They just give me a place to live. Your parents are not invested outside of their 401k. That's more invested than my parents were. They can even give me the means to make my own money. So you sound like my sister now. I only make 110 grand. Oh, the boss's son makes, close to 200 because he's a man. No, it's because he's the boss's son. You stupid spoiled bitch. You make more than I do working minimum. My brother, two of us together working minimum wage shit jobs. You stupid. It's the same concept. Yeah. You have it a lot better than you realize. You're looking up and seeing what you don't have. Stop and look down and realize, gee, I'm lucky. I'm lucky to have my brother. Like it was Rafterman was pointing out earlier. Yes, your mother. Okay, so you took a road trip together there. Well, why did she go with you? To give you a kiss goodbye, or she wanted to check it out? Why did your mom even go with you if you're going to be there all summer and she was, she just came for the ride, or you were afraid you needed her to say, it's okay, son? I'm curious. What made your mother go with you? Okay, a year later, in spring, May of '08, you both went up to South Dakota, Black Hills. She went back to Texas. About a year later, she's moving back to Pennsylvania. See, that's another blessing. You're looking up. My parents, I got them set up in a low income. All they have is Social Security, and they don't make much on that. I set them up there, and those ingrates like turned on me. Pieces of shit. There's no inheritance. There's no money waiting. All they have is this furniture, which they bought for no reason because my father wanted to look like he was coming up in the world. Anything here, what's junk is junk. And I told my brother, this table's ours. If we need a chair's ours. Anything we don't want, we'll dump. Anything we want to keep, we'll keep. Fuck our parents. Pieces of shit they are. This is all. I have no inheritance. This is my inheritance, the furniture. They have no money for me. And they didn't know how to invest or do any of that shit. They're fucking idiots. So at least you have business and stock and financial savvy parents who have money to leave to you. By the way, do you have any siblings? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay, wait, hold on. That was nice of her. That was very nice of her. She drove with you to leave the car. She was going. Then how'd she get home? She flew home, or so she said, "We'll drive together. You can keep the car, and I'll hitchhike home, or I'll take a Greyhound bus." In fairness, I would have, your mother, it was nice of her, but I would say, "Listen, son, you want to go to South Dakota? That's cool. You got to get there yourself, or maybe I'll drop you off, but you got to find your own way around. You want to go far from home? That's cool." I would have been more. That's how my parents would have been, but it was nicer. I'm not knocking it, but I'm surprised she agreed to drive up with you, and even then agreed to let you keep her car instead of saying you want to move all the thousands of miles, over 1,000+ miles. Okay, you figure out how to get around, man. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it is getting complicated. Why was the friend in South Dakota, or did the friend come with you? Who was in the car on the way up? It was you, your mother's friend, male or female. How many people? What happened here? You're reminding me of Flying Solo. Come on, articulate. Well, if they could have given you 25,000 as Flying Solo, why didn't they? They kept it for themselves, or they put it in you have a I have a feeling, based on what you're telling me, do you have a special trust? Forget about inheritance. Your parents, I'm not knocking it, because they were so business savvy and they had money, and maybe they realized you were a fuck up at some point. Did they set up some special trust, but you can't touch it till you're like a certain age? Is there a trust with like thousands in it? They didn't want to give you that kind of. When did your grandparents die? Maybe you were just a kid, or maybe you were like 20, 21, even 24. They didn't want to give you at your age that kind of money, so they put it in a special trust. It sounds like I'm not knocking you. I wish I had parents like yours. Sounds like your parents had the financial savvy, and they kind of looked after your well-being to an extent. So even if Neat Bucks fails and you can't hold a job, you've got their financial savviness to fall back on more so than you realize. Don't compare yourself to your other, gated community friends. Compare yourself to people like me. You're better off than you realize. Complex. Flying Solo. You're not really flying solo, are you? And yes, you've mentioned many times, Horst, that yes, that was a good move. She settled for you despite being short because, you were younger. You agreed to marry an old woman because she was decent looking for her age, and she came for money. When did you know that? She told you right away, or you didn't find out till you really got to date each other? When did you find out that she came for money? Thank you. Yes, my brother and I, we said all the time, our parents shouldn't have had kids. At most, they should have had my sister, one and done. My parents, I've told them many times, you shouldn't have fucking kids. When my father was younger, he'd get arrogant. He'd complain, this is America and anyone could have children. He would complain. After he had a stroke, I said to him, why do you think, we're fuck ups? It's because you got shit DNA. But this is America and anyone can have children. He was like, shut up. Like, he likes to criticize others, but he can't take the same criticism on himself. I think my father was the sort of person who felt that if I point out flaws in others, if I point out a flaw in someone else, then I couldn't possibly be guilty of it. Yeah. So he's a fuck up, but I'm not, because so I can see the problem. Therefore, I couldn't possibly have the problem myself. Yeah, he would do. That was his cope. So when I would start throwing his own bullshit copes back at him, he couldn't handle it. Oh, he's a fucking retard. The friend lived close by in South Dakota. That's why my mom came in the first place, was to see your friend. Okay, so the friend was from South Dakota. Okay. You and your mom left Texas, came to South Dakota. Mom said, keep the car. Got in the car with her friend from South Dakota who came back to Texas. And then after your mother got dropped off, presumably her friend came back to South Dakota. Okay. Friend was male or female? You didn't tell us. This quote unquote friend, male or female? Had they ever met in real life? Was it an internet thing? All right. You don't know if you have a trust? Well, they knew about investing in things. They taught you about that. Your mother managed to work at what? She was HR manager who, upon becoming disabled, was eligible for the maximum rate of SSDI. So she had money. She was able to make money. Oh, for them having kids, like, Horst met his wife and got his life together. Your parents had kids and got their lives together. My parents never got their lives together. And they're still fucking up my life. Wait, you were 21 when all four died at the same age? When you were 21, all four of your grandparents? That's odd. They all died in the same year? That's odd. Unless, did something happen? Was there a family gathering and something happened? Right. And then I guess I'm assuming the South Dakota friend dropped your mother off, saw family in Texas, and came back. Was this a man or a woman? You're still then her friend drove back to Texas because the friend in South Dakota, the friend, you didn't say he or she. You didn't say he or she. Was the friend a man or a woman or something else? No, it doesn't explain. You keep talking about the friend, my mother and her friend. The friend drove, is it him or her? You didn't answer our question here, Horse. Okay, a year into, so you didn't know in South Dakota that magical summer that she was loaded, but you still answer my question. Yes, Dumb. That's why I love Dumb. Back when Dumb, before he met Don, he was drunk, and he would be so honest. My parents shouldn't have had kids, or at least they should have stopped after the second or third. My parents should, and my brother and I were like oh my, because long before the internet and the community, that's the kind of things we were for years. Past my brother, our parents, and my sister will agree. Our parents shouldn't have fucking kids. And when I pointed out to them, I said, yes, father, you're a fuck up. So is your fucking wife. Fuck you. Yeah. And I used his own logic against him. He couldn't handle it. Fucking idiot. But yeah. So a lot of us feel that way. Well, female friend. No, wait, now it's plural. You said there was one friend. Okay. So we've established female friends with an S. Plural. How many friends were in South Dakota that went to Texas? Oh, friend. Okay. Good save. And Flying Solo says, this complex PTSD Spurg. My parents only had 401k and good jobs. Well, my parents had neither. So you're already ahead of me. They didn't invest their savings. Mine didn't have any to invest. And if they did, they'd have blown it because they're fucking idiots. So you're already ahead of me. This isn't a contest. I'm just saying, count your blessings. Count your blessings. Your dad blew up his liquid savings and shit. My parents didn't have any liquid savings. I want to. You can talk about it. You can share. Very personal. It's not that personal. You can tell us. You don't have to go into specifics. Like, was it a bad investment? Do you think he had an opportunity and he tried to take it and it didn't go right? You don't have to give us the specifics. Like when I ask people, where do you work? I can't. I'm not asking for an address or a company. I'm asking, do you work in retail? Do you work in corporate? Do you work in finance? Do you work in a bank? Do you work in a daycare? I'm asking a general line. You can give us general stuff because this is interesting. This is why I stream. This is the meat and potatoes. Well, at least you had the older family. All my grandparents were fuck up, loser, retard, white trash garbage. I told you about my aunt, my father's sister, who doesn't realize how lucky she is to have her fucking idiot normie husband to be her crutch in life because she's a fuck up. But I'm not sure if she's a spurg. She's a fuck. My other uncle's a total weirdo. He might be a spurg. My father's brother might be a spurg. I don't know. My mother's brother died a number of years ago. Whether he was or wasn't is questionable. But the family's all fucked up, and I'm not close to any of my cousins or anything, so I don't know about others. I'll have to talk with I'll talk with my brother. We'll compare notes. Right now, off the top of my head, we'll write down different family members and how we would diagnose them if we had to. But to my knowledge, I don't know of anybody who was diagnosed with anything. I'll put it that way. So is cousin Larry a Spurg? Is Aunt Susie fucking bipolar? We can speculate, but to my knowledge, and even if they have been diagnosed, they didn't tell me. So as far as I know, I'm the only one that has been diagnosed with anything. I'd like to get my brother diagnosed with something. None of my family members, for all their fuck-uppery, are diagnosed with anything that I know of. Wow, 3 died in a 5-month period and 1 died when you were 10. Okay, so one died 14 years ago. The other 3 all died at the same time? What are the odds? That's weird. Were they a married couple or on different sides? Like a mother's parent and a father's parent? 2 die within 1 day? Well, I'm helping you come out of your shell. Tell us a little. How did your father blow? I don't even know what liquid savings are because my parents never had liquid savings. You know, give it a general. Like, it was a bad investment, or did someone talk him into something stupid, or he had a great idea that didn't pan out? You just give us the general. You know what I mean? Well, I'm glad you had the extended family. Like, I'm not close to my extended family. And even if I was, they're all fuck ups. You had older extended family that were savvy and were on good terms with you. That's beautiful. I'm happy for you. That's a blessing you should count. I don't have a lot of extended family that I'm close with. And those, I'm not really close to anyone anymore. But even the people I was interacting with, the dead ones that are dead now, never had this kind of knowledge. And those that are living, who I don't even talk to, wouldn't have this knowledge. So even any extended family I have wouldn't be able to help me. Count your blessings and get whatever help you can, wherever you can get it from. I'm happy for you, but that's what I mean by counting your blessings. Complex. Well, you can tell me about stocks. Maybe I'll invest. But at this point, fuck it. I want my gimme dance. Stock, maybe you can talk to my brother about it. You answer shit jobs. It sounds like your shipping job was in the office. You were working like the paperwork job. All right, if I get denied, I'll appeal, and if that doesn't work, I'll pick your brain about stocks. You can teach me, and I'll put your theory to the test. How's that sound? My sister hates my guts. Won't talk. I haven't spoken to her in 2 years. In theory, she's on good terms with my brother, but I don't think she's contacted him in years. If he were to text her or something, she'd probably be receptive-ish. She's not officially at war with him, but she doesn't talk with him, and she totally hates my guts. Thinks I'm a failure, fuck-up, loser, piece of shit, hates my gut, wants to see me suffer. Man! She hates me. I haven't spoken to her in over 2 years. And my brother, they're not at war officially, but she doesn't talk to him either. But the opinion is not good. Not good. There's no sympathy, if that's what you're asking. Okay, your dad's mother died from heart shit, and your mother's father died from COVID and weak immune system within 1 day of each other. 1 day, right? So your father's mother and your mother's father. Now, who died at age 10? Which one died at age 10? Okay, my mistake. For some reason, I was under the impression you were like in the office. Okay. What were you doing? You were unloading trucks or loading shit up? It was like shipping, you know. But I'm curious. I'm curious about this. Your dad's mom dies, and then a day later, your mom's dad dies. Who died at age 10? Dad's dad. Okay, so dad's dad is dead at 10. Dad's dad is dead at 10. So then, mom's mom. When did mom's die? Did mom's die? Because you said they all died in the same year. Did she die before these two, or these two died within a day, and then mom's died? When did mom's die? Before or after these two? Okay, so you were doing the grunt work like me, labor, manual labor. But when did your mother's mother die? Before or after these two? Okay, so dad's dad died when you were 10 years old. Jump ahead 14 years, roughly, or whatever it was. Roughly, I forget what year you said it was. It was recently, in the past. Your father's mother and your mother's father die within a day. Different sides of the family die within a day with each other. The last one left, the last survivor, is your mother's mother. And were you expecting her to go, or was that a shock when she died 5 months after your grandfather and your other grandmother? Wow, that was Christmas of 25. What year was it? I'm sorry. Your father's father, who what year was this? I'm trying to figure out the year. Your father's father died when you were 10. You're 24. You were born in 2002. So your father's father died in 2002. I was like, what, 20? Your father's father died in 2012, 14 years ago. And these three died this year or last year? Okay, in the past few years. Okay. Okay, I got it. Right. Okay. Within a year. Okay. So the two, dad's mom, mom's dad died Christmas time, 22. And then a few months later, 5 months later, early 23, your mother's mother dies. Okay. And your father's father died 14 years ago. Okay. Still a little beer in there. Well, that's what I was trying to tell some of these 30-somethings. When you're in your 30s, you look at kids in their 20s and say, wow, you're adults now. You were kids. I was an adult 10 years ago. But now we're getting to a point. This is what the 30-somethings don't understand yet. You'll understand in your 40s. Wow. You got guys in their 30s who were, kids when I was an adult. Now you've got people who weren't even born when I was an adult. In your 30s, that's not the case yet. In your 40s, holy shit, you're an adult. And yet, when you were a newborn baby, I was older then than you are. You're an adult now, but I was older than you were when you were born, and you're an adult. I was already an adult. You talk about, 2002 like it was ancient history, when to me, that was just another year of my adult life. It's really in your 40s. It really wow, there's like a whole other, yeah. Yes. I can tell you 24 is not old. Trust me. Believe me, that's meant to be a compliment. Count your blessings. 24 is not old, please. Even 44 in the grand scheme of things isn't very old, although Spurgs die sooner, so it might be old for a Spurg, but, I don't feel that old. That's the thing. In your 20s, life seems so new. You're an adult now. In your 40s, it seems like just yesterday I was fucking 20, so it doesn't even seem that long ago. What to you was your whole fucking life, to me seems like just yesterday, literally, and it's like, I don't feel that old. But when you can think back decades and you were an adult 20 plus years ago, that's what I'm getting at. But yes, it is fucking over. It was always over my whole fucking life. Just no one told me. Like Horst was saying, they should have a class. But they should teach the whole world that it's over for us. Go easy on us because it's over for us. But no, the normies tell us, it's your fault. It's not over. It's you. Yes, I know it's true. I'm straight. Okay. All right. I'm going to finish this beer. I kind of want a tea. We went to the liquor store. I paid for it because of my TDI money, temporary disability money. I got some beers and tea. I might do a tea. Maybe on stream, maybe off. I'm getting tired of beer. I'm going to finish this beer because it's here. I'm thinking about pouring just one or two teas. All right. It's good as stream. I don't think anyone wants to come on, but I'll share a link anyway in case someone wants to spice it up. Because I'm running out of things to say. I'm winding down. I've enjoyed this. It was a good conversation. I think we go around, we come to, but to recap, this is the car I'm thinking about if it's still there. Some of these websites leave shit up. Oh, we sold that 5 months ago. Okay. If it's still there, but this car, I want to check it out because the price is good, $3,000, and it's got, I call it trunk, but it's got plenty of back ass end space to move shit. You got to move, and I'm going to need a car, and I got to have one car on Social Security, and it's got a nice big hood. So if I hit a tree, that's not my prime concern, but that's a concern. Here's the car. You see that? I'm sorry, I forgot I didn't bring it up. So yeah, $3,000. Price is nice. nice ass end. I can put these middle seats down and put shit in there. Not all this furniture, but I can put stuff in there to move. Nice front end, but it's only 4-cylinder. It's got not quite two. I would expect a car, because this car is an '03. This car is almost as old as what's his name? Flying Solo. To me, I was when this car was brand new off the assembly line, I was already in my 20s. I was 21 years old. I was already an adult, young, but an adult when this car was. So now this car has existed pretty much all your life. What it was going through 10, 15 years ago, that's ancient history to you. To me, it's like yesterday. That's what happens when you become an adult. You're an adult, and then another decade goes by, another decade goes by. It seems like just yesterday. But to you, and I would have been the same when I was like 24 years old. I would say, wow, a 1982, whatever. I'd be like, that car is as old as me. It's an old car. And I guess it is old, but now it's like those years, year 2003, I was an adult then. I wasn't just alive. I was an adult then. And I'm an adult. It's like, that's what happens as you get older. And you feel it more in your 40s than in your 30s. So when Rafterman's like, I'm 32, I know exactly. You're not there yet. Give another 10 years. And yeah, and I wonder, God can only wonder what these 50, 60 people think. Oh my God, people, But anyway, there's a car I'm thinking about getting. But maybe not. I got to test drive it. Maybe I'll see something I like better. Maybe this will be, maybe I'll go, I don't know. But this is the one I'm thinking about, but no promises, but I wanted to share it with y'all. Well, you don't even tell us what state you live in, which doesn't matter. No one's going to find you based on the state. I'm in New Jersey, which is a tiny little blurb, but the state alone is meaningless. You don't even tell us your state. You're a little too paranoid. And the thing with your father, I don't need specifics, but it was an investment. Did you read something? Did someone talk him into it? Was it one of those things where like an accountant said, hey, you got extra money, put it in this business. And it turned out it was really the accountant's brother-in-law's Ponzi scheme. You can tell us, you don't have to go into details, but you got to tell us, you can tell us a little more without giving anything away. So you're too fucking paranoid, complex. If I can do it, it's part of growing up. You want to be a big boy, an adult. So did you see the car? What else? And we got this. I applied on May 6th. See bullet point 1, applied on May 6th. Yesterday, I got that text. They want to talk to me in July 7th. They conducted the non-medical to see if I was even eligible in the first place, hypothetically. The answer is yes. Now it goes to the DDS, Disability Determination Service, which I'll tell you more about them in a minute. It goes to them, and they may or may not contact me. The DDS may or may not contact me or whatever. And then if I survive level 3, this is level 3. If I can survive level 3, because I might not, if it's not game over in level 3, we'll go to level 4, which is a representative from Social Security, I imagine, completes a final review. And then level 5, tell me if I won the game or not. And if I get SSI or SSDI, it's not up to me. The choice is not mine. You can't apply. Repeat one more time. You cannot pick SSI versus SSDI. You apply to one disability application. It's up to them. And what is that level 3 DDS? What is the DDS for those who are curious? I'll share it again. Maybe this will help someone out there. Maybe even not now, maybe years from now, if this is still up, someone will watch this video and say, wow, thank you. Thank you for uploading that video back in May 15th, anniversary date, Horsehead and his wife's meeting anniversary date, May 15th of 2026, although I think it's still the 14th on the West Coast. For me, it's May 15th. On May 15th of 26, remember years from now, someone will learn from this. What is that level 3 DDS? Who or what the fuck are the DDS? The Disability Determination Service, DDS, who got the application. What day was it? Let's find out. They got it on the 13th, yesterday or 2 days ago. Who are these assholes? The local SSA office, Social Security Administration SSA office, sent it to them on the 13th, which is yesterday, and will assign the application for review and development. They're the ones who determine medical eligibility. In New Jersey, the average medical review takes 97 days. Okay, so that's like we're in May, June, July, like September-ish. We're talking like early September. But it could be longer or shorter. We'll find out. And on average, I shouldn't expect anything till September. Time frames are estimates, blah, blah, blah. Case by case basis, yeah. But what is this disability? What is the Disability Determination Service? DDS. It's a state agency. So this isn't Social Security now. They're giving it to this outside party to determine if I'm medically disabled. They'll decide whether I'm medically disabled. They'll make a medical determination. But even if they rule in my favor, if they rule against me, it's over. If they rule in my favor, that's not the end of it. It's not the final decision. Not the final decision. No benefits will be awarded in completion. There are additional. If DDS says no, it's game over. If I get through DDS, that's not the end. The next level is technical factors. Technical factors, which means it goes back to Social Security. And I might get a disability examiner. See, I don't know. Is disability examiner, are they with Social Security? Because it says either a disability examiner or a DDS. Now, a DDS representative is clearly with DDS. That's DDS representative from DDS. But disability examiner, are they with DDS or Social Security? We don't know. But they may contact me for additional information if it's needed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's what's going on in my life. And maybe I should buy the car, not just for moving purposes. I don't want to waste money, but so I don't have much money in my bank account when I get contacted by Social Security. And flying solo, when they wanted your bank statements, did you you printed them up and you mailed them out? Or would you do? Or did you upload them online? How did you provide Social Security with your bank statements? Or did you just give up? Because you said they wanted a year's worth. A calendar year or a year from that month or that date? And did you mail them out, or did you go to the office in person and give them copies, or did you upload digitally? How did you provide, or did you not? How did you provide Social Security Administration with your bank statements? He got scammed, went manic. Who's your brother? How old? You're 24. How old is your brother? And is your brother a Spurg? Or are you talking about me and that sounds like me, my father, and my brother. What do you mean? What does planted mean? Planted my pay stubs and gave them my shit from work, copied it, put in folder. You dropped off at the office. What does planted mean? You dropped it off at the office, your local Social Security office. I'm assuming that's what you mean. I'm looking at the title. Mid-May, Malaise, Molasses-Mayonnaise, Mystic-Manic, Melange. Well, at least tell us his age. Older, younger? You're 24. How old is your brother? Tell us that much. How old, older, younger? People always ask which one of us is older, and I joke. I say guess. But is your brother? You're 24. How old? Just tell us. How old is your brother? He's when you say less Spurg, like my brother is. He's Spurg. We call it Spurg adjacent. Not a full blown Spurg, but not a full normie either. Spurg adjacent. How old is your brother? You can at least tell us how old he is. Oh, you printed, not planted. I'm just asking you his age. Just give me an age. Is he like a kid? Is he dramatically older? Does he have? You're 24. Just give us an age. No one knows who he is. Right, Spurga, but how old is he? Older? Come on, you're 24. Are you around the same age? 24. How old? You can tell us. All you have to do is tell us how old your brother is, and I won't ask again this session. How old is your brother? Answer that, and I won't ask again. How old is your brother? No. You're 23, 22, 25, 26. Give us a number. Age is just a number, so give us that number. How old is he? I may have to go in. They're both because they've been juice. He tells you this is charge. It's at 95, so it's fully charged. 0 is the juice. When these go to 0, it doesn't matter. They still got juice in them. I keep vaping them for days on end until they taste like shit. I've been vaping on zero juice. I've been vaping on 0 juice for the past 3-4 days. Now they're starting to taste like plastic. See that? 0 juice. Yeah. I'm going to have to throw these out and start again. In fact, I can put all these garbage bags in the back of the trunk, go take them to a dumpster. Revealing his age reveals more about me, and I don't want to do that. I have been giving you a lot. Please just let me have this. No, this is the one thing I won't let you have. You tell me your brother's age, I won't ask him more personal family questions tonight because it really doesn't matter. No one's going to dox you based on your brother's age. I'm curious how much older or younger he is. I want to know his age. I think that plays into it. How old is your brother? Just tell us that. I'll stop asking you family questions. You can't have that one, and we'll change subject. I might take a little beer break, and I'm gonna have a tea or two. I'll give you a minute to think about, what you've done and what you haven't done. Okay, this is okay. He's 20. Wait. You're 24. Are you twins? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Is that where you're afraid you guys are twins? I'm not trying to assume what you guys are. What, fraternal or identical? You have a twin brother. Because here's the thing, is why this is important. Well, I'm glad I asked. If you're telling the truth, if he's really the same age as you and you're twins, are you like an Ashton Kutcher and his fraternal brother situation where one's a Chad, one's a fuck up? Because if you're identical twins, wouldn't you have the same DNA? If you're identical, one egg split, is he a fraternal or identical twin? Or are you just lying to me? Unless he's going to be 25 and you just turned 24 or vice versa, because you would have been born, 9 or 10 months apart. If he's a twin, is it fraternal or identical? How you doing, Nick? What's up? Nikolai, I know you, right? I don't know. Anyway, this is a Twisted Tea Tall Boy. Just 2-in-1. And, I still got, I don't want to waste beer. A lot of this I was complaining before. This is my brother's beer. I don't want to waste it, but it's like it's warm. So that's why I'm getting tired of drinking it. It's the beer was pretty good tonight, but you saw his big. He was drinking out of this big Dunkin' Donuts thing, and I had a full beer. I drank it, then I poured his in mine, and it's like I'll finish it, but it's just warm now, so it's not as enjoyable. So I think I'll pour myself. How do we know each other? Remind me. I'll pour myself. This stuff will fuck you up. It goes down easy, and then all of a sudden you realize I'm drunk. I'm already drunkish, but here's mine. This is a new vape. See that? Geek Bar Pulse Watermelon Ice. Surgeon General's warning. Brand new, unopened. They all come with whatever the fuck this is. What does it say? Hard to read. Geek Bar Pulse flavor is the flavor card. And I guess this tells you all the different flavors, I guess. But there's also more flavors than this. Does this open up? Hold on. Many different flavors, and this box is strong. Many different flavors, and this box is strong. Getting to the hot stuff, let me pour a little song. Baby, let me show you how to do this. You gotta move this. You're feeling fine. Ain't nothing to it. Come on and groove it. Come on and move this. Shake that body for me. Shake that body. Can never tell if Ya Kid K was like a really effeminate dude or a really masculine guy. I think it was a chick. Yeah, Kid K, Technotronic from my childhood. Don't laugh at me. Where were we? Oh, still got plastic in it. So those two are garbage. The other one's charging. Okay. Thank God. It was my brother's idea. He said, should we do an alcohol and vape run? I said, not a bad idea. We're going to do it tomorrow. But I said, I'm glad. Thank God for my brother. Wait, so do you live with your mother? Does your brother also live with you, or does he live with your father? Because you live with both. Do you and your brother move together, or was there one time you were with dad and he was with mom, or vice versa? Do you and your brother always move together? All three of you are with your mother. I'm sorry, the two of you are with your mother. It's the three of you under one roof. And is he a fraternal or identical twin? Because if he's identical, in theory, shouldn't you have the same Spurg genes? Yes, please do. A lot was discussed tonight. Mainly the car I want to buy multiple times. What's going on with my Social Security disability. If you really care, if you're really a friend like you claim you are, then you'll listen. You will listen. You'll watch. I'm not repeating it all for the fucking fit. I don't mind repeating sometimes. And I love you, James. But I will play this because I really liked a message someone sent me. I thought it was beautiful. Would you like to hear it? Beautiful message.
Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference.
Well, if that's the case, you and I should never, ever argue ever again. At least not in front of others.
Yes, very true. We should not. That quote is from Mark Twain. I thought it was funny. All right. See ya. Can't wait for your next stream.
I'm not going to tell you who this person was. A friend. And they told me they couldn't wait for my next stream. So I streamed at a time I knew they'd be listening, so they'd watch the whole thing. Friends are like that. I forgive you, James. You're not really my friend, so you don't really care about watching this from the get-go. But that guy, whoever this guy was, who I will not argue with, I know he was watching since the beginning. Oh, this is chicken dinner. Nikolai's chicken dinner. Now, I didn't want to open a door, but is it a twin brother, fraternal, or identical? You could have said, I got a brother who's a twin. Okay, so whenever one of you moved, the other moved. So either dad or mom, it was always the two together. You're twins. He really is 24, your age. You're twins. We talked about Ashton Kutcher and his brother, how, if Ashton was like a god and the other one was normal, or Ashton was normal and the other one was fucked up. But no, Ashton gets to be this male model actor married to Mila Kunis, and the brother's like a total fuck up. Like one sucked up all the, is it like that? Are you guys fraternal twins? And if so, do you feel your brother sucked up your nutrients and that's why you're fucked up and he's extra good? He's got extra because instead of 50-50, he's sucked up from you like Ashton Kutcher did. He was kind of parasitic and, you're fraternal twins. I don't feel like scrolling up. Can someone else repeat it? Chicken dinner, dumb sighting, love you. You said they're the same age. It doesn't answer the question. That doesn't answer the twins question. That doesn't answer the fraternal versus. You didn't answer the question. No, that's also chicken dinner. So Nikolai 77 is chicken dinner, but we also think that James 6 is chicken dinner. And the message I just played, that's also chicken dinner. We've got multiple chicken dinners. Okay, you don't have to go into that, the fighting and the cops called. I asked you, is your brother a twin, and is he fraternal or identical? Just answer that and we'll be done. You don't have to go on cops and dad. And time for some tea. I said I don't want to waste the beer, but the beer is warm. It's my brother's leftover beer. One more sip of beer, then it's time for tea. Tea time at OC's. Wow, this turned into a 4-hour fucking thing. Amazing. I don't see it here. Well, it could also be StreamYards. I'm going through StreamYards. Okay, that's because several streams back, we were talking about that. We were using Ashton Kutcher. And in fact, let's see if I can find it. Do I still have that picture? Hold on. Oh, my God. Where was it? I don't know where it is. I might have deleted it. I had it somewhere, I think. Oh, here we go. I'm sharing a lot of shit tonight. Let's share this. This is why I do these streams. Fascinating shit comes up. Here we go. Okay, these two are fraternal. Same mother, father, conceived at the same time. It's not like one is younger and got shittier genes because mom was older, dad's sperm was slower. Conceived at the same time, fraternal, not identical. Identical, I'd be careful. Some of you kids might be identical is one fertilized egg splits. You get identical. Fraternal is where two sperms fertilize two eggs, and you get two brothers, but not same egg, so not identical. And one gets to be top supreme. The other is, the one with the glasses. He's got, not only is he legally blind, he's got cerebral palsy. It's like me. It's hard to stand up. He's in wheelchairs, like night and day. It's not like, okay, one brother gets to be top dog, the other's normie, or one brother's normie, the other's fucked up. It's no, that extreme. I can understand one blessed, one normal, or one normal, one fucked up, but blessed and fucked up. And we were talking about how once, whatever, several streams back, like did the you always see as the weaker twin is the parasitic one, but no, is the better twin the one who's parasitic? He sucked at the nutrients of the other. So Ashton Kutcher gets to be an actor, male model, married to Mila Kunis because he sucked up at the expense of his fraternal twin, who's a fuck up palsy. And maybe, I'm glad you told that you shared your story. Maybe that's going on with you, possibly. Maybe your brother is Ashton Kutcher. He sucked up all the nutrients, and you're the fuck up, the remainder, the sludge. What's it called? The nuclear power plants, like the remaining sludge shit. You're like the shit. So instead of two equal, you get one sucks up, and the other one is all fucked up. Suck up and fuck up. Fraternal twins. Know what I mean? Just a theory, just a thought. Just putting that out there. How do you feel about that? You say he's Spurg adjacent, but not as fucked up as you. Maybe you were both in the womb at the same time, but he got, because you're clearly not identical twins, if you're that dramatically different, he sucked up the nutrients that were meant for you. So instead of 50-50, it was 75-25, like these two. 75-25. So he gets extra nutrient and gets to be a Chad. So it's not just genetics, it's also in utero. Because he's taking more than his fair share, he gets blessed. And because he's not getting his fair share, he ends up a total fuck up. They could have both been normies, but because this asshole stole from him, he gets to be a male model, actor on TV and magazines, married to Mila Kunis. And this one has to have cerebral palsy and be all fucked up. And maybe Ashton Kutcher subconsciously knows that he is what he is because he stole what was rightfully his brothers, his fraternal twin brothers in the womb, in utero. We don't know. We are speculating. See, now the conversation is getting interesting and everyone gets quiet. No one has any thoughts or opinions on Ashton Kutcher and his fucked up brother, a Chad, actor, movie star, Hollywood elite. Remember, he dated Demi Moore back when she was still kind of hottish. Yeah, and he's, he also dated, what was that bitch who died? Clueless. What was her name? Brittany Murphy. And then he's with Mila. I would love to have a chick like Mila Kunis. She might be a bitch, but she's a fuckable. Even she's gotten older. So one gets to be a fucking millionaire on TV, and the other one's like the opposite, polar opposite. Cerebral palsy. This is a good point, and we now know that Complex is a fraternal. Maybe he's fucked up because his brother stole the nutrients, or not. No one has any thoughts. Now the conversation gets interesting, and everyone gets quiet. I walk away for a beer and you want to talk about playhouses in South Dakota and whatever the Jesus Christ, you people. It's like, you people. I guess we're winding down, but I'm going to drink my tea and finish my beer. 4 hours, but I've enjoyed it. And we're sorry, but Brosi got burned out, but that's good. He had a good, let's hit him, like you said, like you guys said, hit him all of a sudden. It's actually been, it was pleasant weather earlier when the sun was up. But even when my brother and I went out, the sun was still up, but it was a wind. I'm like, mid-May, it's still chilly. Thank God frosts seem to be over. We can get frost in mid-May, but this year it's a bit milder, but it's still, I'm like, I said, it sucks, in the dead of winter, you expect it to be cold. In mid-May, when it warms up and it gets cold again, even if it's not bitterly cold, it's chilly. I was like buttoning up. I'm like, it's fucking cold out here. I'm waiting for summertime weather, but it's still, like I said, usually around here, we don't usually get summer weather till the very end of May. We're talking extreme end. We're talking like, I'm going to say 28, 29, 30, right around Memorial Day. It should suddenly get warm. Unless we're going to have a cold summer, which happens sometimes. A cold, wet, rainy summer. But yeah. Yes, for this. No, it's so I can get him on Neat Bucks next. I'll be the guinea pig. I'll learn the ins and outs, and I'll get him on it next. He'll thank me one day, as will you, JT. You'll both thank me someday. Yeah, I can't see. I can go to YouTube directly. I'm not seeing your comments in StreamYard. Let me go to YouTube directly. No, even there, no, it's the same thing. No, I'm sorry. YouTube is blocked. I know it gets frustrating. I don't always pay attention. I'm dead serious. I'm not seeing your comments in StreamYard or YouTube. So if you said anything between yes, fraternal and this hiding comments, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. I'd love you to vent. I'd love to read your comments. I'm sorry you can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't see them. You can ask the others. All I see is yes, fraternal. And then you're saying that YouTube is hiding your comments. That's all I see. I didn't see anything else you wrote. Okay. So again, sometimes I fuck up, but don't assume that me not reading a comment means I didn't scroll up enough. Sometimes the comments don't show up for any of us. Maybe you can see them, but I can't. And you can ask the others because no, ask the others. All I see are those two comments, nothing in between. Sorry. So it's not always me being absent-minded or behind in chat. Well, good. We learned something. That's what we're here for, to learn something. But what do you think of what I said about fraternal twins? One, instead of 50-50, one 75-25. One sucks from the other. And if you're the loser twin, God help you. And if you're the winner twin, your life will theoretically be even better than normal. It might not be as extreme in your case, but well, I doubt he's Ashton Kutcher, and I doubt you're as fucked up as the cerebral palsy brother. But you know what I'm saying. Maybe instead of 75-25, 60-40, 65-35, I'm asking. Yeah, I think Ashton Kutcher and his brother are a more extreme example. And because Ashton Kutcher is famous, we can see this example. But I was talking in a general sense. Instead of 50-50, you get one fraternal twin who is above and one below, regardless of what the split is. So it might not be as extreme as these two. But yes, instead of a 50-50, you get that. Possibly because one is siphoning off nutrients from the other. So one gets more, which makes him better. One goes without, which makes him even worse than he would have been in utero. Fraternal twins. Wouldn't happen with identical to the extent because identical would have the same genes. Yeah, maybe one twin gets a little more, but not to that extent as two fraternals. But I'm glad you were honest with us because see, this is why we do these things. And you brought up a good point that we've discussed before. So I'm glad you at least were honest about having a fraternal twin. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it as a middle-aged spurg. All right, I'm winding down for now, but I'll go a little longer. I got this and this to drink. Like I said, the beer is good, but it's warm. I hate warm beer. Can't refrigerate beer. It'll go flat. I'll drink it warm, or I could add cold beer to it, but I said if I'm getting a cold drink, I want a tea. A twisted tea. Tall boy. Yeah, that can happen too. Even with the split in the cell, there can still be genetic mutations and shit like that. Okay, but yeah, we're talking about the fraternal twins, like you and like Ashton Kutcher and his brother. The discrepancy between fraternal twins and how it almost makes you wonder: did one siphon off the other? Did one siphon? Is it purely genetic, and they would have turned out that way, even if they'd been conceived individually, or was there some siphoning, some in vitro in utero competition? And one won out by getting extra nutrients, gave them an advantage that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And the other ends up weaker and more fucked up than they would have been otherwise. If those two were conceived separately, there's a possibility that, where was it? There's a possibility that this dude wouldn't be on TV and this dude wouldn't be in a wheelchair. There's a possibility that despite their fraternal genes, if it wasn't for the nourishment in utero, this guy wouldn't be on TV and this guy wouldn't be in a wheelchair. Maybe he'd be a bit more popular with the ladies. He'd have a fat, frumpy girlfriend, but he wouldn't be a fuck up, cripple retard, and he wouldn't be, famous on TV. Maybe this guy siphoned from him, upping his lot and lowering his. We don't know, but it's a fascinating theory. How genetics work. It's hard to answer that question because my family is fucked up. Am I a black sheep? Well, my sister hates my guts. I think my parents love my sister more. My brother's also seen as a fuck up, like a tolerable fuck up. I'm the hated It's really hard to answer this question. If I came from a loving family where everyone got along and everyone was successful, then yes, I probably would be the one fuck up black sheep. But when you come from a fucked up family, it's really hard to say. I guess you can say I'm a black sheep because I'm estranged, but like even my family, even the ones I used to talk to are fucked up. So it's really hard for me to answer. This is a great question. There's some you've asked family. I gotta make notes. Black sheep. Also, anyone in my family, what diagnoses do I think they would have? This is like me, and this would be a great stream if my brother's more awake in the daytime. This is like a me and my brother comparing notes about our family stream. Offhand, right now, I can't think, but I'll take notes. It's hard to call me a black sheep only because the rest of my family is so fucked up that if they were all successful, moneyed, doing well, my sister and her husband and their kids and my brother, he's married, he's got a great job, and it's just me, then you'd say black sheep. I'm definitely hated, but but then again, I'm hated by people who are themselves very fucked up, in my opinion. There's like I don't care if you hate me, you're fuck ups yourselves. So it's a whole slew of bad genetics and nature and nurture being raised by these people. It's hard to answer that question. Oh, you were talking to him. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. You should have said at Flying Solo or at Occupational Click. I assumed you were asking me, but I'm caught up in chat now. No one has any thoughts on the fraternal twin shit? Nobody? Because it seems to apply to a less extreme, but still noticeable extreme with CPTSD Spurg, aka Flying Solo. And nobody cares. No one has any opinions on the car I might buy. No one says, that looks like a good deal, or, oh shit, too many miles, or, oh shit, not big enough, or oh shit, 4-cylinder, or oh great, nice color, or no one has any. I'll take compliments or criticisms. No one has any thoughts or opinions. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, no one has. I mean, we can talk about twins. We can talk. No one has anything to share. Doggo says he can comment on the car. Then please do go for it. I want to hear it. I don't care if it's horrible. I'd love to hear it. If it's positive, you don't have to Patreon. Anything you want to say, I'd love to hear, positive or negative. Well, okay. Well, we're both answering this question. There we go. You feel you're the black sheep. I guess I'm black sheep-ish, but in a family like mine, that doesn't really mean much. These aren't people in a position to judge me as a black sheep. You know what I mean? Because they're nothing special themselves. I think in order to be a black sheep, it's not just that you're shunned or the fuck up or you're the weirdo. You've got to have a family that's otherwise normal or healthy or functioning-ish. When you come from fuck-uppery to begin with, it's like I'm the black sheep among black sheep, pot calling the kettle black. It's hard for me to answer that, not out of shame. I guess I'm black sheep-like, but who am I comparing myself to? My otherwise fucked up family? If I die tomorrow, there'd be an easy, quick replacement for me as black sheep. So it's sort of a different dynamic when you come from a fucked up existence. I always think of the black sheep as someone like me who comes from a great, stable home. When picture like a movie or something. Oh, I got the great job, and she's got the kids, and she's got this, and the house, and this, and that. We're going traveling the world, and he's living in the basement, smoking dope, playing video games. He's not working, can't hold a job. He's the black sheep. But in a family like mine, trust me, none of them are anyone to talk. And my brother would agree with that. None of those people are anyone to talk, including my spoiled, rotten bitch cunt of a sister, self-entitled twat of a sister. Budget's going to be 4,000 tops. Even that's high. So at $3,000, that's decent. Empty my bank account before my meeting with Social Security. What I was going to say is, how many more years? I can't tell. There are still people driving really old cars. People are like, I bought this car 30 years ago, brand new, and I drive it all the time, and it's got like over 500,000 miles, but still going strong. And there are people who buy a car, and a few years later, maybe it's a lemon, or maybe they don't take care of it. It's really hard for me to answer that question because I got to drive it. Like when I drove the car I wrecked, the 03 Sebring Chrysler. I drove it first. I got a feel for it, and I said, it's not that bad. Even though Sebrings and Chryslers in general get a bad rep, I looked online, and they said some years are better than others. That was an 03. 03 wasn't a bad year. And that had I not wrecked it, that car would have lasted another, I'm being generous, not 10 years, but 5, 6, 7 years. I got to get a feel for this car. But the fact that it's 23 years old doesn't bother me. The fact that it's got what was the mileage again? It's got 183. That's actually low for a 23-year-old car, which makes me wonder if did they set the mileage back, which you're not supposed to do? Did they open up the dashboard and set it back? Did it go over? It went over 100,000. It's actually 283. And they're just listing it as that because that's what the odometer reads. I don't know. But my gut is telling me, doggo, that given its age and its mileage, it doesn't seem terrible. It could be a contender. I would have to drive it first, get a feel for it, pop the hood, look at the engine. I don't have enough information yet, but I will say it's a contender. Does that make sense? As far as MSRP, that means kind of nothing to me at this point. When a car is over 20 years old, I mean, we're kind of in, the price is decent for what it is. MSRP, for those who don't know, I had to look it up again myself. I've heard the term. I always forget what it means. Manufacturer suggested. I don't trust Kelley Blue Book. I think Kelley Blue Book is a scam. They'll say shit like, let me give you an example of Kelley Blue Book. A hamburger is really worth $1. Hamburger, $1. They'll tell you hamburger is worth $10. $10. Therefore, if we sell it for $7, that's a steal. So it's a scam. Hamburger is really worth $1. Kelley Blue Book lies and says it's worth 10. Therefore, if the dealer is offering you 7, that's a steal. They're still ripping you off. They're just pretending. They're pretending it's worth way more than it is to charge you a higher price. Well, Kelley Blue Book says 10. We're only offering you 7. It's a scam. In reality, it's only worth 1. The ones I like that my father always liked, I forget where I put them. Those NADA books, NADA. I don't think they make them anymore. They don't make them anymore. Those are the most accurate. They would give you a decent price for a car of a certain age, make, model, etc. I think it was called NADA, NADA. They don't make those anymore. My father, when he would want to buy a used car, would buy those. He'd bring the book to the, those were, Kelley Blue Book is a scam. And I don't think I can always trust what would, after 20 plus years, what would a manufacturer suggest? It's over 20 years old. This isn't like a Winnebago or something, a fucking car, wagon, hatchback thing. MSRP doesn't really apply to a car that old. That would apply to new cars or to leased cars or to pre-owned. Pre-owned is a fancy way of saying, yeah, it's used, but it's new-ish. Some guy bought it or leased it. He returned it within a year or two. So even though it's used, it's new used, pre-owned. MSRP would it really doesn't apply to a fucking 23-year-old crap box car you're buying off some lot. But no, my father used to get those NADA. I think it was called NADA. It was NADA. I can't remember now. They don't make them anymore. But I never trusted Kelley Blue Book. I thought it was they're in cahoots. Kelley Blue Book and the used car salesman are in cahoots. This car is worth this hamburgers were $10, but they're only selling it to you for $7. See, Kelley Blue Book says 10. We're selling it for $7. What a deal you're getting. We're saving you $3 whole. But in reality, it's only worth $1 fucking. So even though you're not, overspending by 9, you're overspending by 6. It's bullshit. Kelley Blue Book is a fucking scam made by and supported by car salesmen. I don't trust Kelley Blue Book, and I don't think they make NADA anymore. I think it was called NADA. It was National Auto something. And MSRP is meaningless when we're talking about a fucking car that's got close to 200,000 miles and is over 20 years old. So none of that's really an issue. But if that's your budget, then it seems like a good pick. Well, I don't know. It might not even be there. They might say, "Oh, we sold that 6 months ago. We just forgot to take it." I don't know yet, but it's a contender. My eyes are on it. Well, what do you mean by inspection? What do you mean? Will I ask for inspection? This one place where they get you titles and they do the first inspection, and it's good for 2 years. They do it for free. That's where I bought the Sebring. And I didn't even know. I said, "Do you guys do inspections here?" And the guy, he should, like an onion layer, he should have told me right away. He goes, "Oh, we do one inspection for free. Just one. I didn't know they did any for free. What's he going to tell me? Because I asked him, I said, "Do you guys do inspections here?" I go, "I'm not asking for free. I'm just asking, do you do them?" He goes, "Yeah, we do. And yeah, if you buy a car from us, the first inspection's free." Oh, well, why didn't you tell me that, asshole? Now I know. But they'll do the for the state. But what do you mean by inspection? You mean like a mechanic inspection where there's a garage there, but you can't trust them. They're going to tell you it's great because they're the ones selling it. You're asking, can I ask them to take it before I buy it, take it to another mechanic? I don't think they're going to allow that on a fucking $3,000, 23-year-old. I don't think they'd allow that. If that's what you're saying, I don't think that there's the state inspection to get, cars got to be in New Jersey every 2 years. You got to pass inspection. If you're talking about taking it to an outside mechanic, they won't allow that because and for a car that cheap and that old, I'm not in the same, socioeconomic bracket as you, man. I'm not buying a 5-year-old car from a dealer. I'm buying a fucking 23-year-old car from a fucking shit car lot. You know what I mean? Used car lot. Yeah, I can ask, but they're not going to allow that. Plus, I'd have to pay them for a $3,000 car. It's not even worth my hassle. Better just buy the car and take it to my mechanic and say, "What can you do?" And honestly, but I'll get a feel for. You can always get a feel if you've been driving. You're 40 years old. I don't know. I'm assuming you got your license when you were a teenager. Maybe you just got your license a few years ago. If you've been driving as long as I have, I can get a feel. I can do basically check the. I can get a. I got to drive it, but no, I what you're asking, these are good questions for someone buying a pre-owned, used but new used, recently used car. Have you ever bought? What's the oldest car you've ever driven, man? Because no offense, these questions don't really apply to what I'm going for. I'm in a different, tax bracket than you. Yeah, it wouldn't, even if they said yes, it wouldn't be fucking worth it. So I'm not even going to bother. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just curious. What was the oldest car you ever bought? Have you ever bought a car that's over 20 years old? Because for a few $1,000s, that's been my whole life. But these things don't really apply when you're doing that. They apply if I don't want to buy a new car. I'll buy a pre-owned, used, but still newish car that's only 4 or 5 years old. That's when this stuff comes into play. Not for a fucking... It's like a different world, doggo. I'm not making fun of you. I don't think you know the life I've lived for the past 20 some odd years since I got a driver's license of buying shit crap box piece of junk cars off car lots for a few $1,000s and they last as long as they last. This isn't what you're going for, what you would go for. Yes, if I had money and a good job, I wouldn't be wasting time in a shithole like this. Or actually, if money was no object, maybe I would buy the car. I just buy it flat out. Say, I don't care. I'll buy it flat out. I could stick around with it, tinker with it, take it, or I can say it's junk and junk it. It wouldn't get a few $1,000s, who cares? So I would either, if I actually had the money, I would either not waste time with a shithole car lot like this, or I would, and it would just be a play car. And if it lasts, great. And if it breaks down, who gives a shit? So I'm in a different reality. You know what I mean? Thank you. Hear me, brother. Hear me. Thank you. Hear ye. Thank you. That goes back to my father. Couldn't teach me anything about stocks and bonds because he knew nothing about that. This is what he taught me, going to shit car lots and buying shit cars for a few $1,000s. That was always our existence. Except, actually, when I was a little boy, he bought brand new a station wagon, and he had that car for years. He loved that station wagon. It wasn't quite like this. It was like an actual Oldsmobile fucking. He loved that car. That's the car we went on road trips with, and he bought that on credit. He was paying it off for years, and then one day that became junk. That was his only. Actually, no, he had 2 new cars. See that one? He also bought a truck. He needed a truck. He bought a truck, but he couldn't keep up with the payments, so he had to send it back. So the station wagon, which he was paying off for years, he loved that car. He drove it into the ground. It lasted like 12, 13 years. He drove it all over the country. When that became junk, he junked it. He bought a new truck when I was a little boy. We only had it for like 6 months, maybe, not even a year. He had to turn it in. He couldn't keep up the payments. Those are the only 2 new cars. The station wagon, which he had it for over a decade, and he didn't pay it off until right before it died. And the truck, he couldn't afford it. He had to turn it back in. Every other car he's ever driven he doesn't drive now, his stroke. Every other car was a used piece of shit he got from someplace. So other than the station wagon, which is the only car he bought new and kept till it died, and he hated the trans went. It broke his heart. He loved that station wagon. He had to junk it. Other than that, it was always shit cars all my life. When I was growing up, and then when I got to buy cars of my own, all our lives was just shit cars. Yes, I know. I'm not going to take the transmission to an outside mechanic. I'll get a feel for how the car runs. Engine, I'm not super worried. Again, part of the running of the car, I'll get a feel. I will get a feel. Because like I said, I've been getting feels for shit car. Even before I could drive, when my father would buy a used car for a few, I can get feel. I can handle myself with the feels. So I'm not worried about those 2 things until I got to drive it. They'll let me test drive it. So I can take it for test. They'll say yes. I'll give my license. Or they take a copy of my license. I'll test drive it. That I'm not worried about. Now, if there is something substantial, like let's say there's a leak, antifreeze is leaking, but it's a slow leak. So I can't observe it myself, but then I get it home, and after a few days, I notice there's a slow puddle. Something like that, I would have no way of knowing. A mechanic would, but I'm not going to waste time taking to an outside mechanic. These guys wouldn't tell me, yeah, there could be some kind of leak or some kind of problem, like a slow. Feels for engine and tran. I can feel the engine. I can feel the tranny. Feel the tranny. I'm not worried about that. If there's some leak or something else that's been, like, let's say, I don't know, the tailpipe has been fucking up. It's been clogging. They declog it, but it clogs up again 2 months later. I wouldn't know these things. There's no way to get a feel for that driving it once. Stuff like that, they would have to tell me, which they won't, or I'd have to take it to a mechanic, but I'm not going to do that. So if there's some clogging in the tailpipe or clogging in the filter, or there's a slow leak that I don't know, they're not going to tell me, and I have no way of knowing. There is a gamble when you buy old shit cars. That's part of, when you're buying an old shit car for $2,000, that's part, always, all my life, all my father's life, that's part of the gamble. Okay, I'm going to finish my tea. This is a good stream. I enjoyed it. I'll go to, I'm 4:20. I'll go to 4th. I'll go another 10 minutes. Does anybody want to discuss anything else? Well, what else do you think about the car? Just meh. I might not even get that car. It might not be available. I might say, whoa, I got to drive it. Clunk, clunk, clunk. What the hell's going on here? Whoa, because I tested before I bought the Sebring. There was an Acura I really liked, and I started driving. It was like, I'm like, what's this grinding? Oh, it's just rust. Because and why is it going clunk, clunk? Whoa, there's a backup in the tailpipe. Yeah, thanks, assholes. So I'll get a feel. That I'm not worried about. I do have enough driving ability after 40. Well, when did I start driving? When I was a teenager. Like, I guess 25 years now, whatever it's been. 20 after several decades of driving, I shit cars nonetheless. That I'm not worried about. I trust my ability with that. Well, I'm getting off soon. You haven't paid your dues. What would you want to discuss? If I brought you on for a few minutes, what do you even want to discuss? I put that link up before just for the hell of it. I wasn't even planning to take calls. I just thought I'd put it just to see if anyone. This is really, side note, it's really leaking. This is garbage. This cup. Oh, this is from the old cup. Anyway, what would you want to, is there anything you really, what of importance do you want to discuss? Plead your case, because now I'm getting tired. I put the link up like, what, half an hour ago? And that was just as a space filler. So I'm not really in the mood to take calls from anyone unless there's something urgent. What is it you want to discuss? You just want to come on for the sake of coming on? Because I'm not in the mood for that. Yes, of course, I'll check the oil dipstick. I'll run the car and check the tranny. My brother hates it when I say tranny. That's what we used to call it. I used to work at a gas station to check the oil, check the tranny, transmission fluid. I'll check the brake. I'll check all the basic shit. I can handle that. I can get a feel for engine tranny, transmission. I'm not worried about that. I wouldn't know about slow leaks or clogs. I wouldn't know. I'd have no way of knowing just by driving it once. And they wouldn't tell me. I'm not going to pay a mechanic, outside mechanic to look at it. So it's a gamble. I guess you guys have never had to buy and drive shit cars. It's been my whole life. Maybe you can learn something from me. I don't want to discuss anything now. I'm getting too tired. Now I'm winding down. Nothing to discuss now. But thank you. Maybe next time. Maybe. If. Right now, nothing. I'm too. This stream's been going on for over 4 hours now. But I think we discussed some good points about Social Security, about the car, and it kind of comes together. I applied for Social Security May 6th. They want to have a meeting July 7th, 2 months later. I applied a week and change ago. May 6th applied. Meeting with them on the phone conference, 2 months later, July 7th. In the meantime, they want to know my bank statements. Maybe it's a good time to, and I'm going to need a car to move shit. And you get one car and Social Security. Maybe this is the good time. So it kind of worked out in a strange, unplanned. It kind of worked out. You know what I mean? Yeah, probably not. You didn't pay your dues. I bring people on. They're cooperative. They're friendly. You just, I explained to you why, this might not be the place for you. It's okay. Not every show is for everybody. I feel like you're trying to get into, you don't really like this show. You're forcing yourself to get into it. Maybe some of your friends like it and you want to discuss, you're a TV show. My friends keep going on about this show. It's not really for me. I don't understand it, but I want to force myself to like it because my friends like it. You can't force yourself to like something you don't like. I don't feel like this is the right show for you, but you're forcing it, round hole, square peg. And I'm just saying this honestly, not even as an insult, just like maybe for you or for anyone, not just with me, anybody watching anything, if it's not a right fit, you can't go forcing something if it's just not right. I feel you're trying to force something that's just not right. That would be my criticism. So don't go forcing something that's just not right. I feel that's what you're doing. You're trying to force, for some reason, you feel the need to force yourself into something that's not right for you. I'll tell you what, Totem, I'll bring him on after you come on. Doesn't have to be tonight. You got to come on. Will you come on? You come on once, then I'll bring JT on. How's that sound? You haven't come on yet. You haven't paid your dues either. But unlike JT, you guys don't pay your dues. He begs to come on. You run and hide from me. I thought, do you not love me? You asked if I still love you. Do you not love me, Totem? Because if you come on, then I'll consider bringing JT on. So JT, you're coming on this channel, calling in, is predicated upon Totem's behavior. Totem. So JT should be telling Totem, go on. Totem, go on. No, you're not listening. It's not about liking someone. What I'm saying, you're not listening, JT. Not about liking me, whether I like you or you like me. I'm saying this stream, my stream, isn't your cup of tea, which is fine. Normally, people would walk away. You're trying to force yourself to get into a cup of tea that you're never going to like. Now, I'm not just talking about me as a person or you as a person. I'm talking this stream, the format, the way I run things. It's not for you. But you, for some reason, you seem to want to force. So that's what I'm trying to. Do you understand? I don't think you understand. I'm not trying to force you to like me. It's not about me liking you or even you liking me as a person. I'm talking about this stream and what I do here. It's out of sync with your preferences, which is fine. My stream, not for you. Where things break down is that instead of walking away, you're trying to force something that's not going to work. You're never going to get into all your friends are ranting and raving about a TV show. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you watch, you can't get into it. Same with this stream. You're forcing yourself to get into something that I don't think is the right fit for you. I'm talking about the stream and this environment in general. You understanding a little better now? Or I am very closed off. I mean, the fact that I share what I feel like sharing is more than most people share. So what am I closed off about? You won't even tell us. I ask you what state you're in. Why should I tell you? I might get doxxed. Well, I'm in New York. Oh, I'm in California. Oh. So you're criticizing me for being closed off. Okay, well, I'm closed off. Hence why it's not going to work. The show isn't for you. That's correct. I'm a Spurg, and I expect you to follow what's familiar to me. If you're not up for that, that's fine. It means this show, the stream, is not for you. Yeah, I'm closed off, and I ask you a simple question. You're even more closed off. Well, people can just lie. Yeah, but no one else has done that. Everyone else has been open and honest. I'm closed off. You're even more closed off. So it's not going to work between us. And I don't feel like rehashing all this. We've been over this, but you still don't get it. I think this just isn't the right fit for you. This, not just me or liking you. This stream isn't right for you. That's fine, but it's time to go somewhere else. I don't know why you insist on coming here, what you're trying to get out of this. Well, you got to set by example. If you want me to branch out, you got to branch out. You got to come on and say, yes, my name is JT. I'm X amount of years old. I'm from this state, and I work in this line of business, not an address. You couldn't do that. You'll never do that. If you can't set by example, then I'm sorry. You can't. Exactly. He's back at it again. You can't expect me, I've shared more about myself than you ever have about you, to be more open. What's the word you used? I got to be less closed off. Well, pot calling the kettle black when you're even blacker. It's not the right fit. Just like a TV show that you force yourself to watch, but you just really don't like it. You just want to impress your friends. Oh yeah, I watched that last episode of Star Trek or Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, when you're thinking, man, this show sucks. Why do my friends like it? But they all talk about it, so I got to get into it too. You're forcing yourself to try to get into something that you can never get into. It's not the right fit. That happens with job interviews. It happens between men and women. When people get all upset over the whole Destroyed by Freud's Donna thing, sometimes it's not the right fit. Happens with jobs, happens with women, happens with friends, happens with, like, this is basically a TV show. Sometimes it's just not right fit. Or, a house. Maybe your wife says, I really love this house. Let's buy it. But you're feeling, and maybe the husband buys it because his wife wants him to. But sometimes it's just not the right. It's not good or bad. It's just not the right fit. It can apply to many things in life, JT. Many things. And Vegan Doll says in high school, she had to pretend she liked jam bands because all her friends did. Yeah, you shouldn't have forced yourself. It's okay to give it a shot. Say, okay, you guys are ranting and raving. Let me check it out. And you check it out and you realize it's still just not a fit. Forcing yourself, it's not going to work, because if you don't like it, you're not going to like it regardless. You can pretend, but if it's not a fit, JT, then it's not a fit. And yeah, that's, yes, listen to the wise words of Vegan Dolls here. Shouldn't have forced yourself. Yeah. The concerts were hell. And I think, JT, this will ultimately be hell for you. This isn't not your cup of tea, and that's fine. See, Aiden was right. Vegan Dolls is like the smartest woman. That's what Aiden was always telling me, what a genius his peaches is. So yeah, see, listen, JT, to the wise words of Aiden's girl here. She'll tell you. If it's not, you can't go forcing something if it's just not right. No, but there's a format I use. Like you said, I like my familiarity. People would come on. They don't come on too often. People go and say, hey, where are you from? I'm Cthulhu Sloth. I'm from Arizona. How was he? 30-something. I play bass, working little things like that. I'm Cassandra, also in Arizona. I walk dogs and teach this. And my boyfriend's here. Or I'm Rafterman. I'm 32 years old from Maryland. Or what else? I'm Aiden. I'm from Ottawa, Canada. I think it was 28, 29, schizophrenic. We share just basic background shit. If you don't feel comfortable with that, I'm not here to force you. I'm just saying this format that I do isn't the right fit for you. No one else, because nobody else, you're the only person. Others won't come on. Fine. Those that do, play ball. You're the only person who insists on coming on but doesn't want to play ball. Hence why I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to. forget about me. What's your hang up? Because those others who came on didn't have the hang up that you do. So what's my hang up for not taking you on? Well, I'm a spur. Like you said, I like the familiar. It's just not a fit. Square pegs, round holes, etc. So I'm getting done, but I'm going to finish I'll talk a little more. I'm going to finish my tea. Maybe I'll finish the beer. I'm already at 4.5. It's a longer stream than I thought it would be. But for those who were here from the beginning or those who want to go back and watch, I talk about my Social Security. I talk about the car I want to buy, how it might work out if I spend the money now, because I have no money, spend what I have, the few thousand now, then I'll have less in my account when Social Security catches up with me. And we talked about fraternal twins. We learned that PTSD-Sperg is a fraternal twin, which is interesting because maybe like the other twin siphoned off, like we were talking about, instead of 50-50, 60-40, like the whole Ashton Kutcher being, celebrity and his brother being cerebral palsy. That's like an extreme fraternal twins in utero, this and this. Where is that? Hold on, give me a sec. I like to recap. For those who weren't here, JT, we're going to ask me to repeat myself for the 1,000th time, JT. We talked about all that, how fascinating it is. Night and day, not just two normies, not just one normal, one good, or one normal, one fucked up. No. Night and day. And this is an extreme example, but complex PTSD-Sperg might be like, a more comparable example, 60-40 with his brother. And I showed you the car I may or may not buy. I don't know yet. And I think those were the highlights. And we saw brother click, but he had to go to bed after an hour because he burned out. It just happened, Like Todd, he can only go for an hour or so of streaming, hour and a half tops. He burns out. And good stream. Difference. I wanted to. I'm glad I streamed. And the tea is damn good. Beer is warm. Tea is damn good. Your sister has two sets. So those are your nieces and nephews? You've got 4. You've got nieces, nephews who are fraternal. What can you tell us? Is it 2 girls, 2 boys, girl and a boy, girl, boy, girl, girl? Can you tell us what the combinations are? And it's your sister. These are your nieces and nephews, I'm assuming. And it's interesting. Do fraternal twins run in families? Is a fertile woman more likely genetically to get 2 eggs fertilized, or if the man is that potent? I didn't realize. I knew that identical twins could run in families. I didn't realize fraternal twins. Now I got to ask Complex if there are other fraternal twins in his family. Okay. All right. When Penny Pounder shows up, it's almost bedtime. Penny, you always come super late. I'll bring JT on after Totem and Penny Pounder come on. Once those 2 come on, then I'll entertain JT. So JT, if you want to come on, you got to beg Totem and Penny Pounder to come on. If those 2 come on, take a call in, then I'll bring you on, JT. If you want to come on, get Penny Pounder and Totem to come on. No JT until we see Totem once and Penny Pounder once. Well, you're talking about, okay, PTSD-Sperg was here most of this. He's gone now. He was here for most of the stream. We had a nice chat. This is why I tell you, I understand. I don't expect you to watch everything, but I tell you, I leave my shit up. You're free to go back and watch whatever you want. Maybe even if you don't watch everything, when this stream is over, you can go back to the beginning and just sort of jump around. You'll learn things that were established in this very stream just a couple hours ago. Well, I didn't know that. There's a lot you don't know. It could fill a fucking book, and I understand repetition is part of this. It's par for the course in streaming, but I can only repeat myself so many times when it's like enough. There's another reason why I don't want to talk to you. I don't feel like repeating myself again. I don't mind once, twice, thrice. When I'm repeating myself for the over dozenth time, it gets fucking annoying, and I'll start spurging out. Yes. Anyone else who watches me can vouch. Is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it falls on deaf ears. I repeat myself. No one ever chimes in and says, "Hey, JT, PTSD-Sperg told us all this tonight. Hey, JT, OC repeats himself all the time. We're all getting tired of hearing him repeat himself. No one else. Are you people? What stream are you people watching? Jesus Christ. Oh, but it is that important, JT. Clearly it is. It's important to you that you come on. So it's important. Yes, very. Each set is a boy and a girl. Okay, she's got a boy and a girl, then another boy and a girl. So you've got 2 nieces, 2 nephews who are 2 sets of fraternal twins. You're the aunt of 2 sets of fraternal twins from your sister. I guess, is it on, well, she's your sister. Is it on your family's side, or do you think it's on her husband's side, or is it just a rare coincidence? Is her husband, your brother-in-law, like the love machine, or do you have kids? If you had kids, would you have twins? Do fraternal twins run in families? I know identical do. identical. I never heard of fraternal twins running in families. So that's interesting. Oh, wait a minute. First set was adopted. During the process of being I've heard of that where someone, husband and wife can't have kids, so they go to adopt. And then somehow during the process of adoption, they realize they're pregnant. And that's interesting if somehow psychologically adopting fraternal twins did something in the body that kicked in to make her biologically produce fraternal twins. But okay, but it didn't happen twice. She adopted a set. She's only given birth to one set of fraternal, but that's still interesting. Because I've heard that, we're going to adopt a baby because we can't get pregnant. And then all of a sudden, after years of trying and failing, we go to adopt. During the process, oh, now we're pregnant. I've heard of that. I've never heard of it happening, adopting fraternal twins and then becoming pregnant with fraternal twins. Well, it was a big point of discussion tonight, which is why, you could learn these things if you paid attention, JT. The stream is taking a turn. We're turning to JT land. I'm going to finish my tea and maybe my beer. Then I'm going to call it because I'm at 4.5 hours now, over 4.5 hours. Yeah, just a weird coincidence. There are some people who say there are no coincidences, but that's still interesting. She adopts fraternal twins and then gets knocked up with fraternal twins. Was she having trouble conceiving beforehand? Is that why she went the adoption route? She couldn't get pregnant, and then she was surprised to find out she was. That usually people don't adopt until they feel they can't have them the old-fashioned way. Hey, JT, while you're here, why don't you tell me your opinion? Here's the car. I don't even know if it's still there. I'm thinking about buying this car. Because you weren't paying attention. Doggo shared his opinion. Why don't you share yours? Wait, where is it? Here it is. What do you think, JT? Yay, nay, don't care. She didn't think, yeah. And then, I've heard it happens a lot. People don't think they have kids, so they want to adopt. And it's all of a sudden, despite not being able to get pregnant for years, as they're adopting or going to adopt, wow, I'm pregnant now. That's happened. And now I've never heard of a case where let's adopt fraternal twins. Oh, and now I'm pregnant with fraternal twins. That's interesting. JT, I want your car advice, man. You a car guy? What do you think? I'll get a feel for the trans and I'll get a feel for the engine. I'll check the oil and the tranny and the brake fluid and all that shit. I won't know about slow leaks. What do you think, JT? I'm asking for your opinion since you want to share. I think it would be good if I crash into a tree again. The hood looks pretty good, but also the back. Instead of a trunk, it's like a wagony hatchback thing. Put down the middle seats. We got to move out of this house. I'm repeating myself again for JT's benefit. Well, what do you think, Morrissey? Well, I'm going to try to negotiate, but I know this place. It is what it is. I'll say, do you want to negotiate? I might be able to get 500 off. They might come down to 2,500. I might be able to get 500 off. They're not going to go down to 2. I know they won't. That I already know. I think with my Sebring, I talked them down 500. I can try, but because they're going to say it's a used car, whether it sells or not, we don't give a fuck. Eventually, someone will buy it or we'll scrap it. So I'll try and negotiate. But again, this isn't going to buy a brand new car or a pre-owned, quasi-used newish car. I was trying to tell Doggo, when you're talking a car that's over 20 years old and has over close to 200,000 miles, it's a different ball game. It's basically, it's been like this all my life, even before I started driving. As a kid, when my father would buy shit cars, it was always, you might get a few hundred off. You're not going to get them. This isn't like, a regular car dealership where you negotiate, or even like a pre-owned, semi-used, but still new. It's a different ball game for those who, but I'll negotiate. I'll try. I'll see what I can do. Good call, Morrissey. Not necessarily. See, I bought my Sebring there for about the same price. They got my Sebring. They wanted 35. I got them down to 3, 500 off. And that car, if I hadn't crashed it that night on the black ice, it wouldn't last forever. It probably, I'm guessing 5 years, maybe 4, maybe 6, maybe only 3, maybe 7, less than 10, but it would have lasted several years. I know it would have. And I got to get a feel for that car. Yes, of course. This is the bracket, socioeconomic bracket I'm in. You know what I mean? I'm buying shit cars like I've done all my life. But no, I gotta get a feel for it. But no, if it feels decent, it should last a few years. It'll need some maintenance. But no, I'm not worried about it breaking down a month or two later if I don't crash it. it'll, if all goes well, it'll definitely, if it really is under 200,000, if they didn't fuck with the odometer or the mileage, or they it didn't go over and reset. If it really is that 183, what was it? That 183, 140. If that's legit, I'm not worried. It'll last a few years. I'm not that worried. It's a fair concern, but no, I'm not that worried about that. No. Yeah, that's all I can do at this point. It might not even be there, but it's the one I had my eyes on because the price is nice and we got to move out. So I thought, okay. So I told my brother, we got to settle. I'll repeat myself. My car wreck was December 15th. Now today is May 15th. Later on today, what is it? 5 months later? December, January, February, March, April, May. 5 months to the date. I got to go junk that car, sign over the title, get the shit out. I'm going to put that car to rest. I'm going to need a new car. And maybe with Social Security, maybe it's good I applied for Social Security because they want that meeting in July and they want my bank statements. Get rid of this temporary disability money now because I'm going to need a car at some point. Maybe it's like a win-win, like the universe is pushing me in that direction. It wasn't planned. All right. Yeah, I agree with you on this one, JT. It's just basically got to give it a test drive and see how it feels. It might be sold already, or I might drive it and I got to get a feel. Yep, that's all I can do at this point. I know a decent mechanic. I know a couple guys. I used to work at a gas station with a mechanic shop. I also know some people locally that I use that I trust. Yeah, I can, but being a cheapskate, I probably won't take it to a mechanic until it really needs work. Or if I spend this money on this car, it's going to be a while before I want to spend money again. So I'll try to nurse it along, at least for ideally 6 months before I take it for some kind of tune-up. You know what I mean? So. Okay, I actually agree with you. I'm going to go, well, can't go for it yet. Got to go see it, test it out. But yes, it's a contender. I was wondering if someone would say, I'm a car genius. Subarus are terrible. Don't touch that. Or, oh, my neighbor actually owned one of those. It was great. Or, oh my God, my father's a car dealer. And I got to tell you, Subarus seem nice, but once they're over 150, they're total shit. Or I still have my Subaru. It's at 300,000 miles. I was hoping for some kind of input from, someone with some knowledge. I was hoping for something like that. Positive or negative. But, at this point, all I can do is, test it out and see where we go. If it's still there, test it out and see how I feel. Yeah, I thought it never hurts. Someone might say, I used to have one of those. It's this or it's that. Or I know someone with those. Or my father's a Subaru dealer. I thought maybe I'd get some, insider knowledge. But I'm almost done. I'm not taking calls now. I'm just slowly sipping my tea. I'll go either till the tea is done or another 15 minutes. Make it a 5-hour extravaganza. But it was nice. It might be repetitive bullshit, but we learned things. We learned about CPTSD Spurg. He's a nice kid. I enjoy talking with him. We talked to Bob Smith, Millennial Tomb. Talk about the car, Social Security. Maybe it gets repetitive, but hey, it's my stream. It is my comfort zone, JT, but it's my stream. I can do it. It's like it. And you can stream and do it your way. And I might say, JT, your stream sucks. It's not for me, and walk away. Or I might say, this is great, JT. You should have been streaming years ago. It's up, streams. There's definitely a personal, subjective aspect to anyone who streams. And I think a lot of the starlings, the regulars who go here and go there, they don't really care about the stream. They just care about having a hangout spot. So they'll watch all kinds of very different peoples just because they like hang out with each other and chat. But for those who want to watch and enjoy or try to understand from the stream, I say try to participate on my terms because it is my stream. And I would say that about anybody, not just about you and me, JT. Anybody frequenting anybody else's stream, the nester, the streamer, they're the ones making the content creator. It's going to be the way they want to make it. And you can criticize or challenge or say this and offer suggestions, but ultimately it's their show and you can decide if you like it or not. Don't go forcing something if it's not right for you. If it's not a good fit, that can apply to many things in life, not just job interviews. Maybe you're only experienced with job interviews. It can apply to a lot of things in life. And I'm putting this out there, not just for you, but for anybody watching anybody. That would be my advice. Well, thank you for the advice. Maybe I will expand my comfort zone, or maybe I'll retreat. We know of people who have flat out deleted their channels or privated all their videos. I haven't gone to that extreme. So, you're criticizing me for not coming out of my comfort zone when we've got streamers who suddenly go nuts and delete their channel, nuke it, or they private everything. We've seen streamers do this. You're criticizing me for what? Not making the progress that you want. But you're a guy who hasn't even been here since day one, who doesn't even like the way I stream to begin with. But it's like, I don't get it. Could be worse. I could say channel nuked, everything privated, everything deleted. Like some people we all know in common. So, I mean, I'm not faulting them, but your criticisms, I've actually been pretty open and pretty progressive and, haven't, gone nuts and nuked things yet. So what's the criticism? Well, no, it is a criticism of sorts, and that's fine. You can criticize, but I understand what the well, I can't think that far ahead. I got that one-track mind. All right. I think I'm going to say goodnight. Any last thoughts from anybody? Want anything? Because my tea is going down nice. And take a couple more sips to be done. We're winding down for reels. Any last thoughts? Anybody want to say anything before I say goodnight? Yes. Well, that's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, Morrissey, my brother and I have to go take care of my old car in the impound lot. I'll take pictures and videos. If we have time, we'll go to this place. It's in they're opposite directions. But I do want to go with Brosi, of course. He'll drive it. I'll drive it. We'll both test it out. He might think of something I didn't. We'll take, yes, I agree. I agree with you and JT when it comes to the car. Yes. Test drive with Brosi or someone with car knowledge. Yeah. I was wondering if someone would say Subarus are great or man, don't get a I was looking for something extreme. It seems like you guys all have the same opinion that I already have. Thank you. We're on the same page, but that's not a criticism. What I'm saying is, thanks, but okay, basically you're telling me the conclusion I already came to. Okay, I got to go with Brother C, test it out, get a feel for it, go from there, if it's still there. Okay, no one's saying, my daddy owns a Subaru dealership. They're great, or, oh crap, don't go over that. That year is bad. I thought someone might have some insider knowledge, but it just seems like, okay, cool. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, JT. That's very kind of you. We'll see what happens. I might not even buy it. I might change my mind. Might see something else I like. It might be fucked up. It might have been sold 6 months ago, and these idiots just left it up on their website. Yeah. I do treat him right. I'm going to get him on Neatbucks after me. You treat me right. We'll treat him right. We'll get everything right. Yes. Okay. Is it poem time? What poem am I reading? I don't have a poem on deck. I don't really feel like reading a poem right now. Oh, maybe I'm looking for a poem to read to. Okay, I'm going to read a poem. We'll call it, No, I'm not. I'm going to read you a poem, which may not be that gentle. This is called Night Piece. I like it. Night Piece. It's a good name for a poem. I'm going to read you Night Piece. Should I stand up and show you my Night Piece? Now, all right, Night Piece. Hold on. I can bring it up. Let me bring it up on screen, actually. Hold on. I'll share screen. Hold on. Night Piece by James Joyce. Let's bring this up. So I read one of his poems once, and it was like quite the poem. It was like for a 100-year-old poem. It was like, huh? I remember which one it was. I should have marked it down. I'm not sure which stream it was, but I remember, was it you, Doggo? It was someone was like, wow, it was one, or Endymion, one hell of a fucking poem. So I'll go back to James Joyce, the Irish playwright and poet and novelist, because he is. I typed in Joyce poem. This one came up randomly, so let's go with this. Okay, wait, where is it? No, wait, that's not what I want to share. Hold on. Here we go. You can read along with me. All right, this is from 1917. So this is what, 109 years ago? And this is called Night Piece. I just typed, okay. Here we go. Gaunt in gloom, the pale stars, their torches enshrouded wave. Ghost fires from heaven's far verges faint illume. Arches on soaring arches, night's sin-dark nave. Seraphim, the lost hosts awaken to service, till in moonless gloom each lapses muted dim, raised when she has and shaken her thurible. And long and loud to night's nave upsoaring, a star knell tolls as the bleak incense surges, cloud on cloud, voidward from the adoring waste of souls. Voidward from the adoring waste of souls. That pretty much encapsulates my stream. That's it in a nutshell. This is basically a void word, from adoring, void, waste of souls. I like that one. Short. Okay. What do you guys think? Good one? Bad one? That was my poem for the night. Oh, screw this. Occupational click.